What is up? And a happy Tuesday to one and all. Welcome back. It's an interesting day. I was torn. I was like, do I go play some Anno? But then I was like, Age of Empires 4. So here we are to provide you with the entertainment that we know you want. Maybe we'll do some Anno later. I don't know. Like, I think we'll at least try and do it a little bit later in the week. Maybe Friday would be a really cool day to do it. Because it is releasing today, and I have been confirmed, have heard it confirmed from my Ubisoft contact. They're going to be shipping me out a collector's edition of that. And also, they're going to be sending me some keys for giveaways for you guys. So, that should be a little bit rewarding. But, in the meantime, we got more of the KPMM. We're going to hop into game number 2 of the Numadan MSN series, which, of course, when we left off this yesterday, Numadan was leading. And then after that, we'll be able to hop into the Louis MT set against the winner. So we're going to waste no time at all, man. We're going to be blitzing through because we've got so much content to consume. And we've got no time to waste. So let's go. Oh, let me flip that around. Welcome back to another casted game. It's Numadan versus MSN. And ironically, it is old versus new, and we have the older player on the old Civ. It's Japan versus the Sengoku Daimyo. And, you know, I was just thinking about this matchup recently. It's kind of awkward a little bit for Sengoku, I think, because Japan has a lot of great builds here. Remember what we said about Sengoku's weaknesses? You know, Dark Age rushing is a big problem for them. Even the idea of fast castle Japan, I think, could be pretty effective. So I have to see how MSN deals with this, because he's already dropped a forward Matsuri, and that's what gave me pause before. Is like, this is brutal, man. The placement on this. I mean, the good news is it's a 2-tile big building, so, or 3-tile rather, so he'll be able to repair it, because same size as TC. But the downside here is berries, gold, they should all quickly become inaccessible in this game. Oh, man. That is brutal. Like, seriously? And against Japan, I mean, you know, you might argue this is MSN's fault for even bothering to do this, but, like, what else were you going to do? Of course you're going to try and drop this here. It just makes too much sense to do. Because of the value play, right? Like, you save 50 on going for the Forge. You could have potentially dropped it on the back line here, but I feel like even then you're in a bit of a rough spot because you probably want to build the Matsuri here or here, so you have room around it later. But instead, like, you'd have to drop it right next to the tree line and the TC, which minimizes the value of the Matsuri for placing farms later in the game. Yeah, it's kind of like the Arhan logic, where, like, Arhans, you preferably want to be able to place it here instead of here. So, Spinman coming in. Numadan. Is he going to lame that sheep? Might be worth doing, actually. His scout isn't here. Instead, it looks like he's going to be moving over towards the gold. So, he has found it. MSN has already pulled off of it. So, he has what he needs for a tech up. I wonder if you just go Koka here. What are the odds they both FC? It's possible. I think Sengoku would be weaker with that FC timing, though. Like, just look at this. Look at the state of things here, right? Like, he doesn't have the Yatais. There's 0 Yatais out on the map. Which means you don't have an inflated eco. And Japan, with the Kura Storehouse build here, just gets a little bit more food to work with, is the kind of concern. Yeah, not to mention the sheep dispersion in the end. MSN ends up with 14. Meanwhile, Numadan looking cozy with 16 sheep. So has the edge there. And we do already have Tawara coming through for Numadan. Remember, MSN shouldn't really be allowed to be on these berries for long, but the initial ones are in range of the TC. The problem is he didn't get Tawara because he got forced off of the gold. That's a really big difference right there. He needed 50 gold to be able to get this wheelbarrow tech that would have sped up the gathering rate on berries. So Numadan's economy is already at 3 minutes in, going to be better because of his ability to gather food. Midweek muster indeed. That's right. We are back in full swing. So we're checking in on the winner of this up against Louis MT next. We got a lot planned today. Voldemar, Miyamaika, BGIF. We should have actually all quarterfinals scheduled by the end of the day as well. So a pretty good day to check in on what's up. And wait, is Numa doing the fast car? This is... Okay, this is becoming infectious. Didn't Louis use this build against... Was it Numadan? I think maybe not, but the idea is clearly there. Shinobi have been spawned. MSN does get them for free. Problem is, it can be very difficult to hit someone who knows it's coming because the grenades that these shinobi throw aren't accurate. They can quite easily miss if someone's paying attention, as you're seeing here. Like that one at least trimmed, but the last one just whiffed. So all shinobi down. They did in total do 34 damage, I believe that is. Which isn't too bad for a free unit, but it's kind of irrelevant compared to what's happening here. Okay, maybe... Wait, is Numu actually going FC or not? Because he's gathering a lot of wood. I guess he's worried about the shinobi. Yeah. So he's setting up an outpost to be safe. But this definitely looks like a fast castle macro. And the problem is on the other side, MSN has built Yumi. Okay, so... There's a good chance we're about to see another victim to the fast castle Japan build. Hate to be a negative Nelly on it. It's just this is a really tough build to crack with Yumi, I think. Especially when you consider Sengoku are setting up your Tai. So obviously, you know, given enough time, that scales you really well. But against Fast Castle, there is no time. The whole idea is your opponent is going to rush an age up. And then from there, he can rush relics. Also just try to aggro and even shut down both the Yumi and the Yatai. Because remember, Mount Samurai destroy all. Except Ridari. Pretty confident Ridari just stomps Mount Samurai. I am looking forward to seeing that develop. I don't know, I'm kind of torn. Like, they definitely seem a bit overtuned, the new Viking Mount Cav, but I guess at least it's refreshing that a new unit takes the top spot instead of it just being, hey, Mount Samurai beat everything again. Okay, he has at least stopped at 2 Yumi. Oh, no. Does he know? I don't think MSN has a clue. Outpost has already been set up. He switched a second onto the storehouse. This is probably because he wants to get arrow slits in a bit faster. And with Tawara and the way it's going, he's going to clear the berries before any aggression can arrive on his side. I think, like, what, there's 1 Yumi, so maybe he'll be able to stop the final berry from being gathered. But these ones are pretty much done. Yeah, so age up completes. Like, it's kind of obvious to MSN's what's happening at this point, because why did it take Numadan 6 minutes to go feudal age? There's only one reason that happens. Shinobi are going to be a little bit of a nuisance here. Frag grenades, nicely dodged. He baited him perfectly there. Although apparently we let this guy live, but it's only 1 more grenade. Yeah, so I mean, I'm hoping to have a video out explaining these Shinobis and why they're so busted. In the feudal age, they're not as crazy on the lonesome. It's in the castle age where just on their own, their functionality gets absurd. MSN, he has got this Yari cavalry coming. Remember, these are premium horsemen, although sometimes it doesn't really feel like they're that premium. For the price you pay anyway, I mean, you're paying 145 resources to essentially get 10 more health. And if you're up against cavalry, 2 more damage. I think in the end, they'll probably end up buffing Yari cavalry down to 115 food and 20 wood. That way, you're still paying a premium of... well, you're paying 145, so you'd be paying a premium of 15 still. But I think like that at least justifies the extra 10 health and whatnot. Maybe I'm just dead wrong and Yari Cavalry are actually sick. I mean, the weird thing about this unit is it is pretty sick once you get the estates going, but pre-estates, it feels insanely expensive. You know, it's kind of like... You get these units, don't you, where Yeoman was meant to be that, where... it would scale to be ridiculous, but its cost in the feudal age would be silly. Obviously, it changed to be a bit different there, but I think with Yari, they represent how that balancing design can look when you just have a unit that is critically underwhelming. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, MSN, he almost was able to win the first game of this series by going mass cavalry. So, when in Rome... You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, because arguably in that first game yesterday, Ottomans versus Shushi, the real weakness for him is he didn't pull back quick enough and then didn't continue his assault. And we'll be looking at assault in here. Numadan with a complete tech up. The first Mount Samurai is already out, courtesy of the speed of the Yorishiro. Yari Cavalry, they're going to be looking for targets, but they just, they don't have the armor. Okay, well, without Undermesh, this was never going to work. Yeah, 2 ranged armor against Town Center Fire is just a death sentence. And the Mad Samurai will just scare them all away. But be careful, Masterful Samurai. For they do have a bonus 2 damage, taking them up to 11 damage. Versus your... Nani? Your 24 damage, quicker attack speed. Okay, we might have an unfair fight here. And wait, what do you mean he gets to bring friends? Bro, what do you mean he has deflective armor? Bro, what do you mean? He looks much cooler than I'll ever look. Bro. Yeah, there's a few problems with this right now for MSN. And he doesn't have a tech upcoming. He's nowhere near ready. He's moving out to Deer now. That's dangerous, though, because now Matt and Samurai are starting too much. We have got the Shinobi toss in again. Unfortunately, no Yari cavalry to exploit that at all. Matt and Samurai. Not really needed here. It's just at this rate, the grenades are just going to run out anyway. So it doesn't really matter too much. But the Yari are coming through, unfortunately, for MSN. Numu does have the spin. But that could be a saving grace, actually, guys. I mean, MSN, he did start adding in Yumi already. So they get some justification up against spears. My concern is, do you have the capacity to hold a front line against Mad Samurai? Answer seemingly likely no. Unless he performs some sort of sick micro. Because the other problem you now have is Daimyo has been completed, which means he can get the bannerman. So Numadan's attack advantage is about to rocket. At this point, it's 3-1 of light cav versus heavy cav. But the heavy cavalry is reducing the damage they take enough and going to inflate their damage enough that it actually balances out to be in their favor. So MSN, he's rushing the melee techs to try and have any and every ounce of damage he can have. Does 13 damage, but he loses 4 of that, so he's down to 9 damage per strike. Meanwhile, your opponent is doing 28 damage per strike, and he attacks with it. Good to know, at least on the Shinto Priest. He will find the villagers out in the berries. That was greedy from him. Oh, he's running low on sheep. Yeah, but he does have farms. I think if he just switched in some Yumi, he'd be confident about his position staying in the base. But obviously, he's only seeing cavalry right now, so he continues to commit. The clash coming through. The Uma Bannerman does go down. And wait a second. Numu? Where are the spears? He hasn't brought them over. No, he only built 2 of them, and they're currently guarding on the gold. So it ends up being, was that, I think, 3 Yari for 1 Mad Samurai, which is absolutely worth it for Numu. Yeah, it looked shaky for a moment, but unfortunately, any efforts to whittle these guys down goes out the window when this happens. Shinto now healing. And it is going to be the farmhouse build. Yeah, Numu, a little bit of his own take on the Louis MT strap, but you see the idea here. You see it taking over. These fast castle builds are kind of nuts. Like, kind of nuts. I mean, I hope you don't have an allergy to peanuts because you might choke and die on this. Shinobi are at least going to continue to trickle damage in here, but less of a trickle, more of a tickle. I feel like the only way this works in this type of position is if Numadan panics and overreacts. Like, if he runs out, oh my god, there's cavalry, we're in danger. Yeah, let's run headfirst into them. Instead, it's just like, okay, if I just bide my time and continue to scale, and I see that you're no longer scaling, I know you're going to be teching. But if you continue to scale, mine is just going to be better. So, how would you like your death today, sir? What are you on about my lips for? My lips are pretty perfect. All right, they perfectly match my keyboard now. Wait, no, they don't. Stop saying that. Oh no, he's gonna wallow. Never said. Fly, you fool! He gets 4. Oh no. All right. Well, chop him up into little sushi pieces and feed him to the fishies. This boy's done. Oh my dear god, the amount of Yari going down there. I mean, it's ambitious. I must say, the only way he was ever going to win a fight there is if he gets a full envelop and all of his melee is attacking, but no dice. GG, 2-0 victory, and it means we're going to be hopping in momentarily to Louis MT versus Numu. Yari horsemen don't counter mounts. Could you imagine? No. That's crazy. How is that even possible? Nani? No, they don't. All right. So, let's get ready for Numu versus Louis. Music's in the scene? Oh, yeah. Thank you. We'll get rid of that. You mean you don't like the music? What's the problem? That's just darn disrespectful. Kiss the camera? No, dude. That's content saved for my Patreon. We need to figure out some things on Patreon, actually. I don't know what to give people. I mean, I see some creators literally just use it as, like, give me money if you want to give me money. It would be nice to kind of figure out some things to give people back. And we'll see if we can actually scale up the Patreon and get more people on board there. I guess I could create a toss-away channel. Or rather, like, upload excess games that just aren't seen to be good enough to make the cut to Patreon so that people have access to all of them there. Maybe. Because obviously we have to filter the games. I mean, but I don't know. It feels like kind of sucky for them in some ways because it doesn't mean they're getting the really, really good games. You know what I mean? It just means they're getting extra. All right. Opening game is going to be Dry Arabia Ottomans versus China. Dude, this matchup. Oh my god, it keeps coming up. It keeps appearing a lot, actually. So let me get that one in. So China, upcoming, Dry Arabia. And one sec, I need to get myself a Red Bull. Woo! Louis MT Fast Castle Japan mentioned it really impressive. I mean, dude, he's the first one doing it. Him and Scarlet were the first ones doing it again. And now she's taking over. All right. What do you think, guys? Do we have Fuji Apple or do we have the Iced Vanilla Berry? Which one? Which Red Bull am I having? I need to add some of those purple ones in as well. Grapefruit. That's what the purple one was. It's grapefruit. Yeah. The lilac edition. They're alright. They're not my favorite, but they're alright. There's my Red Bull. Yeah, but I don't know which one I'm having. Like, come on. Choice paralysis. Which one? I tell you what. The Fuji Apple one, this one here, does look really cool. Just drink coffee. Coffee tastes like ass. I hate coffee, so I can't drink coffee. In fact, trying to drink coffee tends to make me feel sick. So, there's that. When we had that, I remember when we had that sponsor, and they sent me some coffee. And I'm like, well, this is different. It doesn't taste like coffee. And I tried it, and I wanted to vomit. I don't know, man. I think I want to have another Fuji Apple. The apple's good. All right. Why are you guys doing push-ups? Oh. The day just began. Guys, you got to pace yourself. Jesus, you're like that person who touches a boob. You're like, I've already finished. Like, chill. Chill. Ugh. I've even got workout pants on. Look at that. I really need to clean this room. The problem is, Emma keeps cramming crap in here, so there's no space. Oh, righty then. We're going to move this. Whatever can be there. Why is there a box back there? I'm going to kill myself. Ugh. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There you go. Oh man, I almost ripped my shirt. Wow. Thought on a stream that's against TOS. It's just a preview to my OnlyFans, man. Subscribe. Alright. I actually do the push-ups? Yeah, I actually do the push... What do you mean I actually... Oh, wow. You actually subscribe. Is something that I won't be saying to mirror what you said. Checkmate, sucker. Alright, let's get ready to go. No, we've done them a lot in the past. The chat has kind of taken the mick before. But let's get ready to go. Into game one. Boom. This matchup is wild. Welcome back to the channel for a caster game between China and the Ottomans. This matchup, most people would write off as Chinese easy peasy win based on everything they've seen in 2025. But times are changing towards the end of the year. Oh, yes. This matchup is not the simple write-off it might have been just a year prior. Louis MT is not only an Ottoman specialist, but he and other players are proving that this Civ may need to be banned. Seriously, I'm not kidding. China, so far we've watched them 3 times prior. Every single time, the Ottomans beat them. It is crazy how effective this Civ is proving. You know, China, I think at this rate, the only time they're going to feel favored against Ottomans is in the late game. And if there was a player to get you there, if there were 2 players to get you there, Numadan and Louis might be the ones. The problem is, and the challenge of this is, it's going to feel like a long feudal castle. Yeah, China, with the nerfs to pro scouts, they've been feeling a little bit rougher now. I think you're starting to reach the point where they can actually easily run out of food before they're able to fully flesh out into mass knights, which is a good thing, actually. I think the pro scout changes were absolutely necessary, considering we've been in deep mass knight meta for the last 6-7 months at least. And with this change to pro scouts in particular, it has crippled that. What's also going to be interesting is that Louis MT, with the way that he plays Ottomans, there's a lot of focus on feudal age, but also he's very happy to bypass into castle when he sees an opportunity. Some players are maybe a little bit overzealous in the Ottoman approach. We have players who, for example, will just keep sending it in feudal. Whereas Louis is really, really good at understanding and pivoting when things are backfiring. And that makes him even more scary, to the point that most players have been banning this pick against him, so he cannot have Ottomans in his draft. Yeah, but Numa let it through. And I'm a little bit surprised by this. I mean, if we look at the draft... Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense on what happened here. So, Numu, he banned away Sengoku from Louis, as well as China. They both agreed that House of Lancaster is broken, and that has been a common theme. But where they differed is that Numadan valued Sengoku in China, while Louis prioritized the bans on Ottomans and Japanese. Now, they eventually both banned Japan, but finally... the other ban that comes through is the focus on banning out Tuklac. Yeah. So Louis doesn't want to deal with Tuklac on his enemy side. He has that for later in the series. In fact, look at their drafts overall. I mean, it's a bit of a mixed bag here. So you've got Ottomans, Tuklac, Golden Horde, French, Rus, Malians. The thing that makes it a mixed bag, I think Rus is pretty dead and on their way out. And then maybe Golden Horde is kind of questionable on whether you can get it online quick enough. But we do know that Louis is a filthy Kipchak exploiter. So I'm not surprised. And the score is 0-0 because you just saw the earlier round. We haven't updated the scorelines yet, but Numadan was able to 2-0 MSN to get here. And a lot of people are probably looking at this thinking, man, Louis is just going to run away with this series. But I wouldn't write Numu off. I think... you know, this start to the draft is rough for him, but he's proven himself a very capable player. I think Numadan, at this rate, is going to be the upcomer, or rather, the one people looking to break through in 2026. You know, kind of how we looked at Kilyadi and Anat a year prior. Okay, so Louis. Spearmen have been built for free, so he didn't invest actively into this other than building a military school, which will return investment over time. We do have the Madrasa coming through. And this is pretty standard play. I actually think we're at the point where you're probably going to have to change Sultani trade network somehow. It just doesn't seem very compelling. It could be that you alter it by bringing the trade bags option down a tier. That actually might work. But I don't know what you'd switch it with here. I guess you could switch trade bags with Advanced Academy, but that would make Ottomans fairly weak in Castle because they wouldn't be able to easily transition Lance to Jani. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I guess you could technically just have more options in a lower tier, but that would ruin our UI. And if we've learned anything about Capture Age, it's to not expect things to get updated quickly. Takes a shot. Sheep ult. Not looking too good, actually. So Louis, he might have to go for the Anatolian Hills point to get more sheep. I think he has enough food to just wait until the second point. But, like, at this stage, do you really need imams? Not yet. Preferably, you want to wait on the imam point until you're forced into it. Because the problem is, Numadan is going archers, and this is how China's meant to stop you going for your healers as Ottomans. What's interesting is we've seen China try this exact build before, and it has not ended well against Otto. I'm saying that because Numadan, although he doesn't have pro scouts yet, it's looking like he wants it. He's got 200 gold in reserve, and he still has a lot of tax left to pick up here. And yes, you have to pay for a sub every month. You know, like, it's kind of reasonable when you think about it. You have to subscribe every month. Like, I, for example, have to pay my bills for my house every month. And I have to, like, pay taxes on my earnings each month. That's kind of how it works, yeah. Just knocking on the fees, really. So he did go Anatolian straight away. Interesting. Probably thinking about double stables here, then. Currently, it's going to be Archer Sipahi, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a second stables added in around 7.5 minutes. That would just explain why you want the extra sheep in your base. He does have a great spawn for deer, by the way. Yeah, he could play out to the corner. And he does know where it is. Paying taxes. Could you imagine? Dude, I feel like I pay more taxes than my estates in Europa Universalis 5. Oof. I got, like, my corporation tax through the other day. I'm like, why am I being taxed this much? I don't feel like I've earned this much. Starts breathing heavily into a bag. And then I've got Christmas tax. Christmas tax is when you have kids. Actually, no, Christmas tax is when you have family. And when you have kids, it gets higher. With more civs, do you think drafting needs more bans? We've already fixed that. We literally have 3 bans before you even pick a single civ. And then we have another ban afterwards. So we took it up from, I think before it was 3 bans to 4. So we've already started to add in extra. We didn't want to overdo it. Like, there is a world in which you could argue 5 bans is viable. But I think that's like a negative swirl of like the beginnings of a new DLC. You don't want to add in too many bans because you kind of want people to be able to get the broken new picks through. Because otherwise, the content is stale. You know, like, it's been the kind of, like, awkward thing of, like, when I'm looking at videos I'm going to upload currently, we've had some epic games featuring OG civs, like Ottomans in China. But then my instinct is like, well, do we upload this? Because I feel like people want to see more broken elephant strats, you know? It has made me wonder about creating, like, a funky tournament, which is, like, just a spin the wheel tournament, where you spin the wheel for, like, the map, and then spin the wheel 3 times for your civ choices, and then choose one. Obviously, RNG involved, blah, 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 not skillful, whatever. I think sometimes we have to remember that it's just as important to make something entertaining as to make it skillful. In fact, entertainment should trump skillful because you can have the most skillful thing in the world, but if no one wants to watch it, you know? Like, you could have the most efficient painter in the world, like painting buildings, but then you can have a guy who does it flamboyantly while dancing around the building and is 20% slower. People will watch the flamboyant dancer every day of the week. Okay, so Numu, we do have horsemen now coming through. So getting into kind of like a 1-1-1 balance on each side, but Louis is a bit deceptive. He only built spearmen at the start. He doesn't really need to build more. Like, he can genuinely just build Sipahi archers to feel pretty content, because the Sipahi will just body the horsemen away from getting on top of the archers. And as long as Louis defeats the enemy spearmen, his Sipahi beat everything else. Okay, so Nimu, what are we looking at after this? Because I feel like every time I watch China do this, you're looking for an escape into castle. Because Ottomans scale better, remember. Like, we're approaching second vizier point. He'll probably go for the military campus straight away. He already has double military school. Louis is a big fan of getting these online as quickly as possible. He's even left the perfect room to smash one of those big boys in there. Actually, I say perfect room. He's left too much room, actually. Oops. Do Yari horsemen beat any other horsemen on equal resources? They definitely do not beat Sipahi. I would argue that they... I think it comes down to the amount of resources you're investing, because obviously, if there's too many horsemen, they have to surround. And also the micro. Like, if I've got the same investment in Yadi Cavalry that you have in standard horsemen, if I micro away, I should be able to stop your extra horsemen from enveloping. And if that is the case, then I've just got better DPS exchange. So that's the asterisk. But yeah, I'm not convinced Yadi Cavalry is that impressive. I think they can be that impressive. But I think there's things about the Sengoku that only start to feel broken or look giga strong when they get the buffs up from the estates. Okay, this has turned into a pretty chill game. But not for long. Both of them are thinking the exact same thing. They're going for castle. He wants to build his age up in there. Even his age up would be too big for this. But you're probably right. It's probably now going to be that he just goes for it. He has got the extra campus. So he's gathering the stone now. So he'll place the military school then landmark right here. You're definitely right in that. But what I'm saying is he's left too much room because look, you see the line? So like this could have been squished closer together anyway. Probably busy clicking elsewhere. Imperial Palace coming through though. This is pretty much the new meta. It is incredibly rare to see Clock Tower. Clock Tower just doesn't really make much sense in a cavalry meta. The choices out of the Siege Workshop there is terrible. None of them have viability. And although Nesta Beast in theory can be very strong, some people question OP. The problem is you need a big force that you're countering. Like ever since they made the change where there's a bunch of damage and bonus instead of just base, the Nesta Bees lost a lot of value. And then you add in the fact that you can see over tree lines halfway across the map with this thing. It's crazy. And then you add in the vision, which you just used to see where all the villages are at. So he now knows that there's deer gathering on the flanks. This is great for him. It means now that he's got access to lancers, Numadan can go hunting on those flanks. Mehmed now on the way for Louis. He will be wedging in that space. A good job on that. Louis doesn't have any spears, actually. So if Numadan just rushes Lancers here with supervision, he could become a very big problem. It's already starting to hit into the base. Gold isn't being gathered from, which is a little bit worrisome here. Louis, like, what's the solution, actually? He has no gold. Like, 231, that's kind of moot. That's irrelevant. Yeah, like he can afford to go for veterancy on Sipahi, as he just purchased True, I believe. Yeah, Marketplace, so he's spamming there now. Sipahi can technically fight the Knights. The count is good for it. But obviously, like as this Knight spam continues, there is concern that Louis is going to get eclipsed on quality. Yeah, I think he knows he can't go gold units right now. He's just upgrading everything that requires food and wood. Numa, I think as long as he just keeps pushing it, like the thing he's trying to avoid right now, as you can see back home, no monastery. I think stopping off the monks right now would be pretty regrettable. Like he has an advantage, you need to try and press it full. You know, players have started to think of relics as a owned investment rather than a given. Yeah, because when you think of the game in that way, it respects the balance of power a lot clearer. Like, if you just think you can go do something, quite often we see players been punched for that in the past. Because, like, if he goes for monastery plus monks, you know, that's already just doing 2 monks. That's going to be 2 less knights. Between those knights, they are now entering the base. Archer's target firing down the spearmen, so he's delaying the engagement as much as possible here. Dive past is going to find a worker kill. The tree line now at risk as Numadan charges in there as well. Louis has to shift off. And now the commitment comes in. Spreads out the line, the Sipahi, they activate the Fortitude! Oh, that's sick! Louis, he body shields with the archers! Oh, what? This man is a maniac! Oh, and I am so here to watch him go through therapy. Are you kidding me? So he delays the engagement, spreads out the Sipahi line, waits for the archers to be engaged in front of his horsemen, and then activates the increased attack speed when they cannot be hit in melee. Freaking genius. sacks a lot of his archers, but like when it's only lancers left over from your opponent, why does that matter? You know, you don't really want archers against that. Louis, what an incredible move. Pushing Numadan away here. And I mean, Numu, he's only got knights now, nothing else. Louis could potentially consider spears. He's just going to commit him with a Sipahi. Lancers look to re-engage, and Louis, a regrettable overextension here. He does have a switch into Janissaries coming, and he is rushing gold to get more troops out fast. That means the rest of his archers are going to get bodied. Yeah, Numu, he's just going only knights now. Mango getting a few warps in, and there's the clutch point! Janissary companies coming out. Will force Numadan away. He was waiting for it as well. Louis, well played. Just trying to rope Numadan into the base a bit deeper. That is now going to signal Numadan to reinvest into archers, but by the time they fight again, we should be looking at double Mangonel and probably 12 to 15 Janissaries at least. What is incredible, though. Man, using your archers as a front line. We're seeing more players do this now. It's pretty incredible. Well, now breaking out the base. Louis, sizable force compared to Numadan. Numu stops off the Barbican. That's going to secure the ball. So extends his food line. And remember, Louis, he's been having some losses over here, actually. The deer have been snatched away, but remember, Numadan not getting as much value with pro scouts decaying deer now as you move across the map. Wow, I still can't believe that's some high move. Perfect Sipahi engagement. What now? I mean, this slowdown, like, my concern here is passive production starts to kick in, and Numadan, as he just proven with the ball play, is kind of running out of food fast. You know, he's already on the berries. Sheep, deer. Pretty much exhausted, and although you could argue Louis can't go for the boar and he should run out of food, you have to remember that Madris has been giving him an infinite trickle of food. And on top of that, this passive production goes a long way here, folks. Especially when you're spamming Sipahi out of these. So he's just saving 120 food every about minute and a half, 2 minutes. I think, wait, is he... Yeah, he's actively building knights. Because I was about to say, because he definitely did not get the advanced academies. Because remember, he had to choose Janissary companies just to survive. But the trade-off is now you can't passively produce Janissaries. You have to pay for every single one. That's not necessarily a bad thing for a unit that's primarily gold when you're running out of food. Dive in now from Sipahi. It's gonna be a wall low. Louis, a bit weird there. Don't know if he's actually even being chased. Lancers are diving in, unnoticed. Numadan not reacting right now because in his base he's got bigger problems. Finally garrisons on the flank, but Louis finding some chip damage. Sipahi at least gonna bog down the army, idle out the workers as well. Lancers should be able to hold on to this in the end. The flank Lancers are going to find themselves some worker kills. 2 going down there. Numadan seeing a diving opportunity. Does snipe the one Janissary. Louis. Well, I don't know what they were doing. They were on a coffee break. Okay, so Numu. A lot of idle time there. Actually slowing down his economy in a big way, actually. At a critical point, because I think at this stage, we're starting to think about going for farms. Especially with Song activated. Instead, with that bigger delay, where farms aren't ready yet, you have to go out for additional berry food. Louis still with a military advantage, really. You know, sure, Numadan's got very expensive units, but Louis, he's got Janissary to counter those expensive units. He's got Mangoes to counter the counter to his counter. That's a lot of counters. Is there a trick to keep Madrasa working constantly? Sure. So, if I remember correctly, it's 4 villages without the fertilization tech. And then I think it's free once you've got, like, eco tech too. Or is it 5? Does anyone remember in chat? It might have started at 5 and scaled downwards. It's like you just need to be mindful as you get more of these food gathering techs, you're going to want less people on it. But I've seen most people, they do 4 to 5. Like, you can see it just respawned there. So, like, I think it's 5. And yeah, there we go. 5 and then 4. So Louis, like, he's technically got 1 less worker on here than he should have. But yeah, if you go 5, you should be relatively safe. And then as soon as you get tier 2 wheelbarrow plus fertilization, put it down to 4. Well, Numu, he gets a big hit here. Louis, this is kind of ridiculous. He doesn't have walls in all the right places, because technically if he did, he could just run straight up to Numadan's base and Numu could do nothing in return. This is going to be a good find, though. With the Sipahi, you are quicker than Lancers. So we're about to tickle down a few of these guys. In fact, he's already looking to cut off with the other guys. Third Relic also now coming home. Numu. He does see the Janissary rocking over the Sacred Site, so we'll steer wider. But we still do not have farms. Yeah. Numu is now playing a very dangerous game, and he's about to discover why. The Lancer was waiting perfectly for the receival. Villagers will get shivs out, but against a 230 HP knight, that's a disastrous plan. Oh my god. He's distracted though. He's still being chased. Barbican's now under assault. Villagers will finally decide this was a really bad idea and try and pull away. Yeah, watching dozen villagers try to kill a Lancer is like watching all of those homeless guys with pebbles try to beat me in Mountain Blade when I've got full plate armor. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? With like the bandits that are chasing you in a straight line. And you're just like, oh yeah, I'll just shoot that one. I'll shoot that one. I'll shoot that one too. Shots coming out from Nested Beast, by the way. Okay, so that's going to be a solution to Janissaries. Unfortunately, the mangoes could end up being the solution to the knobs. Yeah, I mean, he already is free. He also just employed the Great Bombard. So Louis, he's reached full power spike now. No, sorry, it's already here. Whoa, teleporting Bombard? All right, this is a really big problem now. Find IRL hobos? Nah, dude, IRL hobos are really dangerous. Like, so what they do is, like, at first you feel bad and you give them, like, some coins so they can go get themselves a coffee. And then if you choose a fight with them, they full on throw the coins at you. Like, these are full lofty coins. They can do some serious damage. And then to follow up, they basically make the hobo war cry, and all the homeless people just come out and attack you. Never challenge the hobos. All right, you're not Denny Crane. All right, farm's coming in now at the perfect time to call GG. Oh, come on. Well, China now has stepped up 4 times against Ottomans, and 4 times it's getting beat dead by them. Louis even setting up farms himself, so he's not falling behind there. How is Louis 10 vills behind? That's Song Dynasty. Song Dynasty plus the taxmen. It's going to be a lot less than that. Numu now 10 behind! I mean, I knew it was over, but by God, I look away for 3 seconds. These Sipahi are absolute monsters. And Louis' use in this game shows you why. Dude. Oh my God. That's ridiculous. That Sipahi usage was absolutely sick. I'm trying to think what I want to call that one. I don't know. I've typed in the Sipahi must be protected, throws archers enemy, which is kind of accurate to exactly what Louis just done to destroy him in that game. That was one of the best Sipahi holds I think I've seen. It was really good. All right, next up we got Bordland, and we're getting some Macedonians. Let's go. The Macedonats. Bordland as well. So Mali versus Macedonians. Do we maybe get... Do you get a stronghold rush here? I think you could. Stronghold rush is pretty sick, actually. 1 sec. Right, there we go. It's Angry Viking time. Welcome back to the channel for another caster game. We get the privilege of seeing a Swede on the Vikings. And boy, is it going to be a fun one. Up against Louis MT of all people. A difficult opponent. And a difficult Civ, folks. Malians have been on the rise. This Civ has been looking really strong at the moment. To the point that most players have been valuing it as either first or second pick in their competitive drafts. I'm wondering what Numadan's going to be doing here, though, because I thought that this was going to be a Varangian stronghold rush. Technically, it's a really powerful play up against Malians because you could just drop the stronghold next to the area and then you already rush troops out. But I think Numu is just showing a lot of respect to the Malian defense strat because, remember, they always leave room here now for an outpost in case they're being rushed. Okay, but what's the idea going to be overall? Game strat-wise, are we looking at like a semi-fast castle Macedonian strat where you just go mass Radari? Could we maybe be seeing a mass Bogmather mass Spearman strat? Or maybe, is it worth exploring the Varangian? I'd probably say Varangian no because of the Musafadi, but the Bogmather detail is really interesting here because the Bogmather for the Macedonians, their bowmen, can get the same range as javelins. Overall, I would expect the most obvious choice for Numu to be to try and get Radari fast castle. But I think there are some cool options to be explored here for this new Byzantine variant. And I think it's just so... I'm still bummed out they got called a Byzantine variant, man. There's so much more than Byzantines, really. The architecture is the same, you know, some of the dialect the same, but the unit comp, there's a lot of details there that I just don't think it gets... I don't think it's the appropriate respect that there's due. Like, it is a different Civ. Yeah, and I get why people flag it the way they do. It's just, to me, a little bit heartbreaking because I feel like this is a Civ that deserved to be its own entity entirely. They have little to no connection to Biz. Well, the logic of the historical logic wasn't bad. I think the historical justification from the devs kind of made sense, with the Macedonian dynasty being the ones that leverage Vikings. It's just, unfortunately, you can't help but wonder like what this would have been like if these were just the Danes. Although we have got Manta coming in, so pretty much the norm. Has got the back spawn on the goal, which is pretty standard. I feel like you have to be pretty unlucky to not get one in like your back corner behind your base. Like even here, Nimu has one. We have seen some occasions where all the gold is forward, and it is, man, it's just rough. But it's gonna be Hippodrome, so interesting choice here. I guess. Oh, that's an interesting thought actually. Like you could technically play mass horsemen into Sofa. It's not as insane as it sounds because you do have the +2 damage on your ponies. So you're actually surprisingly scary. Early Ruru kids? Wait, what's a Ruru kid? What? Okay, so I'm gonna like, you know, here's my thought. You want to do a variant of Rus? Why don't we just do Novgorod? Would Novgorod be pretty cool? I guess, I don't know, like, I'm mixed bag because trade has been a controversial thing over the years in Age of Empires 4. But you could basically create a Novgorod nation based around trade. So Hippodrome complete. Numadan, he queues up the first horseman. Interesting timing here, by the way. Like, basically, you can queue up 2 horsemen, 23 seconds each. By the time you spawn your second horseman, the champion scout will be ready. What makes that interesting is with double horseman and 1 champion scout, 2 hits from each of those, and a worker gets destroyed. It's a really powerful timing. I think a lot more players are going to start leaning to Hippodrome and leveraging this well. Numadan looks like this is going to be a move out onto Deer. Is it? What's he up to? Huh? Wait. Yeah, no, he's just going straight for the big pack. Okay, yeah, because I think, is he going to tower? Yeah, he's going to tower this afterwards. So this is going to be a deer play. I was a bit confused when you walked past the 3, but obviously if you're going to build an outpost, it's better to go for the 7-pack. And also this alleviates any concern that Louis might do pro scouts, but if we're being totally honest, I feel like there's less than a 5% chance that a Malian player is going to do pro scouts these days. Most Malian players don't need it anymore. Oh, an Uwe variant? We already have that. They're called Golden Horde, silly. We might see them in this series. So, there you go. 2 horsemen already complete, plus the Champion Scout. The Champion Scout has 220 HP, 7 damage, and of course, just like normal scouts, can heal over time. He's bloody powerful. Another cool thing here, actually, I think this is the other reason Numu done this, is that Scout buffs torch damage. Look what happens when he comes in range. You go from doing 13 torch damage up to 17? 16. There you go. I think 16 and a half, actually. That's perfect. Because when you're against Malians, they've got all these houses to burn. So it just accelerates your burn through. Yeah, and because the Champion Scout has got 220 HP and 7 damage, even once you upgrade your scouts to Warrior Scouts, you don't want to fight him. Yeah, he'll beat the crap out of you. You won't have any teeth left in your mouth. Oof. Well, it's going to be even harder to beat the crap out of them. We already have scale barding on the way. Remember, with the Varangians units, that means well, any type of the cavalry, ranged or melee, it's all segregated into its own line of upgrades here. And if you go for the defensive ones, which have been overwhelmingly popular, by the way, it gives you both the melee and the range tech for defense, and it increases your health by 5%. Yeah, it's no wonder that people have just been going for this over the melee. Getting +1 damage versus getting 1 defense against both types of damage and also more health is just an obvious jackpot. Another French variant? I mean, I'm still surprised we never got the Burgundians, to be honest with you. The Burgundians would have fit perfectly in. Can't get over the fact there's no horse upgrade in cast UI. Dude, it's adorable. The devs must have been like, we'll fix this later. What's the least likely tax that people are going to go for? Oh, well, you know, like, they'll obviously go for infantry and range because, like, cavalry has higher base damage anyway, so why would you ever want those? But I do want that. Thank you very much, Fatblood. Much love for that. Appreciate the sub, mate. Remember, guys, always get those subs in. It does support us. Now, this is scary now, though. He's got the Hippodrome Horseman, so +2 damage on everyone. So far, like, this is interesting to map out now. Like, so far, 160 HP, 17 damage +2 armor. But these guys are at 11, and they have 131 HP. And the difference in cost is, what, 60 between? I'm pretty sure Sofa still win on the same cost. But it's a lot tighter than you'd expect because of that freebie on the +2 damage. Melee cav that attacks moving like Magadai? I think we just save that for Winged Hussars. Winged Hussars seem like the type of guys that would be able to, like, attack while riding through. I mean, in fairness, if they ever done that, it would have to be low base damage because otherwise the concept is broken. Like, you can't really have high base damage melee that attacks while moving. Melee elephants like that? Yeah, and he's giga busted. That spin on top is ridiculous. So we do have Akimafa now in. This is kind of scary for Louis. He didn't see this coming. His archer switch is going to be really late. It's already 5 Akimafa. This also accelerates the torch through. Look at the speed on this. Goes straight for the pit mine. He doesn't even have an archery range yet. And even if he did, these horsemen, they can't play this perfectly. It's the speed of this. 15 units, and just look how quickly the health bar goes down the pit mine. Louis, a bit scramble-brained about what he's meant to do here. He's being very careful as well, trying to be strategic about this because there is no runestone currently. But if a runestone gets dropped, the Akimafa are going to get notably buffed. And this is a cool usage of the Hippodrome. I feel like most people just have neglected the value of the torch. It's been a Q element, but really it's just, hey, I've got a buffed up scout. This is great. But this game, Numadan is just showing you the full breadth of value you get. Both champions so far have had great relevance, and you can guarantee the third one coming soon will as well. Radari champion just popped out, and this is huge. Movement speed buff for the spearman. Yeah, making Louis' life a lot harder to try and snipe out with these archers. Not just that. There's going to be more than one Radari, that's for sure. He's going castle. Ooh. Oh, this is looking pretty vicious right now. I mean, Malians have looked like the kings for the last, like, 2-3 weeks easily. One of the best civs in the game. But right now, Numadan kind of showing him up. And I feel like Numu, of all the new civs, this has been the one he's been doing the most repetitions with. You know, we had some interesting games. Like, we had the B Numu one, if you guys remember, on Cliffside, where he went for this really interesting branching Stronghold Rush. It didn't work in the end, but the concepts that he's cooking with, I mean, there's some scary things to be discovered with Macedonians. In fact, if you guys remember, when I've been asked which civ I think is going to be most broken, I keep saying when all of the dust settles, Macedonians will be last standing. You know, there's some things that will get very obviously nerfed with Tuklac, even with Macedonians, I think. But even after those things are nerfed, I think Macedonians, when they've been refined, is going to be by far the scariest of the new civs. Of course, it should be, you know, Angry Vikings. Tech up almost complete. It's going to be a Golden Horn Tower. Pretty cool choice here, actually, considering that Louis went so far. So it's going to give him crossbowmen for free to contest the heavy cavalry. Another interesting thought here, by the way. Because you've got the Radari champion, he's going to increase the movement speed of infantry, which means your crossbowmen aren't going to lag behind as much as they normally would. Yeah, every little detail counts here. Silver's about to be gathered in abundancy to get tier 2 on the cavalry as well. Perfect timing with the Radari. So there was a discovery on the flank gathering, but Numadan does get the snipe out, runs away before reinforcements arrive down there. Okay. And he's got a little bit of food left here. Still the deer. This one's exhausting, but he's got triple berry in the north. Not ideal, but at least because it's all in one area, it's a bit easy to guard. Instead, he's going for the second deer pack in the center. Louis, of course, arriving in castle himself as well. Fulani, reasonably fat, but not full. I don't know what you do against this right now. There's Louis must know Radari are coming. But what do you do against Radari? Like that is the big question mark for a lot of players. I think you have to wait and you have to outscale. If you feel like you've got equal economies, you can't. I don't think you can beat Radari. Why not Donzo? You could, but you know when people say why not spears against Mad Samurai, and then you watch Mad Samurai destroy spearmen? Yeah, Radari are that too. Only Radari are in a lot of ways better, because although they don't have deflective armor, they have higher base damage, they have a quicker attack speed, and they have a throwing axe mode to tickle you down first. It's pretty nuts. Islands have better resources right now? Yes. However, is he going to run out? The tree is the big concern here. These tree lines are here, right? So I wonder if Numadan benefits from just adding in additional spears alongside the Radari. For now, it is just going to be full heavy cap. In fairness, like the gap isn't really that big from them. If you include the silver, which does matter here, Numadan is doing fine, and he's about to be so much better off. Romfire is only 150 silver away. That's going to give him +3 in his Radari, which completely offsets the value of import armor. Guys, this gets kind of nuts. Like, it's actually ridiculous. With the Horsemen, I think this is what makes it so good as well. I mean, this strat can be good with Grand Winery, but with the Horseman giving +2 as well, plus the Romfire, it means that he's going to be doing 32 damage a strike with this heavy cavalry unit at 15 minutes into the game. Not just that, we are getting the freebies coming through. Second batch of crossbowmen out in 40 seconds. They come out and freeze. Relic's also on the way home for Numadan. A dozen Donzo poking back feels good. I see where you're coming from, but legitimately I think if your Donzos can't touch, you've got a big issue. And they shouldn't really be allowed to touch. So like if I just go axe thrower mode and I just toss a bunch of axes at you, and I'm up at like 15 Radari, I'm going to easily kill 4, 5 Donzos and you'll kill 1 with the throw. Because you'll end up overkilling in the throw. It definitely would have been more useful than these archers. Chase coming in. Speaking of those archers, it's now slowing him down. Louis has to turn for the commitment. Are you ready to vomit? You're gonna. Watch this fight. Archers get chowed down fast. A few axe throwers in there as well to get the coup de grace. And the full clash comes through. He can't wait any longer. Louis, he's also getting concaved here. Horseman leaking around the flanks. More Radari breaking through. Crossbowman arriving to assist. Numadan. Watch the night count. Watch what's about to start happening. Few Radari going down, but these Sofa are struggling. North side starts to break a little bit, but the south is absolutely fine. He recommits again. Archers have been deleted. There's nowhere to retreat. There's nowhere to go. The angry horseback Vikings are out of control. It's not even close. When you do the maths on it, it can't even be close. Sofas have a worse attack speed than Knights. These Radari have a better attack speed than Knights. These Radari also have better damage than Knights. I am a broken record on repeat of everything that this unit does being better than Knights. Mark my words, if the patch comes and this unit has not been tuned down, then whoever is in the office is in a coma. And the janitor has just occasionally been coming through and dragging his face across the keyboard because this unit should not survive the first round of changes. Someone's got to change because these angry Vikings are absolutely out of control. They're incredible, man. And it's just going to get more snowballing now. He's got Scale Barding coming in. I think, like, feedback, one thing for me is Rom Fire should probably be, I think maybe an Imperial Tech. I mean, +3 damage is really, really high. Outside that, or actually, other thing, why is the Rom Fire giving a bonus type of damage to Varangian, but giving base damage to Radari? Maybe just change that to be a bonus against certain unit types. Like, I don't know, give them bonus against archers or range units. And have that affect the axe thrower as well. That'd be kind of intriguing. Maybe a bit broken, I don't know. But like, it's going to be more balanced from Rom Fire currently. And then probably just bring down the movement speed. Like, I don't understand in any world why the Radari are quicker than the Sofa. Why? Like, you know, it's kind of like when you try to balance a game around one guy is in a standard tank, the other has a hover tank. You know, it's like, well, you guys come from different times. Radari and Age of Mythology, well, it feels like it was plucked straight out of Myth. These guys now just taking a chill pill before we re-engage. Louis, we're just basically going to repeat history. Ask Debs why Horde got nerfed for buff more? I've already been asking that in my videos. Maybe they don't watch them. It's a bit sad. Pet their hands. Done. I think he's ready to end this. Cataphract landmark is insane. I mean, I think the Cataphract landmark can be strong, but like it kind of has to be. I think actually the Macedonians need an alternate landmark in Pure Age. The copy paste of like the landmarks in Byzantine, like they basically just create 2 landmarks that kind of do the same, but specialize you in a different role. Moss being touched down now. I think Louis just kind of going through the motions. He's now trying to go Donzos, but... do you guys want to do the maths on this? Maths is fun, isn't it? Where is the Donzo? So obviously it's not vetted yet, but currently it'll throw a javelin that will do 15 damage. I think it goes up to about 20. So you need 10 Donzos to actually like to kill these guys. Oh my god. Let's say you do 20 damage on a javelin throw. They got 7 ranged armor. So let's be generous and say you do 15 damage going through armor, but you're not even doing that. Even if you were, you would need... Is that like, let's say roughly 25 Donzos to kill a Radari every 15 seconds. And then they'll kill a lot more of you is the problem. It's just, it's not good math. I mean, my math was sketchy, but like the point that I'm getting at is that Donzos is not as simple of an answer as you think, because the javelin throws won't matter. You'll get one out and they'll axe throw to kill several of you, or they'll just A-click you. Because with this much damage, with 31 damage, why would I ever care about you doing 34 damage when your health pool is less than half of that? Going down on the ranches now. Louis, he just doesn't want to lose to this, but there's a second group of Radari now, and this is where things get grim. Oh my dear God. 43! What? Alright, you do not see that often. That is full desperation mode. Goodness gracious. And oh look, you built Donzos. Time for Bogmaffer. Remember, you won't be able to reach those Bogmaffer either because they'll get the runestone drop, and that'll give them +1 range. Just what am I looking at? Oh yeah, one out. Of course. Just your standard defense for 43 villages. One outpost. Yep. Carry on. Well, I mean, they're not being spotted. Well, Pro Scouts is definitely dead. And just a casual raid from Spearman now? Alright. Hey, man, at least these guys were found. Dude, the food is going to be gone so quickly. Why are they even here? They can't eat the cow. They can't eat the boar, rather. They can eat cow. But I guess, like, the mentality of Louis is, like, it's safer out there than it is in my own base. Alright, guys. 44 Radari. I think it's Gunnin time. That's the sound of a Viking chainsaw. I mean, they must have chainsaws for how quickly they carve through everything. Those curved blades. Wait, did he loot? Wait. Well, hold on. He doesn't even have the champion horseman. He forgot to rebuild him. So he's missing out on +2 for each of these. That's it. Louis can do it. He's going to win the fight. Don't look at the armor values. No, don't look at it. He has more armor than the Sophie. 6 armor versus 8. I think I know the outcome of this one. Louis goes in for the big mosh pit. Numadan, he could definitely optimize by using the thrown axes, and there we go. Activates it now to toss a few through. Just look at the erase! Oh my god! He lost 5? 5 Radari to destroy all of that. The most powerful knight that exists in Age of Empires 4. There's no doubt about it. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's just, I mean, what do you do with that? I'm trying to think what we call it. Devs forgot to balance this unit. I can't even begin to, like, don't even know how it snuck through in that state. I mean, like I said, it's, as long as there's quick updates coming in, it's fine. But there needs to be quick updates. When did the DLC release? It's been a week now. I hate to be in like a negative Nelly, but like we really need to start getting information about a fix, in my opinion. Because like, it's not even remotely balanced. All right, next game, we're going to Golden Heights. It is going to be Tuklac versus Mongols. Oh, sorry, did I forget to say thank you to Camian? Thank you very much, mate, for the gifted sub. You legend. Look at that. Arklew's begging worked. Oh, good God. I mean, I'll give the dev this. I'll give the devs this. Everything being broken is at least making the game more interesting. After watching Radari, we might have to watch more broken. It's Tuklac time. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for another caster game. Louis MT on the Tuk-Tuks up against the Mongols on Golden Heights. Interesting. I did mention before that I actually think Tuklac are a surprisingly effective water civ. Especially this type. Louis with the double villager pull. And there's a good reason why Tuklac are so good on water, by the way. The healing... the gathering buff that you get from dropping off at elephants. Sorry, my mind is already in healing because Tuklac. The elephant economics applies to town centers and docks, meaning you get more food from your fishing boats than other civs do. It's like mini supervision on water. Add in the fact that Tuklac have got fishing boats that attack people, and you start to understand why they're pretty strong. Like, Delhi situationally felt viable, but I actually think that Tuklac has a lot more value long-term playing water than Delhi. Because the trade-off is, like, if a Delhi player is playing water, he's not necessarily playing Sacred Side. So you're kind of choosing. Whereas for Tuklac, it just kind of feels like a good thing. Convinced that sales strategy, they released DLC with new broken civs? Yeah, of course. Like, we know this already. It's pretty obvious. Like, you release civs overtuned because overtuned will sell better than undertuned. And then to balance it correctly, you need people to pick civs. If people aren't picking civs, then you're inherently going to overbuff them anyway to try and get people to pick them so you can understand what does or doesn't work. So all you end up doing is going through the same motion of they will be broken, but you do it later after release, at which point you've just missed out on money that could have been gained to fund development. So like it does make sense. And to reiterate, it's absolutely fine to have broken things. What's not fine is if it takes too long to fix them. So that's the thing we're kind of waiting on, you know, and we'll see, is will they be rapido in providing solutions? They really need to be. KT's new dock lost all value? Honestly, the Knights Templar's new dock just doesn't make sense to me. And like, I get why they've done it, but I don't know if Knights Templar is going to be viable on water anymore. I think like they might just become a land civ now. It's weird because in theory it has some good things, but it just feels so expensive. Okay, so Nimu, he has gone Spearman, but this is a gold denial. So you see what I mean? He didn't even try to challenge the Tuklac because what would be the point here? The fishing boats would slowly beat you down. Because remember, they hit for 4 and they cannot miss. So I don't blame Nimu for just choosing to opt out of aggroing the water side. Outpost drop now coming in, and that is going to be in range. So Numadan does see it. And he already has his own Rax play coming through. Interesting choice, but considering he's got fish behind this, he can afford it. Reminder, once again, that he is getting more food on drop-offs here. Yeah, so each time these fishing boats come back, he's going to bank extra. Well, that was the villager as well. Villagers, the fishing boats, all of them, because of the location having elephant economics on it, they'll give extra resources. So villagers plus the spearmen getting the shivs out. Goes around the back. Does scare him off here. And turns to the engagement. But it's double Tuklac spears, and the micro is kind of wild between the two. Yeah, the outpost just griefing both parties at different times. But the villager being committed onto now. The spearmen are being brought low. But the crazy thing is, Louis, he can afford this. He can afford to have lost 2 spears trying to take that down and not destroying an enemy spear. Because he just has better economy now. Look at the food. And it's only going to get better from here. So backup outpost now from Numadan because, I mean, you came all this way. You might as well build something. But that's something that's going to feel pretty grim. Like, this outpost doesn't really do anything. No, so Louis, now the spearmen in place. Aber start gathering. And we look at that, guys. He's almost killed 2 spearmen. Numadan should feel pretty good about this. I'm sorry, let me flip the UI. Remember, Numadan now on the left. Because technically is. Numadan's going to feel great about this because he can finish off those spears. There's nothing that will eventually heal them. Oh my god, he does. Okay, he gets the touch. But Louis, he did get the gold necessary. So age up now available. And what a shock. Without gold going Dome of Faith, I've never heard of Delhi or Tuklac. Wait a second, that's what they do. Louis already up to 7 fishing boats. Yeah, and only more still to come. And remember, once he has age 2, he can also just think about going for Elephant Economics level 2 to get 10% more resources. I mean, playing a lot of Crucible and think they should be adding a lot more boons. Agreed. Like, if you want replayability, you just need to keep adding to it. The thing that I tried to advise them on as well is that I felt that boons should start with a limited number unlocked, and just by playing the game, you discover new boons to unlock. And then also give you a glossary in-game that shows you the details on the boons. There's a lot of cool things they could do with that, but they've got to start treating the roguelike development like a true roguelike experience. As in, all the little bells and whistles on top. Because another thing that makes you feel progression in roguelikes is the idea of, like, unlocking the ability to then get things in a run. And they've done that in a way with the perk system, but, like, those are, in most cases, are like, you start with this or whatever. I'm talking about the things you have pop up randomly. Like, imagine if you could unlock additional secondary objectives. By playing the game, you get additional secondary objectives you can add in. Because what you do then is you can add in more complicated objectives. Things that aren't just necessarily a good thing. There's a good and bad to them. Because, like, that's where you get a lot of depth. Is when you get to that point with people, they start to actually theorycraft different strats. Like, oh, man, okay, so my workers, like, they lose half their movement speed, but they gain this. What's the trade-off? How do I use this well? All coming up now from Louis. Didn't need the villager to do that, by the way. The spearman could have done it. Numadan, I mean, with the archers, this is a little bit threatening. But he's already got healer elephants out. Oh. It's a taste of something. And there is a leaderboard. AoE 4 World's done it. But I don't think AoE 4 World should be the ones who have to do it anyway. I think that's silly. It should be in game. Like, this idea, like, oh, people should just go use AoE 4 World. That's silly. A lot of people won't ever use AoE 4 World. They don't even know what that is. You guys ever had that where you, like, play a game for hundreds of hours and then people tell you about a website? You're like, wow, this is game-changing. But I didn't know about it for these hundreds of hours. Think how many people don't get to that point they get told about a website. AoE4 is volunteer? Sure. I mean, but they're volunteer, but, like, their bills are covered by Microsoft. So, like, it's volunteer, but it's at least the expenses are padded. So, What else is getting padded is the healer elephant gown. And I think we all have seen this story play out before. Feudal army takes on innocent healer elephant boy. Healer elephant boy beats them and goes on to be world champion. While they end up working in their local mechanics. It's a story as old as time itself, really. He's just going to poke in now. I mean, he has to go soon. When he's up against fishing, there's no point slowing down. The other interesting thing here, he didn't even try and trade. He went deer stone, so there's no scale point for Numadan. Yeah, this is destroy or be destroyed. I guess you could try to burn down the docks, but the problem now is like your opponent can have archer ships. In fairness, it would be a way of avoiding the heal elephants. I'm just wondering if the cost to try and break it would be too high. Yes. AB4 has them under challenges. I don't know why they didn't just call them Crucible, actually. They would have made sense to call them challenges if they also had... Oh, wait, actually, no, sorry. They do have the historic battles in there. Okay, fair enough. I do, by the way, find the Towton leaderboard hilarious because everyone has done 40. So why, like, how did they decide who's first place? Like, they literally just have Beastie and then a bunch of random names. So it's not even... Wait, so it's not even alphabetical. What? Can I just request to be on that list? I've done Towton with perfect score. This is sadly why the previous challenges they added with the Knights of Cross and Rose weren't great for leaderboards, is because some of them just are flawed like that. Alright, Raider Elephant's now getting added in. Louis, he's about ready to pop Numadan's balloon. Yeah, I think we're going to be pouring one out for the Swede here. But it is a best of 5, folks, so he still has an opportunity to strike back. If it seems like I'm treating this as if it's already over, it's not far from over. I mean, there is a world in which Louis could be out microed, but this is a very difficult affair for Numadan right now. Especially if he chooses to engage with Keshiks away from his army, because it means spears can just split off and your archers can't then snipe the spearmen. Hey, before anyone says elephants are giga-busted, I want you to remember this. At least they made it buff with melee infantry only. Imagine this is range units that buffed his damage. Then we would truly have discovered the most broken thing. Oh god, can you imagine? You just spam archers plus heal elephants, and heal elephants do, you know, 40, 50, 60 damage. Alright, I'll stop. That is pure nightmare fuel. Raider Elephant is going to scout the raid attempt. Just drags them away, but that also means there's less defenders now. Here come the whoop whoops. Whoop whoop, because when they wave their hands, you can imagine going whoop whoop. Whoop whoop. Whoop whoop. Gonna whoop again. Yep. Whoop whoop. Whoop whoop. Oh my god, don't target the scout. Of all the things, do not try and kill the scout. Okay, he gets him in the end, but that was looking a bit awkward. Whoop, whoop. Can I get custom noises added to the game? Whoop, whoop, whoop. It's just ridiculous. Well, we're going down soon. Attack speed arrow gets activated. Numadan tries to break in, but the Raider Elephants. Whoop, whoop. Big headbutts coming through. These elephants are hitting harder than the Keshiks. And the whoop whoop police have arrived. Oh, I think we got a court case. You can definitely sue for emotional damage on this one. Because this Tuklac dynasty build is just ridiculous. Oh, I mean, is it counterable? Sure, we've seen it is, but definitely not when there's fishing on side. And the other thing is the amount of effort it's still going to take someone to beat this strat means that outside of the pro level, outside of the top, like, 5%, dream on. Tuklac got ahead here with Eco. Agreed. But still, even with that in mind, you call a spade a spade. The whoop whoops are a bit too good. I think, like, the problem as well that I just said at the end there is it's really stupid to, like, take the approach of, like, well, Louis has proven that you can beat the strat. And here's why it's stupid. You are wrong. The strat has been proven to be beaten. And that's fine, whatever. But, like, the problem is, the problem isn't can it be beaten? You know, that is fine. It's fine balancing around pro play. And the reason it's fine balancing around pro play is because, like, how you measure if something's broken, look at pro play, decent indicator. But once you've done that initial dive, you have to go deeper and think about it more from a, was it engaging, fun, what, blah, 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 to solve that? You get what I mean? Because balance is one thing, enjoyability is another. Do you guys remember Battle Aces and how I explained the... Do you guys remember the Wasp strat? Battle Aces had the Wasps, and they were boringly toxic. Like, they were stupidly toxic. I remember, like, I queued into Vortex, and, like, we were actually holding quite well. And we just reached a point where I was like, the mental effort this takes is so taxing and annoying, it's not worth the sapping of my enjoyment to get the win. I clocked out and just I started instant GGing against Wasp players because I'm like, I know how to beat this, but the way to beat this is not fun at all. And that, I think, is the problem with healer elephants, is the way to beat them feels anti-interactive. And that makes it bad design. Doesn't matter if you can beat it or not. If my enjoyment level is an all-time low, even after I've beaten it, then you have a really bad design choice made. So hopefully that makes sense. Like, yeah, I don't think healer elephants are unbeatable. We've seen multiple times players can beat them. You just have to raid, lol. Just flank raid and poke them down. But, like, the approach you have to take, I can just see so many people stop playing because they don't want to do it. Like, I'm curious. One's in chat if we got any people. Have you just had games where you queue into Tuklac and instantly leave? I feel like there's probably already people that do that a lot. Made the AoE of Healer Elephant smaller. I think Healer Elephant shouldn't be able to heal and move is one of the big things. And I also think their stats are too high for Feudal. Let's draft all 4 bands. The draft is 3 bands each, 3 bands each, and then 1 pick, and then the 4th band comes in. And yes, it is indeed Golden Horde time. What up, Marine Lord? I think you already know what to expect, don't you? Let me flip that UI. Bug abuse in my KPMMs? Oh, no. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for a caster game, and I think we all know what's coming here. Louis MT, every single time with this Civ, is the boogeyman in your closet. The Freddy Krueger waiting under your bed, and what a depressing position it must be for Numadan. Game number 4, Louis on match point. We head into Cliffside to see if Numadan can stay alive. Shushi might be the solution, though. Yeah, gotta say, Golden Horde really, really strong right now if you reach the timing in Castle Age, but the catch is, do you get to Castle? Shushi on a map like this, with the return of some repeater bow builds, it's possible he could shut it down before it gets online. Let's see how Louis navigates that early game, because I think we all know exactly what he's going to be doing if he gets to Castle Age. Because it is... I think I ranked it as the second most broken thing right now. And the reason I ranked it second is because for the majority of players, like, the elephant strat will be the most busted. So that would hilariously mean that Louis would have won his series from a drawn position off of 2 busted strategies. Oh, God. All right, we can do a little bit of 2x speed to get into the feudal age. There's going to be no aggro coming out from either side. Shushi probably still going pro scouts, especially against Golden Horde, because Golden Horde will just go for Tuklac. So if you do go out onto the flanks, Tuklac can just snipe you. So you'll want to have your economy safe at home. But going pro scouts does mean against aggressive civs, they tend to get more momentum. So I wonder if Numadan starts by opening like spears if you Chuk and then switches over. Wouldn't be the first time. I think you've done this with China before, if I remember correctly. We've seen a few people doing that where like instead of going pro scouts straight away, you maybe go pro scouts at 7 or 8 minutes. Make it a transitional play that you earn. That, by the way. Cha-ching. Are you kidding me? Yo, is that the best meditation garden we've seen on Cliffside all year? I think it is. I mean, I think he actually could have made it better. I think he could have shoved it maybe one tile further over for more wood, maybe. So that's going to be... is it 111 resources? Plus some trees. So he's probably getting about 125 to 130 resources on this Medigarden. Alright, guys. There might be hope. Khan and Tuklac is going to be on the way. So Louis MT just going for the standard play that all Golden Horde players go for. Honestly, I think building carts is probably going to need a buff. Building carts, the one that gives you 2 production buildings. For a start, those production buildings take way too long to deploy. That it makes it feel really bad. Like, you save 150 wood per building, but essentially the time it takes to unpack, you could have just built it yourself. I don't know. Whereas Khan and Tuklac, it's going to be across the board for the rest of the game, a 20% discount on stone cost. And stone is valuable, incredibly valuable to Civ. As well as a huge HP buff for your Khan bodyguards. It's just way too good. Batu Khan now on the way. I've forgotten the ninja slow active. I have not forgotten the ninja slow active. I think Kipchak triple shot is more busted than that. In fact, Shinobi slowing is absolutely fine. Shinobi slowing and debuffing to increase damage is fine. Shinobi doing damage themselves is the problem. Whereas Kipchak, the Kipchak triple shot is literally broken. It is bugged, it is unintended behavior. Now, I know we're in the feudal age. We're like, KP, why are we talking about Kipchak so much? Because we've watched several Louis MT Golden Horde games, and they all get to that point. This is, I think, the other challenge. Like, Golden Horde is just kind of a sickening civ for a player like Louis. Because Louis is a survivor, man. He's so good at avoiding a killing blow in the early ages. And that's a huge advantage for trying to unlock the critical win point for this civ. So Tuklac opening, forcing the spin. And Numadan has already gone into Pro Scout, so got Deer coming home already. He's going to be an intercept on this side. Happy to just push him away. Doesn't try to chase. Golden Horde's weakness is feudal lins. Yeah. Like, that's my fault. It's a bit weird, though, because, like, actually, Chuk Nu in particular kind of suck. Like, this is the thing. Like, you're not wrong in that, like, there's some really good timings off of Shushi in feudal aggro. Certain matchups, for example, we've seen it look really good. We had one the other day, Marine Lord against Lucifron, the Iabid versus the Shushi one. That was sick. But here, it's actually not that good because of this. Tuklac have free ranged armor by default, meaning that they can reduce your damage down to 1 per bolt on Chuk Nu. That's a really big problem on the map. And Louis, he's already following up with archers to kind of complete the composition. Yeah, Tuklac aren't quick winners, but they slowly grind you down is the thing. At 270 HP is pretty incredible. I've already heard some people complaining about these guys in team games, and I'm not really surprised. I think in team games, wholly makes sense. Like, this unit has more health than a Castle Age Knight, so taking it down is really difficult. Spears. I mean, the spearmen are going to be doing 28 damage per strike. So when you calculate reductions, it takes over 10 pokes to kill a Tuklac. That's not too good of an exchange. Louis already adding in the stockyards. Yeah, so he's not coming out at all. Actually, no, he is. He's already deering. This is a very early stockyard, actually. But the maths is good for, you know, like, it's infinite food gen for 4 villages. And you are actually getting a discount. You're paying about, instead of 75 wood cost on a farm. It's more like you're paying about 60, I think 63 wood. So pretty much like Byzantine levels of efficiency. Yeah, because remember, you're paying 250, but you occupy 4 workers. And it's arguably better than a farm, especially at this point in the game. Because in a farm, your villagers moving around, then dropping off. Here, you're just going down, gathering, standing up, dropping off. So it's a lot more efficient in terms of no wasted time on the workers. See? Right there. Honestly, would not be surprised if he just goes for grazing. Rotation grazing is 200 stone, but it gives him 10% more gathering on those sheep, and he's already got 8 villages on it. Actually, I think that might be what he's going for. He's not spending on the Tortugud. The other possibility is he's just raw going to rush Kipchaks because he's going for castle. Yeah, I think it's going to be a Kipchak rush. Adds in Iraq's in the meantime because he does see knights coming. Numadan, of course, already in castle. And like I said that casually at 9 minutes, but welcome to Sushi. Okay, so he has got knight pressure, and this is the real big test of Louis now, because this is the difficult point for Golden Horde. This is the thing that like can kill a lot of players. You are so slow to attack. Like, unbelievably slow. Like, old man with arthritis, missing a leg, with a Zimmer frame, crossing the road, but the road is actually highway thickness. Slow. Very slow then. And he is going to give you relic Uvus, which even if he doesn't pick up relics, it's just going to allow him to get more stone gen. I like the way he's playing with his Tortugud as well. Just actually keeping Numadan looking at his own base when he should be looking at Louis. Yeah, waiting long here is not good. And remember, these Tortugud are actually tankier than the Lancers. The damage is terrible compared to them. It's 10 damage versus 24, but you see the raw HP. Kind of reminds me of Demi-Lancers and the controversy of that unit where, oh yeah, their stats are really bad on attack. Like, yeah, but they just don't really die. And you get a bunch of them. Maybe his list could get burned. I think Numadan knows what he's doing. He's got the second one over here. I wonder if he just tries to creep relic straight away. Remember, Golden Horde kind of plays like Abbasids, but worse in these type of timings. Like, you can stockpile with the resources, but the problem is, if you wait to age up and then build castle age units, you're then going to have to wait double the time to even start seeing the first ones. It's really rough. I think this is the Civ more than any other of the new ones, where I've like looked and talked about how sad and weak they kind of feel. And then it's been followed up 3 or 4 minutes later by a complete rant about brokenness. They really are that type of Civ. It all comes down to if you can connect with this Kipchak timing. I think Numadan done the right thing not adding in Chug. Would have been worthless against Tortugud. And the problem is Kipchak can actually beat repeater bows because of the slash. Tech up complete. Prayer tent gets dropped straight away. Uvus have been torched. Yeah, so great that you're getting 20% more stone from Uvus, but now you get none. You've got 0 stone income. He's hard locked at 495 stone. Tortugud building 6 to 8 seconds in Imp. We're not talking about Imp, we're in Castle. Like, dude, you might be able to rush Imperial Age in your like team games, but dude, we're in a 1v1 tournament game here. I'm not so convinced about the fast imp build for Golden Horde. I haven't even seen anyone try in a pro game yet. Like, if you thought Cognet was greedy, I don't know, man. I think Golden Horde, like you're seeing what's happening here. I think that just happens if you try the fast imp build. If I'm up against fast imp Golden Horde, my #1 priority is just take your stone outcroppings away. Because without them, you have no stone. And if you have no stone, you don't have a cheap imp armor. Nimu now adding in Chug. But the Kipchak are on the way, folks. I guess without the splash damage, he doesn't care. So this is a good time to explain the bug. I saw someone ask about it earlier. Triple Shot is an 800 stone investment tech that allows your horse archers of the Golden Horde to shoot 3 shots instead of 1. And you get 3 stacks of bleed instead of 1. Now, that's absolutely fine. That's balanced. That's within reason. You do half the damage of the original shot. But what's broken about it is they accidentally added an area of effects to those shots. We've watched a Kipchak shoot into a big blob of archers, all targeting 1 archer, and then they kill 8 of them. It's not intended behavior. It is truest extent, truest definition, a bug. It's a pretty busted one. Don't buff the other game, the Golden Horde. I know what they need to do to fix Golden Horde. They basically need to add a worship functionality to the Golden Tent, where you would increase the tech speed a little bit like builders on a landmark. But the effect should be probably a third to a quarter as effective as adding extra villagers into building a landmark. That's how you fix Golden Horde. So then I could actually rush my age up if I want to, but it's so expensive to do so. But at least then I'm making a choice. And guys, did he do it? Oh my god! Louis! You sick son of a gun. He snuck all the way north with 1 villager. Triple Uvu'd. And already drops the relic Uvus. Guys, this is the thing I've been warning about. This is the broken strat with Golden Horde. If you go relic Uvus, the #1 mistake people are making is they just walk the relics home. You don't need to walk them home. As soon as your monk's in position, he can insta-deploy them where you pick them up. See, the relic started here, and then this relic started, I think, here. So he just walks it somewhere where it's likely to be seen. And sure, this does mean eventually Numadan can pick the relics up, but in the meantime, you get full tempo, you get the stone. And what's so strong about this is if you're talking about a super fast castle build, this is a bit different in this game, sure. But a standard fast castle build, if I walk over and relic Uvu drop, you don't have the burn power to quickly destroy it. I get time to react, and I can then use that stone to either go for Toragud or get extra techs, maybe get my hands on a certain triple shot tech that melts everything. And that stone is making the world go round, folks. Triple shot coming through. He even went for the tier 1 tech for Uvu gathering. So he increased it by 30% already. So he's already 50% quicker in each of these. He's gathering 93 stone a minute. And remember, even if this trickles down to 1, it will not go lower. You get infinite stone as Golden Horde. Triple shots in as well. It's about to begin, isn't it? Yep. Why? Why is that a thing? I mean, he hasn't got a big enough mass to just one-hit kill a blob, but it will get there. Numadan didn't do any damage. I mean, he'd done economical damage. In theory, that should have done something, but these Kipchaks are freaking wild. And I like Louis' approach. Like, spears will beat the lancers, and the lancers will be safe because the Kipchak should be able to wipe Master Chief very quickly. Pretty crafty approach. And you're seeing that splash damage starting to come in. It's rough here. The lancers even getting clipped by it all. And they are getting hit by the bleed. Remember, that's the other thing with the splash damage. It applies the bleed onto them. And the clash. Louis is just keeping count at this right now. He's not falling behind on military mass right now. And that's the really big problem. Attack speed buffs start to get activated. Kipchak commit in, looking to get rid of the last Tuklac. Numadan. He's starting to break through the spears a little bit, but look at the cost on the lances! They're just gone! No way! Not able to contest it whatsoever. Oh, that was brutal. More troops on the way. He's not done yet. No, Louis, he smells blood in the water. He full sharks it. Kipchak, they're just great at snowballing from this type of position. Look at the splash. Seriously. Louis will reset because, of course, now it's mainly Tuklac. But now that it's mainly Tuklac, yep, just add in a few chunky frontliners and then build more Kipchaks. Even with the bug, GH does not perform very well. What you mean in general? Like, I would say for your average gamer, probably not. Then again, like, when you get into these big blob fights, there's an argument they're still going to be pretty good. I think in the hyper late game, when people are using horsemen, for example, that's where Kipchak's less impactful because splash damage is still going to be impacted by armor, right? So you're not going to hit as hard. But at this point in the game, usually when people are shifting off of lances, they're looking at archers, crossbowmen, chug, spearmen. Like, these are all things that Kipchak destroy. Not many pros give him a chance from what I've observed. I think it's because it's meant to be quite difficult to get to this point. There may also be one or two players that think that this is just going to get nerfed out quickly, and it's unintended behavior, and they don't want to do it. Like, we had people like that before, where like, oh, Ibids, I don't want to mess with that because the like animation counseling. So full slowdown. Numadan, correct call. He's going Nesta Bees. The only concern I have here is, like, this may be a unit that's beating you in the fight, but this is also a raider. This is a horse archer or on cocaine. Like, these guys are ridiculous. Even if it didn't have splash damage, it would, against a villager, be doing 24 damage. Almost enough to 2-hit kill. But when you add the splash damage in, you can already see where I'm going with this. If Louis peels 5 Kipchak and comes over here, it's going to be minus 8 villagers, easily. So now though, Louis, focused on the main engagement, does see the Nesta Bee, so this might change him into raider mode. Reminder, by the way, he never lost those 2 relic Uvus. They've been sitting there the whole time. Seriously, guys, go try it in your games. If you've been struggling with Golden Horde and you're going for like a semi-fast castle build, just walk your monks around the map, dropping the relics like this. It's kind of comparative to that old school Mongol build where you would move the temple with you. The idea is you want to eventually bring them back, but it doesn't cost you anything to just deploy them into an Uvu in the meantime. You're not losing out by doing that. Because if you're rushing castle, your opponent's maybe got like maximum 10 units. Maybe less. You know, if he's rushing castle as well to try and get relics, then he's going to have practically no units. If he's in feudal, you deploying the Uvu straight away is still going to get you some stone now. And because it's feudal, he's not going to be able to take the relic away from you. It's a really solid play by Louis. And now it's just turning into infinite Kipchak and... oh boy. Nope, we're leaving. We are leaving. Yeah, even buildings are actually kind of wonky against these, by the way. Remember when we watched Shiganu destroy buildings? These things are horseback Shiganu. This is literally horseback Chugnu versus foot Chugnu. Wait, is that the first outpost all game from Louis? No, he had one back here, I think. Yeah, he did it all the time. I was about to say, he should have at least had one for the production rates. And look at the amount of stockyards he's on to, though. I think the only negative that I'd flag here is Louis is neglecting to get grazing, which is a bit shocking. Like, he hasn't even gotten level 1. I think he's just forgotten about it. Like, at this point, you've got, what, probably, how many stockyards? He's got 8. So he has 32 villagers on food, permanent food. But he's not buffing that by 10%. That's pretty wasteful. I think now he's probably looking for... well, he already got batch production, didn't he? Yeah, he's just straight up it. Uh-oh. Yeah, the Nesta Bees scared him away. Congrats, Numadan. You delayed your execution. However, in 2 minutes' time, there's going to be some very cheap, fast-producing stone armies coming out of this landmark. And with 500 stone a minute, Louis can afford to keep it pumping non-stop. And it's getting even better, folks. He goes stable reinforcements. This is Mass Torgud. So he'll be able to get Torgud really cheap in this building. And the interesting thing about that, or even Keshiks, either one works. They're super cheap, and he just got batch production. So instead of getting 2 per rotation, he's going to get 3. And Kipchak cost, they are a little bit pricey. You pay 150 resources. But as you're seeing, wholly worth it. You always age up the other choice. I think Yam Network has its place. Yam Network is like in a very prolonged game. If you're trying to pop on each side, I could see it being good because it's infinite gold. Like if you do Yam Network plus you go for the Stockyard Edict, your gold gen is insane. Like you beat English gold gen in the late game, which is crazy. But this is more timing based. because they're not maintaining 200 pop, massing cheap armies is a huge advantage. Same logic with things like Karganet. When you've got small economy, getting that much production is crazy. Yo, what's up, Dragon the One? Appreciate the sub, by the way. Thank you for the Prime. Remember, guys, always drop your Prime subs across on our Twitch side. Does support the channel. And yeah, there's your confirmation as Heavy Cav. Sarai Launcher's coming in, so this is going to give him... This is basically Step Lancers. It gives the increased attack, heal, as well as attack speed. Numadan is at least mirroring the tech timing. Still, his army is already so much worse. Golden 10. Check these prices. Karash, 2 for 10 stone. Kipchaks, 2 for 100 stone. Keshiks, 2 for 220 stone. You can even get trebuchets in double batch. And look at the queue. Oh my, yeah, calm down, Louis. He queued up 10 of them. He gets 3 Tortugud every 6 seconds. Watch the number. Watch how quickly this goes up. Oh my god. 350 HP. 350 on these things. And he hasn't even got biology yet. That's still coming in 50 seconds. Obviously, you need the food, but he's got the stock guards for that. It's only 78 stone. He's paying the price of 1 night in total to get 3 nights. Look at it! He's already up to 26. The only limitation is population. But now it's time for some population control. Numadan now panic rushing into spears. But with the Kipchak and the broken splash damage, Louis already has the answer to that defense. Even got the badass Rift tributaries with the better Bardishas now. Shout out to them looking awesome. And shout out to this looking broken. He's up to 44 Torgud! Oh my god, someone do the maths. Like, the tech up was it a minute and a half ago? He's added in, what, like 30 Torgud already? Like, this is ridiculous. This is freaking ridiculous. Numadan's like, well, I didn't need that base anyway. I mean, sure, whatever. Nesta B's getting some good shots in. But not for long. The Kipchak, they're looking for a backstab on a stacked army. Starts to march in, gets the Khan debuff as well. Nesta B's turn onto the Kips. But this ain't gonna be a keeper. Numadan is cooked. Damage buff coming through to make it even simpler. Behold the unlimited Torgud. It's too good. Kipchak might be not only the only thing that's getting nerfed at this rate. Oh my lord! That number never went down. All the way to the moon. Talk about the Zerg Civ of AoE 4. Oh my god. I'm checking. I'm checking now. I'm curious. So he cracked him at 24 minutes, didn't he? So dude, he started producing at 24 minutes. By 26 and a half, he had 60 Torgud. 2.5 minutes to build 60 Torgud. I already know what one's called. 60 nights in 2 minutes sounds perfectly balanced. So, unfortunately for Numadan, that will spell the end of his run in this week of the KPM. But I believe that has just lined us up perfectly, which was actually beautifully coincidental, for Lucifron versus Voldemar. So that is going to spoil the outcome of like the Voldemar Miyamaika and Lucifron Gully one. Sorry, but like those two, I just saw that they're ready to play. So let me get the draft ready for that and hop across to a live series. I can't. Oh man, that's the first time I've seen it leveraged that well. Like, in theory, I understand what people are going with. But that's the best I've seen that build look. Oh my god. So, yeah, Khal Drago CF2 good. You know what's the problem? No, it's Khal Drogo. Dude, the problem is I said Khal Drago because I'm always thinking of Khaldor Drago, which anyone who knows their Warhammer knows that infamous sin on the universe. Yeah, if you guys think Khal Drogo is a badass, wait until you discover Khaldor Drago. That guy is probably the most overtuned Space Marine in the history of Space Marines. Alright, so boys have just finished their draft. They're getting ready for game number 1. Reminder, this is going to be a live series so we can have predictions as well. And it's going to be House of Lancaster versus Japan. How did House of Lancaster get allowed through in the draft? He pried Malians to Japanese and even Sengoku over Lancaster. That's kind of crazy to me. I definitely would rank Lancaster stronger than Sengoku. Malians is like very popular, so I can understand why you think that might be more value on the ban. Which can build Yulan? This reminds you of Age 3, the Germans? I never really played much Age of Empires 3, so I'm not too familiar. I played a little bit of like some modern game modes. I played with like the Dutch with the bank system, which was interesting. Let's get ready to go. Oh. We have delay. Okay, that's fine. What I can do, actually, that's great. I'm going to run 3 minutes ads now, guys, so go get yourself a snack. And then when you come back, enter your credit card details to thank me for making you not have to worry about ads. And now, because you'll be subscribed to the channel, you've sorted it out in the future, so you don't have to worry about me definitely running them in time. It's a smart solution. Holy crap, though. That is... Wow. 60 Torgood in 2.5 minutes. 60. With 350 HP. And by the way, we didn't even click on the final fight. They had biology then added on, which is an extra 20%. So they have 420 blaze at health. 420 HP Torgood. Predicts are up. Thank you, thank you. Oh man. What a time to play Age of Empires 4. Please tell me someone clipped that, by the way. That's a clippable moment. We need to turn that into a short. Holy shit. Sorry, just typing no guy. Oh, man. I'm still processing the end of that game. I'm trying to think if we'll see anything more broken than that today. Well, I mean, like, it's possible to see some more broken, but, like, you know, I was aware stone armies could be strong, but I just wasn't expecting it to be that strong. can't predict without a VPN. That's why you should go download Opera GX. Because if you have Opera GX, then there's a built-in VPN, so you can pretend you're somewhere else, and then you can gamble. Exclamation Opera GX. We have your solution. You get a VPN that you didn't even need to pay for. We smart. Twitch betting's gambling, but football betting is legal. Wait, really? What? Dude, like, the gambling laws are completely warped and mixed up, by the way. Like, you guys realize that stake is illegal in the UK. You guys know that? But for anyone who watches football, you may have noticed that stake sponsors several prominent teams in the different leagues in football. That's because, like, people will obviously just VPN to go bet. And also, part of the logic is, like, gambling people will just bet on anything. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, the amount of times where we deal with this type of loophole type stuff. Like, you guys remember when you had a lot of gambler on Twitch and you had things like XQC literally just driving over the border into Canada so that he could gamble? You've got it going on right now with a different gambling sponsor in Call of Duty where, like, some of the biggest people like Scump and Hex are flying to Mexico so they can do the gambling streams legally. Crap's crazy. All right. Let me flip this around. We'll get ready to go. One and all, I cannot believe my eyes. House of Lancaster in a tournament series and not banned. Welcome back to the channel for another caster game. Lucifron, of all players, getting Lancaster. Because Volta Esports Voldemar decided it wasn't ban-worthy. I'm a bit shocked. I'm confused by this. I mean, Japan, a powerful pit to get in return, but House of Lancaster may easily be the most reliable S-tier Civ still in the game. This Civ, unlike a lot of its fellows in the S-tier rankings, was not nerfed with the expansion. Technically, they were buffed. The early game was buffed, and that's what matters most, because if you've been missing for a while and you left after Lancaster was introduced, which I wouldn't blame some people, back then they were about the late game. Now they're about the early game. This Civ is a bully that can end you in 15 minutes flat. And the changes they made to the mana system, without any changes to their lords, has left this Civ highly desirable. We are going to begin with Dark Age aggro, which shows you just how powerful their opening economy is. Considering that Japan gets a racks cheaper, normally you'd be thinking Japan would be the Dark Age Civ. But the thing with Lucifron's eco here, he's getting 20% more food off of sheep than Japan would get. We do have Voldemar trying to be competitive by going into berries. But with Ford berries and Ford gold, this is going to get tricky and sticky fast. Like, actually, he's going to probably need to pull more people over to gold now. First spinner comes in. Voldemar, was he expecting this? I'm not sure he was. Like, was he? If it was a back gold, he wouldn't even need to rush more into gold. But in this situation, he absolutely has to. So, next one coming across now. He hasn't got much resource so far. And yeah, it's going to be the full pull. Okay, luckily for Voldemar, it's only 2 spears. If Lucifron added in a third, you're at risk of losing workers. Because basically 2 can hit and the other can body block to mess with your pathing. Especially around gold veins. If you're playing Age of Empires 4, top tip, be incredibly careful when using your villages around gold veins and stone veins. The pathing is pretty atrocious, so trusting Seek Shelter is a quick way of losing workers, because against experienced players, they will position their spearmen in such a way that the auto pathing will get confused and then send your workers all the way around the vein. We have literally had this happen in the KPMM before. So it can happen to even the best. Alright, Voldemar, Kura now on the way. Tree chopping also beginning. Lucifron ready for the age up, and I think we know what we're going to see. Yep. This is Le Broken build, chap. This is the one that just seems to be never-ending. Like a bad rash you can't get rid of. It's like crabs, it always comes back. Because for some reason, the Lords of Lancaster have not been adjusted at all, despite the fact they have been dominating the meta for the last half a year. Is half a year fair? I'd say at least a third of a year. Seems kind of accurate. Definitely a quarter of a year. That this build has been undeniably powerful. And to make matters worse, it got buffed. The way it got buffed is that the mana system has been changed. You still want to build one of these manas that accrues you passive resources. But the base resources kind of suck now. You only get 40 resources per minute. What makes it interesting is it now gives you bonus based on nearby villages. Every villager in range being worth an extra 6 resources. Where this gets silly is if he places a mana here, it will buff the gold and the wood. And with the food as well and the sheep, that'll give him roughly every single villager in his economy underneath 1 mana. By roughly, I mean literally it will give him every single villager. To make matters worse, technically what Luciferon could do is build 1 mana here, and then build another between the gold and the deer, so that his mid-game economy is all condensed under 2 manas, which means, let's say you have 2 manas at 30 villages. Well, 2 manas is going to give 80 resources passive. It used to give 200 or 10. But with the extra 30 villages all in range of the manas, that equates an extra 180 resources, making it better now on 2 manas than it used to be. It makes no sense. I feel bad because I think the intent from the devs was good, and they fixed late game being as busted with this. But it just means early game is out of control. And what is up, Abadakis? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. You're a legend for it. All this maths, and I didn't flop at once. You guys have got, like, I want to see some more subs to that. Can I get some subs for KP math? We actually done it correctly. I know someone was ready, like, half typing, waiting for the part where I didn't math correctly. I kept it easy for myself by using rounded numbers. That's an important piece. I also, in the background, was speaking at a speed that allowed me to count my fingers. You guys just don't see this. It's behind-the-scenes action. And First Lord coming out. Luciferon. This 1 mana, look at the range on it. It's generous. It's very generous. He right now has 19 workers buffing this up, which means on the worker count alone, he's getting an extra 114 food. Plus the base of 40. So that means that he's getting 154 resources. That is almost 50% more effective than the old mana. It's freaking powerful, guys. And now it's going to be a rush into gold because, of course, he wants to get 4 lords. He also made manas a drop-off building? Yes. Thank you, Anat. We talked about that in previous videos. They nerfed mana's cost by increasing it by an extra 25 wood. But they contradicted themselves because now it's a universal drop-off building, meaning it's at least a 50 wood savings, if not more. Yumi coming out. It's a good call against the Spearman, but going to be problematic, actually, with the fact that Luciferon's now going Hobbler. Yeah, Yumi are lower base damage archers. Hobbler are lower base stats, except for one thing. Their ranged armor is higher, and they also cost less than standard horsemen, making them the perfect counter to Yumi in Age of Empires 4. Yeah, the other nice thing is because you are lower base damage as well, you don't really waste as much time overkilling Yumi. That's pretty important. Like, I'm trying to think if there's a more efficient solution to Yumi than Hobbler. And I think this genuinely wins for most cost efficient. It also, by the way, comes with a slightly quicker attack speed, which is really nice for chase down. Pretty cool idea from Voldemort. He's going to be adding in Feudal Samurai now. No second mana yet from Luciferon. It would be worth it at this stage. Because over here, he's got an extra 10 workers. So if he builds a mana, that's going to get him per minute 100 resources per minute. Meaning the mana would pay for itself in 3 minutes. I guess the argument is that he might be done with the deer by then. Is mana income capped? Nope. So if you had 100 villages underneath it, that would be an extra 600 resources. At least I've seen no cap. I think I tested it with 40. I haven't gone all the way to 100, but there is no reference cap. Another fun detail for you guys. You used to get, was it 9 manas? Now you get 11. And admittedly, like, it's 40 resources, used to be 105, but still, it's the detail that matters, especially when you go towards scootage. The 30 gold per minute. This front just poking. Voldemar has equipped himself with some walls. Wouldn't be a game from the Dame without some walls. This guy's a little bit prolific for his walling. Hence why he has the nickname Voldemar. I guess the strat here for Voldemar is just to keep scaling Samurai and then look for Castle. It's not a bad idea, actually. Especially now that Luciferon's going into Yeoman as well. But you got to be careful of that detail. You know, at the end of the day, you only have 4 ranged armor. The Yeoman are going to be able to cap out at 6 damage, and they can kite you perfectly. How do you guys predict, by the way? I'm imagining, yeah, 80% plus for Luciferon. Part of that will be the difference of players, but part of that will definitely be the civs as well. He would intercept the Horseman, slows down the Yeoman. He could run these back quickly to heal up the Abbey of Kings, but I think Luciferon's looking for a timing attack. Yeah, he's maybe worried that Voldemar's teching, because if I saw Horseman coming at me like this, I would assume he's aging. But diving in, he did just get confirmation of the Samurai line, so I think Luciferon can slow down a little bit here. Yeah, because normally the worry here is like whenever ponies are raiding into your base, it kind of feels like it's meant to be a distraction. Hobbler. Oh, he actually gets the grab. A little bit slow on the A click there, though. Yeah, it looked like he had a surround on the Horseman for a moment. He's able to scurry off. He's still got some life in it. Never went for survivor techniques, which is a little bit surprising. By the way, I moved the mic back. Do I still come in really nice and clear for you guys? I've been feeling recently like I'm too close to the mic. They made Lancaster 100 times more interesting to play and watch. Did they? Because right now they're literally playing the same build they always do. I would agree, conceptually the mana change is going to make the Mana Lords more interesting to watch. But until the Lords get fixed, I think it's still going to leave them a bit too strong. Because remember, the problem is these Lords are way too good. They're so tanky, they have great base damage, and they give an aura buff to all nearby units. I think it's too many things for one unit to have. Great. Looks like Luciferon did pick off the kill. Like, there is a concern that after the dust settles, House of Lancaster is going to be really weak if the Lords get enough. But I think what you need to do is you need to cripple the Lords first, and then you need to buff the castle timing, because the castle landmark choices are kind of underwhelming. White Tower feels very cheesy, and a lot of people have started to solve for it, I feel like. And with the nerfs to manas, I think the solutions are going to get better. And then King's College, to me, just... I think it's becoming one of the hardest castle age landmarks to justify. Like, the King's College, remember, is the one that buffs your Hovelar, gives you heavy damage on Knights, has a lot of cool techs, but economically, I think the Lancaster's probably going to struggle to justify that landmark often. This could be the game for it, mind you, just for the Hovelar tech alone. Normally, you only need the White Tower for being attacked, so it's kind of like you get it in these type of positions. And Voldemar, because he built Mass Samurai, he can't rush dive you. Yeah, and if you get the Hobbler upgrade, the increase in charge damage, if you open up the Yeoman, you'll clear all the Samurai deflective, and then you hit them pretty hard. Last piece of gold now coming in. Luciferon, it is mass stables. I think this is King's College. He might just mass Knights and go for Collar of S's, which gives +5 damage against heavy. Means Knights can annihilate mass Samurai. No, he goes white. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, he is a bit blind on the map, so he doesn't see what we do, which is Voldemar is not moving an inch out of the base. In fairness, this does mean he can just focus on raiding, but I think this says everything it needs to about King's College as a choice. Like, King's College is sadly cripplingly bad. For those that don't remember what it does, it gives you a slight discount on all techs and gives you a bunch of unique techs. And here it would have been fantastic. Like, actually just getting +5 damage on your knights against heavy would have been huge against what Voldemar's done. And it would have even allowed your knights to contest samurai on horseback. But instead, he just takes the safety of a white tower. It is still just 1 mana, by the way. Yeah, we're kind of at the point where a second mana most definitely would have made sense. Especially now that he's down, like a mana here would be so valuable. Because he's eventually going to drain the gold now. He's down to 1200 already. So mana in the corner would allow him to probably have about 15 villages or so that would be buffed. And remember, you want those manas because you'll eventually use them as farm drop-off locations. Because they are universal, and that means you permanently have people in range. He's strong. Just checking in on what Voldemar's up to. Sees the gold gathering. It's pretty obvious Voldemar's technique at this point. He's gonna look to punish it. Veteran Yeoman already in. And Samurai, they're not upgraded. Hobbelars, they jump straight in. Body lock successful. Pushes the villagers back towards him. Spears and the Lords charging in now, and the veterancy needs to come in fast for those samurai. Sammy boys getting sniped down. Voldemar lacking additional gold access now. It's all on this handful of vets to hold it, but they ain't even vetted yet. They're still just hardened status. And snipe a few more. Outpost defense will start to whittle down the attackers, but we've now got knights arriving for Lancaster, and it looks like we're arriving towards the end here. Voldemar upgrade just kicked in on the samurai, but with knights in the affair, it's not so simple of a defense anymore. Yeoman will start to kite out the Yumi. The Lords can just dive into assist now. They're incredibly tanky themselves. The Olsguard there to also assist. Voldemar, a cool effort. But Lucifron read it perfectly, did not overcommit into mass feudal samurai, just outscales them and outclasses them. And now, with an iron grip on Voldemar's only reliable goals, Voldemar is hard hamstrung. Dives in again, but this looks over. Lancaster, all about those Lords. Not for the all-in, but the threat that Voldemar had to react with so many samurai just to feel safe against an all-in commitment. And Lucifron just showing you how good this Civ can still be with just a single mana. 16 minutes in, and he never even built a second. I'd say that's pretty damn good. I think we need 4 bans in the next S-tier tournament. We've created the draft format. EGC's welcome to pick it up. We talked about being experimental with the drafting because someone's got to spice it up. And I think we've done it right here. But unfortunately, even with 3 bans at his disposal, Voldemar opted to not ban Lancaster at all. Took it in a different direction, banning out, what, Malians, Japanese, and Chinese. Lucifron just going to go take a chill pill for the time being. Interesting, actually, that he slowed down there. I guess the dive was feeling expensive. He's got Mass Yo now. He's forced Spearman commitment by Voldemar. Your Yeoman can be decent at dealing with the Samurai anyway. We have at least now got Matt Samurai coming out for Voldemar. It's like the one area that you can potentially win in. But Lucifron's just turning this into a Relic Rush now. He's still not building any more manas. I feel like maybe he kind of forgot about them a little bit because he's not getting buffed by all these workers anymore because the tree line's too deep. Relic Denial on the flank. But the others seem to be camped out. So Voldemar has one in his base, but that's going to be it. He's sneaking for the corner gold now. Lucifron is already hunting in that direction. Yeah, he's probing. He's doing what Lucifron does best, raiding. Once he sees the numbers, though, I think it's going to become quite apparent to him that this is a win. The 30 Yeoman, this mini melee is just not really that threatening. Yeah, the kite factor is the big problem here. Even the knight's actually kind of vulnerable. He sees it and immediately calls it. Oh my god. Is Valdemar secretly part French? Because that felt like an Agincourt scream in a flashback. Game 1, Lucifron takes the lead nice and early in this best of 5. Wonder what it's going to do game 2. Let's see, what map draft did they choose? So they chose Cliffside, Bordland, Frisian, and I believe Gorge was the final map choice. It's not too bad. His draft? One sec, I'm just typing the maps in as well. Do you go Frisian next? You got Ottoman's IU. Yeah, but he's got Tuklac. Atri as well. Cliffside could be interesting for like a Delhi pick, maybe. And maybe that baits the Macedonians. I think Delhi can beat Macedonians, though, with good micro. Did they forget to make the game spectatable? Maybe. Let me restart my game and see if it shows up. I'm going to be a little bit annoyed if that's the case. As they both know how to do this by now. It's annoying because you have to toggle it on at the start of every lobby. Like, I don't understand why this is still a freaking thing. Just have it on by default. So we might have to wait for the next game, which is very frustrating. Oh yeah, let's get the new bracket set up, please. You can. Sorry, I'll do it, but I'm quickly trying to do this. Because we're quickly going to need a different game at this rate. Moment of truth. Do I need to beat someone with a stick? Do I? I do, yeah. Alright. That is very annoying. Alright, guys. Let's watch, while we wait to be able to watch this game, let's watch a Wham versus Deniska game. Sorry about that, guys. We'll continue that series shortly, but nothing else I can do. We'll just have to hop into Wham versus Deniska for a game. B and Anno playing again versus each other. Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's getting earlier and earlier. You love Age of Empires 4, then you're in the right place. If you're a lover of 84, there's no better place to be on your weekdays. You got you covered nice and cozy. Curse bracket spawns. Well, at least it mixes up. Yo, what's up, Brit boy? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. You legend. Recording of yesterday's stream until 4 a.m. Whew. You got told off for being late to work? I mean, that sounds like work's problem. Maybe they should change their schedule, all right? Maybe they should reconfigure around you. That's all I'm saying. All right. Where is this Wham Deniska game? It's Wham Deniska, right? Yeah, it's meant to be Wham Deniska. I legit can't find their game. Is it bugged out, or am I missing something here? It should be WAM Denisco. I think WAM's played too many games. Just double checking, but I'm pretty sure he's played too many games. Oh, wait. No, that's against Puppy Paw. Well, this is annoying. If we can't do the WAM Denisco one, what can we do? We could have a look at one of B GIF's games, I guess. Sorry about this, guys. Like, we had a plan, and it was nicely lined up, and then we're like, all right, it's time for these guys. Perfect, let's hop in. But someone forgot to make it spectatable. So it's turned us into a bit of a clown fiesta. So give me a sec, and we'll watch a B game. Let's watch some Auto Tuklac. Watch one of B's games, his Dry Arabia game. Hopefully that game will be viewable from replay by the time we're finished. We'll see. Maybe we found the answer to the Elephant Nation. Because right now, the Ottoman seems to be the answer to China. So it might as well be the answer to everything. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It is time for another KPMM game. We've got B versus GIF in the round of 16. GIF with the Tuklac dynasty up against B's Ottomans. Yeah, so this is like an interesting one, actually. Because Tuklac, they're brute force to be reckoned with when they get hill elephants online. Could Ottomans be the solution, considering just how fast they play? I mean, so far, Ottomans, have they been beaten, chat? Like confirmation, if you guys can remember. I don't think I've seen Ottomans lose so far. Every single pick has been a win. They are looking so strong at the moment. Let's see if they can deliver here. We're just waiting for the next Lucifron versus Voldemar game. And while we do that, I thought we'd catch a few of these. But it's going to be the military school opening, so a lot of players actually opting towards this right now. GIF, by the way, a pretty decent player. He's been playing in the KPMMs for several weeks now. He's currently on the leaderboard ranked 36th in the world. And that's not a fluke. Last season, he was 18th. Season before, 32nd. GIF is pretty good. And actually, we've been seeing that ramp up to improvement. I think the only big weakness he maybe has is it's a little bit tough maybe to always get reliable games in. Because I think his scheduling is quite different, if I'm not mistaken. Because I believe he has availability usually in the morning. And in fairness, we don't really have many people playing in the morning. Even those that should be, Louis MT should be playing in European morning time. If you think about it, Louis is actually usually playing later in the day. Louis plays DJ hours in his own time zone to play against the Europeans. So we are getting done with Faith. So it will be a Healer Elephant Boy build. I wonder what B's going to do to react to this. How do you solve for it? Fast Castle would be pretty interesting, actually. If you Fast Castle, you just get Janissaries. So you have the answers. Janissaries, Knights, it just works really well. Obviously, you need enough food for that. But Ottomans can be one of the safest civs in the game to go for Fast Castle because of this. The Anatolian hills will give them the extra food underneath their TC. And food is usually the weakness. Also, with a backspawn gold, it's much harder for GIF to all-in him quick. Oh, that's true. You should have told your boss about the KPMM. See, here's the thing. It doesn't matter if you're late for work because you're watching KPMM if you convince everyone else at your work to watch it as well. Because then it's just like, oh, wow, you were late too? I know, those are some pretty crazy games. They just love you for it. And by the way, when we do get to game 2 of Vortex versus Voldemort versus Lucifron, should be French sushi anyway. Wait, you put it all in the Royal Mail HQ and everyone looked bewildered? They just need to get good and get with the time, you know? Just need to put the correct like background music as well. Why didn't Jif make a sheep scout elephant? That's a good question, actually. Not sure. I mean, he's still done okay. So he chose to opt putting the elephant onto the berry straight away in the tree line. Because he done gold, then switched, right? So, like, he wanted one here straight away for the optimal timing on tech. I think Jif is just optimizing around getting elephants online as quickly as possible, i.e. these elephants, the heal elephants. Still, Sheep Hall, despite that, was okay. He actually beat B in that department. B has 8 sheep, meanwhile it's 12 sheep for Jif. And they've pretty much scouted the entire map, so that's going to be the full divide. Archery range now coming in, so Jif... Huh? I guess it's in reaction to the Spearman, but my only concern here is like this just opens up Sipahi perfectly for B. I thought it might be Fast Castle, but like if I'm seeing a guy doing Archer plus Healer Elephants, Sipahi looked really good about it. And B agrees. Like Cav going to be coming through shortly. So I just had to retype my message out to Lucifron and Voldemort. Oh, dear. Double stables, in fact. Okay, so this is a really good time for Jift. I was about to say Ghost Spearman, but he's going Raider Elephants. I'm not convinced Raider Elephants will ever beat Sipahi. So, like, it's just a basic math game, really. You pay 240, while Sipahi are going to be 160. So I'll always have 1.5 times the Sipahi count to your elephants. And when that becomes a problem is, like, if we're both microing in those engagements, and I start using my attack speed buff as the almonds, that means I'm technically mirroring your damage on your elephants. But actually, I'm a lot better off. Because, like, remember, a Raider Elephant, it takes 2.38 seconds to do 18 damage. And a Sipahi is already just spending 1.75 seconds to do 12. But where it gets really interesting, if we find one here, is if I then activate my attack speed buff, I'm technically increasing my DPS by 50%. So it's like this number feels like it goes up to 18 in the same interval. And yes, I take 50% more damage from melee. But go back to that fact we pointed out that I would have 50... Like, I would have, like, for every 2 Raider Elephants you have, I'll have 3 Sipahi. It means that in a fight, there's always going to be Sipahi that aren't being attacked. So with good micro, B can just beat Elephant with Pony. Oh, the scary thing, B, he is doing that infamous Imam timing. Yeah, so you got healing OP and Feudal. Great, I've got healing too, smiley face. I mean, why not? It's interesting because I thought maybe he'd try and wait until he went for point number 2. But probably because it's the heal elephant strat, he's just showing a lot of respect on the timings here. Jif. Very defensive, actually. I guess he's worried about the Sipahi raids coming through, but it just means that B really isn't under pressure. Like, I think technically right now, if B wanted, he could turn this into a castle timing. Maybe he'll choose to when he sees the defensive format. Jif, at least checking in on what B's up to. Oh, he actually might think he's fast castling, because did he see Sipahi earlier? He should have. Yeah, so he didn't scout them there. He didn't see the army. If he gets close to the base and sees no Sipahi, it might be that he just thinks this is greed out of B. does see a very well-defended gold vein. So this is where you're like, okay, I'm not destroying any of that. That's for sure. He is adding in more, though. So B, he doesn't see this as a tech game. He sees this as an attack game. Oh, he's going to be very good at actually dealing with even the heal elephants. Does toggle the melee armor, which is pretty interesting. Especially in a fight against the Raider. Remember the Master said it's even better now for B. He's got +2 armor against that 18 damage. As I mentioned, the fact you're faster. You know, usually Sipahi struggle with their movement speed a bit compared to Horsemen, but these Elephant Horsemen are worse on speed than Sipahi. And great micro away, nothing going down. Absorbs all the shots, will walk off to heal. In the meantime, a dive comes in on the other side, looking for a worker kill, but he won't be... Wait, no, wait, he got that? The range. So first blood drawn does get himself a worker kill and gets away. And remember, B can now heal off all that damage done. Any other Civ doing this to Tuklac is like, well, I got a kill, but that really hurt. Not Ottomans. He's paying in forward here. Okay, Jiff, this is go time. Yeah. Free heal elephants. Mixture of archer, spear, and raiders. But the meta is a really big deal breaker here. +2 melee armor. Jiff. Yeah, this is a castle drop. Good eyeballs. He's going for it. This is a Tuklac a bad fought commitment. Oh, man. I think he thought it was fast castle. So he's like, oh, you want a fast castle? Here, I'll give you one. Oh, no. It's seen straight away. B goes in for the commitment. Villagers can't get on top of it right now. Archer's being target fired down by the... Wait, is he getting the spears quick? I don't feel like he's killing them anywhere near quick enough here. No. Jiff, his spearmen die first. The heal elephants now need to tank it all. They've got no support anymore. It's 10 Sipahi. He can't even kill an imam. As stuck in place as a static picture. He's no longer a Jiff. But he'll have to hear the music on this one. The healer elephants are not going to be able to save the day. They're wasting so much time trying to save the raiders. The villagers are getting sniped. Fort drop is going to be a fail. And the heal elephants are slowly going to get sniped out. Yeah, the raider elephants are just stuck dealing with Sipahi. This is over. Activates the fortitude, because you can't heal if they die too fast. Oh my goodness. What just happened? For all those that fear the fort rush, let us be a lesson. Just play that goddamn feudal age. Stop pussying out. Don't let him get in. I mean, maybe it's a bit unfair. B, a talented player, but I think we can all respect a cheesy fort rush going wrong. Or leaving versus Tuklac. Yeah, but like most people aren't going to be B on Ottomans, you know, if we're being totally fair. Oh my god. Oh, wait. Wait, I think we have the game now. Alright. Guys, we can either do the Bordland game, or we can skip right into the Atri Ottoman game. On Frisian? I assume you guys want the French sushi. We've got to do game 2. Let's do game 2. Alright, let's go. Bordland time. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, a valiant effort by good old Jiff. Alright, we'll speed it up a little bit, though. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 2 as we head into Bordland, and it is going to be a Pro Scouter Boy matchup. Voldemar with the French pick up against Lucifron Shushi. Shushi is Civ that there's been some question marks on the head of on whether they really are even desirable anymore. Let's see if Lucifron can put that to bed. Voldemar already trailing by 1 game after that vicious opening House of Lancaster pick from Lucifron, leaving him a little bit sore and battered. Let's see if Voldemar can get back on track. I think French in Fury can be pretty good here. But Shushi... Shishi's an interesting one, actually. Like, there's still one of these civs that is naturally going to go Pro Scouts. I wonder if Voldemar will simply mirror because of that. Like, I'd love to see Voldemar instead just play out onto the deer locations. Because the logic is, if you're not going Pro Scouts, your opponent is. That's a really big difference. That's 2 extra knights for you. That should give you the map control to just play straight up deer. Also means if you walk out to the deer, you're going to be gathering them sooner than your opponent, who would have to get them home. So a lot of upsides, potentially. We're just going to use the 2x speed until we're in feudal age. Mendigarden coming in on the flank. Reasonable one. 48 food, 25 gold, and about 10 wood. Nothing too crazy. He could have went for the double food at the back, but Lucifron didn't scout the berries there yet. Yeah, as is often the case, if you look at the scan rotations, you'll see it for both players. You never scout your own corner first. You always rotate towards your opponent's side. It just doesn't feel good to walk back here, because it means if I'm walking behind my base, I'm then going to be last to reach the center. Which means I'm probably going to be missing out on more sheep. Take up on the way now from Voldemar as well. School of Cavalry coming in. 4 on gold. This is Pro Scouts macro, by the looks of it. Probably open up with a knight first and then straight up Pro Scouts afterwards. He already has wheelbarrow as well. You've yet to find a pink sheep. It's meant to be like, is it a 0.5% chance? Just 0.5% man. Like, what's the problem? Just RNG it, lol. And yep, confirmation in Pro Scouts plus Knights. But of course, now because you're going for Pro Scouts, you're delaying the presence of additional Knights to get the Scouts out. So it does mean that Lucifron is able to get his Spearman in, to get his own Pro Scouts, without feeling punished for it. 1x speed? No. Now just for that, I'm going to go for another minute. You've done this to yourself. I don't know why people freak out 1x versus 2x. Like, at this point in the game, there's literally nothing you couldn't keep track of. You're alright. I get it when it's a fat-ass fight. You know what I think it is? I think it's, as gamers, we can't handle the 2x speed. Because, like, look at the run speed. We're like, I don't run that fast. I've never ran that fast in my... Whereas this, are like, okay, that's more space. Whew. I get out of breath praying. Jeez, man, I can't watch these guys go supersonic. Like, imagine if I done this. Oh my god, no. Looks like someone out of a sitcom from the 80s. Put the Benny Hills music on it. So Lucifron with a lot of spearmen in place now. The Pro Scouts player is dragging back already, and he already has more scouts than Voldemar. Voldemar does have more villagers, but it means he's going to want to try to do something to slow Lucifron down soon. Otherwise, he'll end up with the majority of the deer, which is a really bad sign because remember, not only would your opponent have the majority of the deer, but this civ also happens to get 20% more food when he gathers from it. Now, you're probably asking the question, why does he get 20% more food when he gathers from it? That's a good question. Anyway. Oh, you guys want an answer? Well, you see, due to the complex nature of geopolitics around like Chinese economy and its dominance as it now takes over the market, China. That's pretty much all I got. Fun little fact for you guys. Did you know that there was a recent first in the oil industry? It was, so I think it was with the Saudis. Oh, sorry, not the Saudis, Venezuela. They done a first ever in modern times. Because when it comes to the petrocurrency, i.e. like how you buy oil, everyone has always used dollars. But for the first time ever, a few years ago, I think it's 2018 actually, the Venezuelans accepted Chinese yuan as payment instead. Put your tinfoil hats on, because that's actually quite unique. Because since World War II, every single deal has been done in dollars around the world. You expecting Bitcoin? No, we haven't got that crazy. But like, it's still a really big deal because when you talk about like China, like when you talk about dollar as the default currency for the world, that's like a very big difference. Is like that change in the use of something other than dollars. 2018 isn't exactly news. I didn't know about it until this year, and I feel like a lot of people probably didn't know about it until this year. So it was news to me, and I thought I was pretty tied in. Dollar is dying. I mean, it kind of follows the cyclical nature of things. Like the British went through this as well. When the British pound, if you think about it, the British pound used to be the go-to currency before the dollar on the global market. Then after World War II, it changed. So like, you know, it just kind of goes in cyclical motions of different currency types. No currency really lasts forever, except Bitcoin. Not gonna finish that sentence. And yes, these games are already with the new DLC. So Night Raid's on the back here. Voldemort not able to connect, and I feel like Lucifron is in a pretty cushy position. There's no pressure coming his way. Mountain Academy's on the way in. And that means he's going to be able to ramp up night production really fast. Next deal will be done in Bitcoin. What is the price of Bitcoin currently? It's still just going up, isn't it? Or has it gone down again? Oh, wait, no. Oh, God, it's going down. I mean, it's still relatively high. It's in the 80,000 range. That's pretty high. If someone has an old hard drive of Bitcoin and wants to send it to me, that'd be great. Thank you. Nightclub down. This diving from Voldemort. Well, he has slowed down the age up, but not enough. Gets himself 2 worker kills, but tech up now complete. Voldy does end up losing a few knights on the dive. A lot of them actually heavily battered. You have him adding in extra archers, probably for a breakpoint here to dive in, which he's now trying to commit to. But the outpost fire should be targeting down archers here to give that security. Double knight gets pinned. Spearman actually even getting some good fights in because Voldemort stands his ground with the archers. Doesn't try to start a step away. And so loses most of the front line and the back line. Wow. I mean, basically the front line became the back line. Wait, the back line became the front line? That's the way. Now, usually the way that French plays this against castling civs is they just keep scaling. Just keep building knights and building until you've got a big edge and then tech. And over time, you'll inherently get a big edge because you get more villages gradually. So, like, this idea isn't necessarily terrible by him. I'm a little bit worried, though, like, against Xuxi, with the amount of deer they've been getting home and also the pump rate of the stables, there is a risk that you won't be able to scale to a frat point. Because Lucifron, he already has 4 knights and 4 more in queue. Now, he isn't supervising, sure, but he has so many stables that he's going to feel pretty stable for this. If selling your car for Varangian silver only, I'll give you 20 Varangian silver. Wait. Does your car still have wheels? Pretty important point. Fun fact, guys, I'm going on a driving lesson tomorrow that I do not want to go on. I haven't even looked at any theory study in months. Whoop, whoop. Alright, knights now coming in for the clubbing. And these French knights cannot hang around. No, this is about to get ugly. Good right click, click down, loose from the chase, and spin behind this. Just not getting struck down. Nah, I mean, he's lost any control over pinning Lucifron in the base. And the health bars are ugly to look at. Yeah, also, every time you get close like this, it gives a recharge opportunity. There's 1 douse. Did I say driving lessons? Yeah, I don't have a license. I've never needed one. I still didn't want one, but Emma was like, oh, you should have to drive. I'm like, why? You've already got it? I'm like, we can't really afford more expenses right now. Why are we doing more expenses? Everyone should know how to drive. I'm like, yeah, but a £74 for a 2-hour session. How about no? Jeez. And then, like, what my favorite part is, chat. Then I'm like, could you maybe help out and, like, I don't know. You want to, like, maybe learn to, like editing TikTok videos and we can grow the channel there and you can help out in that way? I ain't got time for that, but I've apparently got time to learn to drive. Alright, ran over. This is not going well for Voldemar. This Knight count is about to get eclipsed. And remember, it's Castle versus Feudal anyway. The only thing that doesn't look grim for Voldemar is the fact that Lucifron never upgraded spears, but I don't think that matters that much. Voldemar now trying to react with his own spearmen. Each fight just gets worse. Look at the bodies hitting the floor at the tail end each time. Just imagine she can't drive. What do you do? Call a cab? Yep, there you go. And help him keep Uber in business. Shout out to me. Nice. Back again. I think Voldemar is about to lose full control of this game. He's already tapped his front gold. He's got his safe gold in the corner, which he just shifted to. But that gap in gathering, I guess it's not a problem. Like, food is actually the real big problem here. Voldemar already on berries. There's still a few deer left to be picked up, but you can see most of it has been going to Lucifron, just safe at home. All depends on where you live, really. I mean, we live in a decent-sized city, and we live close to the hospital. I see it more as like a luxury thing, whereas she's seen as a necessity. But the problem is, my brain is going through the maths of like cost of living and trying to make bills meet. I just don't like the fact that we're spending probably going to be now 100 and like 300 pounds a month on driving lessons. Call me stingy, but that doesn't sound economically smart. Nor does investing in more of these feudal knights. They seem to be struggling to hold on to that, man. I wonder if Voldemar would have been better just opting for mass spears, but then if you just castle, like, what do you have? You don't have knights that are going to be vetted up at all. What was that question about playing? I'm sorry, I missed that. Do I play rank myself? Because your game noise sounds decent? No, I don't play rank myself, but I probably, like, at this point, I probably have more hours of casted games than everyone else combined. That's not a brag. That's a please help me cry. Yeah. Like over 4,000, probably over 5,000 hours actually in casted games. Lucifron looking to crush the French. He now has the spears fully upgraded. Man, Voldemar is just still investing it. The problem is he's in kind of a bum position where if he doesn't get a win in a fight, he doesn't feel like he can age up. It's not justifiable in his eyes. And he's not wrong in that. Like, Lucifron was getting so close to the base that if he didn't full reinvest, he would have just got flatlined straight away. Let me see. Has he got the Dali? Yeah, he has got Dali horses, which is an even bigger problem. That's an increase in attack speed. And we saw how well Lucifron was microing with the knights earlier. Just start, step, strike, start, step, strike. Archers. Wait, is he not even one hit? No, he's not even one hit killing spears anymore. I mean, of course not. He's only got 10 archers here. And these guys have 110 HP. And Lancers just ignores the spears. They're just walking deeper. Gotta get around them. Voldemar forced to commit again. But the spearmen haven't been cleared, so this is just brute force into death. These spearmen hitting for 33 damage each. Like, that's a melt factor. Knights have been culled. If Voldemar's goal was to make Lucifron run out of food, he's going to be the hungry boy first. Yeah, it's still 9 knights left alive. Last of the French knights now flopping dead. He's at least playing boar on the flanks, but I think we're going to be seeing something similar from Lucifron. And also, the longer you've been doing this, the more relics they've been coming home. Which means that Lucifron can start buying food for a little bit as well. And that's before we highlight the fact that he still has berries. He's only moving to them now, and that's going to force the call. GG comes through. Lucifron now 2-0 up. If I have much time to play myself, not really. Really, I mean, I think I talked about this pretty transparently on the channel. Because I think transparency is key. Like, I don't want people being misinformed about the glamour of being like a content creator. I do it out of a deep, deep love of what I do. But like, financially, there are like better things you could spend that much time on in life. Because like I have like a startup agency where I'm not really taking money out of right now because like I'm an owner and we're trying to grow it. Then I obviously try and do casting, hosting work, although this year's been really slow. And then I do my content creation avenues. So like I balance like multiple hats to make a living, and it like, yeah, I don't really have much time to play games. I've been making a little bit of time this month on like Europa Universalis. When I'm off stream, I'm like chilling and playing that game because it's relaxing, although dangerously addictive because that game has so much depth to it. But I really need to try and find more time to start finding games that would be cool to create content around. Like I was tempted to go live with Anno today. I was weighing it up because Anno just released and we have been sent a few keys. But what we might do is like maybe Thursday or Friday I'll do an Anno stream and we'll give away a few keys to people as well, which would be pretty cool. And then we'll have like drops on, give away a key or two. Maybe find some sort of challenge mode that we can do. All right, but let's get ready for the next game. Because I believe the boys... Yep, they're still in G3, so let's get ready to go. What does Anat have to do with anything? What? Rogan? Oh, and after this series, guys, we'll be having a look at the Anat. KP a conk level player? I don't know. With a little bit of practice, I think we could easily do it. Are you the most popular AoE4 channel on Twitch? No. I mean, if we look at stats, I am top 5. Which is pretty good. And like, if we have a look at... Here you go, guys. 30 days. There I am. That's not bad, actually. Cheeky little 5th place. Oof. All right, you guys ready? Let's get predictions up. Let's go for it. Ooh. Oh, this is a cool matchup. Isn't this the one where Lucifron destroyed Marine Lord with it in reverse and then got reversed again? I don't know who wins this anymore. What an all. Welcome back to the channel for another caster game. We have got game number 3. And that score, let me flip it because it is actually all Lucifron. 2-0 up. Voldemar looks to get back on track with an Ottoman pick up against the HRE. And we are, of course, going to be taking to Frisian Marshes for game number 3. No new Civ coming out here, which is surprising, actually, because they have Tuklac, Macedonians on the side of Lucifron. So he hasn't used any of his new Civs at all. What a sweaty boy. Almonds versus HRE is definitely an interesting one, though. So we saw Lucifron beat Marine Lord with this in the last EDC tournament as Ottomans. But then they rematched it in Grand Finals, and Marine Lord was able to solve the problems, if I remember correctly. Same map and same matchup. So a little bit of a teeter-totter back and forth. How does EDC do a lot more views but a lot less uptime? It's the initial growth. Like, there's at least some value to... You know, this is where the S-tier tournament's going to be, and also our followership is at this level, and people, like, know to go there. Plus, they choose weekends, whereas, like, I specifically... To try and... So I kind of want to keep my weekends free so I could do, like, work for broadcast if necessary. I didn't really commit much to weekend casts. But I guess if our channel kept growing, I'd probably consider doing more weekend stuff. But, like, you know, EGC has 64k followers. I have 20k. Follower count can be a vanity figure, but, like, sometimes it at least helps with the notifications if people have it turned on. And also the marketing of the fact that they're doing, you know, like, this S-tier event, the finals with all the top players on a fixed schedule. There's, like, a bunch of variables. It's the same reason why Drongo has 120,000 subs and then maybe has 10 or 20,000 people watch a YouTube video. There is substance and value to that. It's like there are people who do not actively look at the directory or actively look at AoE4, but when that channel's live, we'll be looking at it. And we're looking at this ridiculous opening. Lucifron with double spear and the body blocks. Freaking monster. That was sick. Oh, man. Absolute beast. So Voldemar, I think he got the gold necessary there, but it was expensive. I had to pull a lot of workers. Still lost one of them. Now it's going to be hard hamstrung, forced into probably archers here on tech up. But yeah, so like the point to keep in mind is there's probably a lot of people that just don't actively look at AoE4, which is really problematic for like growth for someone like me who is like on the upcome when there's still all these big chunky creators saturating like the content creation. It just means that you don't necessarily have as many people that are now looking actively, but they'll have their channels they'll come back for because they came for them originally. So that's why, like I said, like Drongo, you know, 120,000 subs, but he still has, you know, a 6th for that or 7th for that will come view his videos. There's still a lot of people. But those people probably only look at Drongo stuff and don't actually necessarily pay attention to the wider sphere of AoE4. Make sense? It's like the difference between a prospectively growing game and like a game in existence and not necessarily growth phase. If you don't have new eyes on, yeah, it's very different. That's why if you're a YouTuber, by the way, it's like quite often recommended to at least have one piece of content a year that is wide-reaching, because it nets new people in. It's like, let's say you actually you configure old school systems and put them in like interesting antiques. That's a really weird niche. But then if you make a video about like why the latest consoles are really bad for the gaming industry and how they don't have survivability longevity anymore, and that generates, you know, 200 new viewers, 200k new viewers, some of them are then going to go through and watch your other content. Interesting content creator lessons for you guys. Tip of the hat. So like we need to try and figure out some of those actually. I've got 1 or 2 interesting ideas. I just need to make sure my editor is available because it's been a bit of a struggle recently. Mine work now coming through. Interesting, actually. That's a big difference. Lucifron doesn't often go mine work. No, and I mean, it's not the best map in the world for Pro Scouts, but historically, for the last half a year, both Lucifron and Vortex have been virally obsessed with Aachen into Pro Scouts. They've seen it as the winning strategy. What a game changer. And a pretty cool idea here up against Ottomans, because it gives you great tempo on your blacksmith unlocks. And also the unique ore pikes allows you to mirror the damage of things like Sipahi. Make a video on content creator tips. I think there's a lot of them, and they're usually bloated bollocks. I've thought about it, though. Kind of like one I used to be inspired by was like Devin Nash, who talks a lot about sponsorships and things like that in the industry. And we, of course, have the insights on that side, because I do help some content creators source skills. Thank you. Yeah, I think the thumbnails have been looking a lot better. My guy does a good job on that front. I just think I need to get someone in who can do video editing and clip the short form, because he has very limited time. So, like, really most of his time is spent on thumbnails and titling. Scout. Ooh, that's an expensive loss. Lucifron now riding blind. Yeah, that's actually really bad considering his opening. He went archery as a follow-up. He wasn't going stables, so he doesn't see a thing. And it means that Voldemar is able to creep out now for a dot play. All right, don't write the kid off yet. And exactly, like, you have to get people to click. Like, the way you have to think about it is, like, your title and your thumbnail are meant to work together to say what your video is about and make a promise to deliver something. That's especially tricky, I think, quite often with things like caster games, because you've got this mixture of you don't want to spoil the outcome, but you kind of have to. So, like, we have a video that done weirdly bad the other day, where it's pretty much like, it's B, he wall-lolls a heal elephant. And I was like, that's how you beat heal elephants, lol. So you're kind of giving away what's going to happen, but you have to, because otherwise people won't care to look. That's the bait of, like, that's why, for example, EGC does it right for what they do, but they'll never be able to go, like, super viral with their videos, because they're not making YouTube videos. They're making tournament channel videos. You know, the X versus Y. Like, Team Liquid versus 3D Clan, or whatever it's going to be. It's good for cataloging, but it's actually terrible for drumming up new viewership. Don't get me wrong, you have a hardcore audience, but, like, a perfect example of this is if anyone follows Dota 2, I always use that as a great example. There's a guy there called Noob from UA, who knew from UA would make a bunch of highlight videos, like he'd trim them down a little bit, get hundreds of thousands of views. And then the official like PGL channel with the upload of the series, not as many. Now, part of that is because he actually trimmed the content down from like maybe a 3-hour series into a 40-minute video. But it's also just like the way he'll approach what he's saying. Like, oh man, you know, Team Liquid go crazy with new Meepo strat. People are going to click that. Nice click there, Voldemort. Able to get rid of the worker. Yeah, catches Lucifron trying to scale into ponds, but Lucy's already got 2 online. It's only 1 for Voldemort. This is really important with the Mind Wet build because he doesn't have the Arten advantage. And Arten is usually considered to be pretty good on this map because of the fat and safe tree line that you can easily build farms around. Yeah, the negative, of course, is you never tend to get gold buffed in range, as it's very rare to get that type of spawn. In fact, I think it even might be impossible to get that type of spawn on Frisian these days. Because Frisian was changed. Give him 50% of what the video is about. Well, that's the thing. Like, sometimes a series won't have enough twists and turns for that. It's tricky. I have wondered as well if we should, like, revisit the idea of shortened series, like taking an hour-long series and make it a 20-minute video. We've tried it before, but I felt like it was going to be confusing for people because of the nature of macros and builds and whatever. But it's probably worth it for trimming the first 5 minutes of fat. I think StarCraft done this, if I'm not mistaken. There was a StarCraft channel. I forget the name of it off the top of my head. Oh, what was it called? Was it SC2 Highlights? It might have been SC2 Highlights. And he would, like, he basically just, he'd have the intro from the casters, and then it might skip 2 minutes into the video so that stuff is happening. That's not a bad idea. And then the idea is if you get like a lull where someone's not doing something for 5 minutes in the late game, you could trim that too. Yeah, the rest is like hard to chop out. Like with Dota 2, it was simple. Like ignore the builds and all the macro and literally just show fights. But I don't think that would be as compelling for Age of Empires 4. So Lucifron going mass archers now with marching drills. This is pretty potent. Voldemar's in a bit of a split format right now. I mean, the Sipahi are going to be pretty solid. But remember what we said about the all pikes detail. Like there is a switch here that makes a lot of sense for Lucifron into Horseman. Why Ottoman becomes so efficient against good civs? Because Pro Scouts is no longer on the agenda, and that was something they could never play into. And then you've got this passive scaling that people use very well with Sipahi. People just overall in the last year got 10 times better at efficiently using Sipahi, understanding their limits and not losing them easily. Add in the expansion, the last one, the Cross and Rose expansion, that improved the attack points of Horsemen. And it's no surprise that Sipahi are just everywhere and Ottomans are ranking up every time. Baited forward, and Voldemort actually looks pretty spooky right now. The good news with these archers, they're very effective at running away with the marching drills. Ranged armor has been activated, so Voldemort just minimizing any potential for damage received. Lucifron does need to get more Spearman added in. Meantime, it's going to cost him dearly. Able to take out Sipahi in the scout. There's just several infantry for it. Poke continues. Spearman line is thinning. Only 5 left alive. The Sipahi, they go in for the strike. Fortitude was already used. But even without it, this is going to be a good trade for him. Lucifron just trying to do his best to kite, but with the meta still alive, it feels impossible to do damage here. Voldemort will have to slow down. His archers unable to keep up. That's the difference in pacing. Lucifron is just becoming more and more about the archer play. Less and less about the diversity of spearmen. I don't know, man. I'm not sure what Lucifron's breakpoint is here in his mind with archers. I like that he's just stopped producing them because I don't think it's winning him the fights at all anymore. You know, the archer spam timing can be really powerful. Like, the push power of it, undeniable. But here, it just feels like a bit of a whiff. Yeah, it's very difficult against these Sipahi. And this makes this so much better. Voldemar just using the Imam point now. Even queuing up 2 additional meta to make sure it can't be removed. Why no Mass Knights from Lucifron? Because I'm going to let you know a secret here. It's a crazy detail. Knights do require that you're in the Castle Age. Lucifron doesn't always just play French. And the problem on this map is if you rush Castle Age, you can easily get pinned in the corner. Because both of your gold veins are front-facing. It's very rare that they're in a safe location. Like, Frisian was redesigned to stop that happening, actually. So you'll always be exposed. So castle rushing, while it once upon a time was quite viable in Frisian, with certain civs like HRE, the current pacing of the game, it allows feudal rushes to just kill you. Creep around the flanks. Like this idea from Voldemar, just denied the economy. You're both scaling ponds, so this can be a difference maker. He even gets one of the fishing boats. He could think about hanging around for the burn. A little bit surprised he isn't, actually. He might start to have alarm bells go off, though, because we can see Lucifron's out plan is to go next age. He's saving up. So he might finally get those knights you've been wishing for. Voldemar. An ambitious charging. Yeah, gotta be very careful. Because you don't have archers here to clear that limited number of spears. Good double snipe. Gets rid of the metas. Going to be pivotal as well, because I think the goal here for Lucifron is just mass archer veterancy. And then you don't really care about the ranged armor. Like, it's only going to be double meta instead of 4 metas, so you can actually snipe them. It's a pretty cool idea. That worker difference is a lie. Voldemar, they still have military pop count for fishing boats. Fishing boats aren't calculated correctly in the capture age. So you can see he's got 11 fishing boats and 47 villages. There's actually at 58 economy. So just a reminder, folks. For some reason, capture age still does that for him. It's never been fixed in 2+ years. Still this dive in. This timing. Lucifron. He stops building it. Forced to just defend himself. Voldemar may have just found the perfect moment for the dive in. We talked about feudal pushes, slaying castle transitions on Frisian. Looking viable here. However, that Sipahi line, it's spinning fast. Faster than the top of a middle-aged man's head. No. Count simply not good enough. Only 6 Sipahi left. Lucifron, with the archer fire and the TC, able to push him away. Meta sniping's going to come through. Goes back to work on the build-up. Sipahi count is low. Few spinmen do trickle out to try and slow this down. Villagers on the gold are getting idled as well, but I think Voldemar, he needs worker kills ASAP. He'll find 1 or 2. Actually, more than 1 or 2. He completes that with a total of 12 worker kills. So, Lucifron, definitely behind now. Remember, Voldemar's count is a lie. He has got 62 economy to 55. But Lucifron does now have access to knights. Queues up a few of them. He doesn't have gold, though. I think Lucifron's in trouble, guys. Like, he has no gold access at all. Remember, it's all forward-facing. The question now is, can Voldemar keep this pressure up? It's slowing down. How did Voldemar kill 12 villagers? I think it's just the dive-in, like the workers coming over the Regnets and just the natural flow of things in the fight. I think Voldemar should castle. The problem of castling now is going to take him about 1.5 minutes, maybe 2 minutes. And Lucifron's now producing knights. I think you need to keep going. And Voldemar, he agrees. He builds into the Janissary, so that's going to be the pop of the point there. Janissary company coming through. Yeah, but you've just built 8 Janissaries into 20 archers is my only concern. So he does have to redouble onto Sipahi. This is from with gold access. He may have taken a heavy hit. He's not convinced it's a killing blow here. Yeah, so overall economy difference now. In Voldemar at 55, Lucifron down at 43. So he lost 12 workers across that dive. And Voldemar, he lames the boars as well. So just removing options from Lucifron. Not that I would have expected him to be out here anytime soon. Veterancy did just get queued up by Lucy. And Mehmed is now on the way. So Voldemar, about to castle up himself. But he's looking to press again. What a crazy dive. It's weird because you'd think like that's kind of game ending, but I've seen it so often on Frisium where you get these dives, it looks really good, but because the person's still cracked Castle Age, they crack skulls. So Voldemar in a potentially pretty good position here, but he needs to realize they're winning that big fight. Lucifron has been slow, however, on scaling into knights, but remember, these knights are more powerful. Still barding tech from the mine work. Starts to respect the Janissaries, and that is an awkward pathing. Double knight down. Voldemar is looking better and better. Flank wall low. Denial of resources is important here because it's a Regnitz play. He'll pick the relic up, but there's no way he's getting that home. Voldemar's already surging over here. He's chasing this one too. So that's going to be a double relic denial, making it look like a 3-2 split in favor of Voldy. Lucifron, though, now goes raiding himself while the whole army is on the far south side of the base. He sends one knight in to idle everything up. Also, guys, why is his stirrup so here's a stirrup, right? Why is it so low? What? I didn't realize that people on horseback were so short. Like, his legs can't reach. It's the tiny legs, man. We've got baby knights. That's just a random visual bug, though. The rest don't... Wait, they all have it. Wait, what? Have I never noticed that? Do they all have that normally? No. 5'4" German riders, guys. There you go. Archers. How can they body block the chase in there? Voldemar. It looked like he connected for a few more kills, though. I mean, it doesn't make sense choosing the shortest guy to go on horseback, because then he looks intimidatingly tall, I think. Think about, like if you had this regular-sized horse, but you had, like, Shaq on the back of it, it would look silly. It wouldn't be big enough. Are the Sipahi short? No, the Sipahi, like, their feet work perfectly. I'm trying to think if this... I think this was the tech. Was this not the barded armor tech? Because it technically, like, when you research it, the skin looks like it changes, but doesn't change, no? I'm trying to remember. I think it... Does it get that extra little piece around the neck, maybe? What a weird detail. But guys, this is like a secret superpower. These are very tanky knights now. So the key to being better at riding horseback is to not put your feet in the safety stirrups, you know? Because look, it's smart. Now, like when people, like when you ride past people, you smack them in the face, like a mini chariot effect. Do not say that I am the rider, by the way. I'm watching you guys. Don't you dare bring that up. Joke's on you anyway, because I can't afford a horse. Not enough people subscribe today. Hordemar? Wow, he's sending it. That's a lot of Sipahi, actually. Lucifron! What? I mean, he's got no front line. He's got legitimately no front line. Sipahi, I don't think Voldemar can believe it yet. He hasn't activated the attack speed. He just chunk all these down. Diving from the knights. No, I'm not 5'8". We've been over this. 5'10". I am not that knight. I'm not that guy right there. But this guy right here, Voldemar. I think he's done it. Janissary archers going in. No jockey knights here to defend. This looks cooked. Book shall not be closed with a Frio Storm. Voldemar. The boy who lived and shall not die. I'm not the right. Stop saying I'm the rider. I am not the rider. Guys, I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10". All right? That guy is clearly 5'4". And I'm being generous. You're 5'9". I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10", dude. All right. So that means we're going to be getting more games. I might have to go get my son in a second. He's just woken up. I don't know if Emma's back yet. Is Emma back? No, she's not. She's useless. All right. So let me mark it up. What's the next matchup? The next matchup is... Let me have a look. Is... Did they forget to make the game viewable again? Bro, I swear if they have. How do you keep doing this? Okay, no. We're good. Seriously, I was about to lose it. All right, it's going to be Biz Deli. All right. I don't... The UI is so buggy. All right, no. They don't... I was like, seriously, I was like, either the UI is bugged or like, I'm scrolling a lot. All right. Guys, I'll quickly go get Ezra. Give me a second. His mother abandoned him and left him. I can't believe it. All right, be right back 1 sec. Look who I've got. Hello? You wake up early? It's like, wow, there's so many things for me to break. Okay. Not feeling very well. He's got a cold. You're ill. Stay away from me. Stay away from me. What are you doing? Yeah, I know. There's a lot of shinies around you, but you're going to sit nicely on my lap. Yeah, right. New H3 Knight. Yeah, look, guys. This is the H3 Knight. Look at him. Look, he's even... What are you doing? What are you doing? Karate Kid right here. All right, buddy. Let's get ready to go. Hey, look! I lost my virginity. All right, let's get the game. It's time for the next game of the series. Lucifron will not be able to eradicate the competition that easily. Voldemar strikes back. He's now looking to make this a recovery arc. But Lucifron is looking to shut him down. Byzantine's now going up against Voldemar's Delhi. This is a pretty crafty pick, actually, for Byzantines into Delhi, because Delhi aren't known to Dark Age Rush, and that's one of the biggest vulnerabilities for a Byzantine pick on this map. Yeah. What do you mean adopted confirmed? Guys, I swear. This is inspiration for the 5'10" people. You can do. Oh my god, he won't leave the keyboard alone. He's obsessed with the keyboard because it's bright pink. Anyway, we're gonna fast forward the game a little bit. We'll do 2x speed until we're in feudal age. So we have got active stone gathering. Throwing the stone makes a lot of sense here. Like, you're just not expecting Delhi to attack you at all. And you want to scale not only your gathering, but it'll also scale your production rate so that you can compete with the Delhi in age 2. Second berry patch is going to be rough for Lucifron, but he has at least got the initial ones close to the tree line, which keeps it safe. Ez, leave the keyboard alone! Don't look at me like that. I probably should have brought my toy, but we were in a rush. Yeah, I should have, shouldn't I? Alright, here you go, guys. While we do the 2x. Entertain us, baby man! Say da 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 da. Da 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 da. No, don't touch my keyboard. Just say the da da word. It's not hard. No. Da 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 da. I think he's still tired. Yeah? What are you saying? What are you saying? Not my keyboard. Leave it alone. All right, let's get back to the cast. I tried, chat. I tried. Well, at least he's being chatty now. So he's almost walking, by the way. He can actually somewhat walk on his own, but he's a little bit lazy. You're getting there, ain't you, buddy? Don't know if you can hear him. He's waffling. Grand Winery coming through. If you waffle like that, you'll be a great caster when you grow up. Yeah. Level 3 Cistern. Opening is going to be Ghazi, which is pretty standard for Delhi. They love doing this. We've got 4th Cistern coming in. You don't really want to have to gather deer, but I do like it as a backup option if stuff gets rough. Interesting things like Delhi, I don't think they were really that hurt by the Pro Scouts change. Obviously, it's going to be less food for them, but they just get Pro Scouts for free. In some ways, it's like a mini buff because now they'll always eventually get it. And there are other civs before that were on the fence about whether Pro Scouts was good. Those civs are now going to be looking at Pro Scouts and saying, hell no, this is trash. Same exact smile as Freya? Kind of. Like, Freya as a baby looked a lot like Emma, but he basically is a spitting image of me. Nazi raid. My obsing might be a bit sucky this game because I'm one-handed and trying to keep him away from all of the equipment. Ghazi poking pretty well, actually. Lucifron, it may have been a bit greedy going straight up level 5 Cistern instead of building an outpost here. So he's just going to keep getting harassed until the first spearmen come out. And that aligns nicely. Voldemar, he's only 50 seconds out from Sanctity. And right now, Lucifron is kind of pinned in his base. This is perfect. Oh, pardon you, mate. Was that... Did you have a little burp hidden in there? You did, didn't you? Good scare away. Lucifron just scaling as many spears as possible. The nice thing about this delayed timing of spears is they come in really fast. You can see here. Only takes 9 seconds. Usually the challenge is having enough resources. And he is going for the Merc contract. So we are going to see longbow spam soon. Ezra, leave the mic alone. And Voldemar was at least able to get a worker kill out of that, which is quite surprising. Even with Akratoy, actually. Ez, will you leave the mic alone? Chat, this is what I'm dealing with. Look at this crap. You seem very proud of yourself. Triple Sacred Site simultaneously coming in from Voldemar now. This is spooky timing. Hey, leave the mic alone! Two German knights cast. Oi! You stop that. I ain't sure. Why did I leave software dev? Do you think the niche is dying? I don't think the niche is dying. And I left software dev many years ago. So I left it back in 2018. That was a long time ago. That was before AI really started to take over. I just personally didn't enjoy software development because I ended up not doing game development anymore. I ended up moving into blue chip software dev, which is boring as well. It wasn't what inspired me. And to be fair, it probably wasn't the worst thing in the world. Like, being a game developer nowadays is just basically like being a first world slave. I don't know, like the You get overworked, you get underpaid. It's not as glamorous as some people believed it was going to be honest. Bottom up, we have got archers added in alongside the Ghazi now. The Lucifron, I mean, I like this build. It's just the Horseman Lombo spinning timing. It's really powerful with Byzantines. Honestly, like, every player just goes Lombos. I think any other choice just feels kind of dead now. Except super situational builds. But most of the time with Byzantines, you're trying to scale to castle anyway. It's your win condition. So going for mass Lombo just wins the game. Only fun if you start your own company, publish your own games. That's not even fun because, like, do you know how hard it is to make a living off of making games nowadays? Steam had thousands and thousands of submissions this year that won't even make back the submission cost of putting them on Steam. The problem with game development now is, bar some very rare niche cases, unless you have a marketing budget, it is nigh on impossible to get noticed. You have to spend on influencers on an influencer campaign. Like, even, I know some people are going to reference Claire Obscure, but even Claire Obscure had funding from a medium-sized publisher. They had like a AA publisher that backed a marketing campaign. And they had a really cool marketing campaign to kind of make it cool, like, you need to know about this game. Ozzy in the back here. It's going to be a good raid. Lucifron. He just shifts the workers away, doesn't even garrison them aside, which is a bit intriguing. Yeah, wait, what? What happened there? Gets pinned as well, so 2 workers going down. Voldemar just stretching Lucifron's attention quite thin here. He's going for the double decap. Overall, I think Voldemar's in a pretty good position here. He's also got pro scouts running, so he's got extra food coming home for free. There are indie games that blow up through guerrilla marketing. Yeah, but like, hahaha. So you're misunderstanding the difference between being a good marketer and being a good game developer. Like, those things are different, you know what I mean? It's like, getting those together is difficult. And Hollow Knight is a terrible example because Hollow Knight, when did Hollow Knight 1 come out? Different time. Trying to release a game in 2025 and achieve the same way is difficult. Balatro is an interesting example, actually. But like, I think you, like, once again, you're using very specific niche examples of success as opposed to the hundreds and thousands of failures. My warning is, like, if you want to be a game dev because you love developing games, do it. But if you want to be it because you think it's going to be your Slumdog Millionaire story, it's a bit grossly naive. You know, everyone wants to be Notch. Most won't. It's like, it's the fairy tale story of, like, you do something like you do because you love. Like, I do esports because I love it. You know, I do content creation because I love it. Not because I'm going to make millions of dollars. I could be very, 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 very fortunate and do so. But the difficulty of doing so is insane. Gazi now clashing in. Good secure coming in from Lucifron, so he gets the forward berry, but the archer mass, I think, maybe bigger than he was expecting here. He's only got 5 horsemen up against 24 archers. Now trying to eliminate Limitane. Not going to be quick enough, though. The Ghazi wave. Out in reserve. Now going to be charging in. Archer's just going to keep scaring this away. Limitane count is thinning a little bit, but they're very difficult to kill with the spear wall up. The outpost fire is also coming in clutch for the defense for Lucifron, but the wave, still pretty tanky. Ghazi able to push back this again. I think the outpost is actually saving Lucifron. Like, the DPS is insane. The amount of archers that took down. He only lost 2 Lombos, and Voldemar, this pull on the Scholars, may have been just a little bit too late. Apologies, I'm literally fighting with my son to keep him still. He will not stay still. This is becoming a problem. Emma's ass needs to move home quickly. Like, guys, you don't know what I'm dealing with. Like, you won't. What? Stay still. Look, shiny things. Watch them. Scholars. Voldemar's trying to use them in the front line, but if you just kind of ignore them, that's why he's jammed them in the berries this way. But it's that outpost again. Each time on these dives. Still, the Scholar healing is at least keeping them alive. He's topping off the Ghazi now. Lucifron is lacking food sources, by the way. He started this up, grows behind this. He's giving enough to scare him away. All right, say bye-bye to Ezra. Bye. Oh, your baby. Mate, I bet Emma was just sitting inside with a glass of wine, just kicked back that whole time. All right, now we can observe. Apologies on that. The Balatro dev reached out to streamers? I mean, probably. But, like, I get these type of requests all the time. And I know even if I wasn't an agent who needs to, like, prioritize revenue, like, a lot of my creators would just, like, look at those games and go, I'm not interested. You have to be really good with marketing. Never confuse making a good game with, with marketing it well. Like, that's why Steve Jobs was praised so much in the past, if you think about it. That guy, as a developer, wasn't a very good developer, but he's a very good marketer. All right, push coming in. Love that reaction from Lucy's like, wait, the outposts are kind of winning this game. What if I just build 2 outposts? Flash in, Voldemort, trying to prove that healing is stronger, though. If it's just Ghazi left, he's going to be able to prove that as well. The ranged armor is a pretty big deal breaker here. Archers, you can target fire down. Everything else, not so much. Does get the fortifications through, but it's a dive past now. Voldemort, with conviction, is looking to send us to a game number 5 up against Lucifron. Looking pretty good for it as well. There's chip damage over time. The other time as well, just limiting Lucifron and the Lombo count. It's been holding on, but not any longer. No, the Ghazi able to access it. It's going to be Akratoy pulled to try and defend. He kites away from that. Archer's now moving in. We have got the textile defense. There's no doubt about it. Lucifron, outnumbered, outgunned in his own base. And if we've learned anything from this expansion, it's that feudal healing is bloody powerful. Oh, I should take the bloody away. There's never really enough blood coming out to end anyone. Villagers' Akratoy defense is about to run out. They've lost the armor. They've lost the damage. He's lost any semblance of a hold here. Voldemort, with a limited remaining Ghazi, will strike down several more workers. And he's still got a new wave building. I mean, the Lombos did survive. I think it looked like Voldemort had a problem where like the scholars were healing each other instead. But regardless of that, it's a 14-worker lead now for the Dane. And Lucifron's looking pretty done. Yeah, it needed to be some target fire with the scholars, actually. Like, if he target heals with them on the Ghazi, I think you actually kill several more workers there. But it's tricky to do in the moment. And wait, did he forget to Q siege engine? No. He definitely forgot to Q text, but like... Okay, yeah, he switched over. He's like, okay, the outposts need to go. So this is an intentional choice. Instead of completing the melee armor, he pauses that, switches for siege engineering. Lucifron. He has at least kept the Lombos alive. Like, positives for him is he didn't lose the limited number that he's built. That's really important for the scale point of them being threatening. Other elements of this game is definitely looking pretty brutal, though. And it looks like it's only going to get worse from here. Berries becoming hard to access again. That being said, Lucifron has crept out onto the flank. Voldemort lacking control on the Sacred side, but that's not getting fixed. At least on one side. The other side is going to get denied. Well played by Lucifron to remove that threat point. Last thing you want when you're behind like this is feeling pressured to rush out your base. So it just gets a little bit of safety and security against that. Voldemort sends it in, actually. Archers to the chase. The baton count only now just hitting double digits again. Horsemen are at least slowing down reinforcements. So Voldemort can be slow on receiving that second wave, but it's the idle time effect again. It's additional worker kills. And we're down to about a 16 worker lead. And remember, he's about to have siege engineering, so double ram to delete the outpost, an easy peasy move. Oh man. And Lucy, wait, what? He just, no reaction. 20 down, and that's enough. He's going to call it, throws in the towel. You're seeing this right. Voldemar is now 1 game away from a miracle comeback against one of the scariest players you will find in competitive Age of Empires 4. It's not like he was doing it with cheesy new civs either, by the way. That's just like some classic civs coming out. Okay, so left side win. Cliffside upcoming as our final map decider. Sorry about the camera work at the start, guys. Like, that was... he wouldn't stay still. Ezra is... Because he's basically... Like, he's walking... He's almost at the point where he can walk on his own. He's climbing as well. So he's never going to stay still in those situations. Most indie games that are successful work in a fun, short-form format where streamers pick it up and viewers get within minutes what the appeal of it is. Yes. It's also like there's just so many game choices that people just shuffle around. Like, it just makes it harder to get someone that pops and hits and stays. Like, Helldiver's had this as well, that they accidentally dropped the ball, right? But Helldiver's, like, I guess, an example of, like, a AA success. But, like, being a true indie studio and finding success is difficult now. At least if you're being a true indie, i.e. not being picked up. Game 5, by the way. Broken cavalry. That's all I need to say. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's the return of the Radari Civ. Macedonians coming in for this caster game. But Voldemar has been defying all expectations. This would be the perfect way of completing the cycle. He's on track for a reverse sweep against Lucifron. And he's going to have to overcome Macedonians. But to do so, he goes to the Camels. Camels versus Vikings. Wow, okay. Cliffside's going to be our map. Macedonians have been looking pretty good on this map for a few different strategies. There is, of course, the fast castle heavy cav. But even some early cheesy play with like Rangian rushing on the strongholds has been quite effective. Because remember, you can actually just forward racks with them and turn that racks into an outpost. But not this game. Lucifron doesn't really strike me as a Rangian stronghold boy, even though it would have been super effective with this gold spawn. Instead, I would probably expect Lucifron to be doing a stables play here. You know, it sounds weird to go Hippodrome and then eventually go Radari, but the hilarity is that Radari stats are so inflated that even against Camel Lancers, you just kind of don't care. That's pretty wild to say out loud. Like, how can you play up against Cam Lancers and not give a damn? It's the stat inflation. They're already higher HP by default than Knights. They're already higher damage. They can afford to lose a little bit and still compete. Let's see if it gets that play. Gets to that phase. We're going to do a little bit of fast forward here. Just so we hop into the feudal age. Because we don't have any pressure coming. Iobids, they never do Dark Age play. And Lucifron has not opted for it. So Hippodrome now on the way. 11 sheep so far. Great haul for Voldemar. Voldemar able to accrue 20 sheep in this game because you start on the berries, of course. And it is going to be a growth wing. Okay, so most players at the moment have been going for the Dervish to get healing. But Voldemar goes a different way. I'm wondering if this is just super fast castle, which would make a lot of sense, actually. So I think Iberds have 2 ways of dealing with Macedonians. Either you, A, go Dervish wing, and you just kind of maintain movement speed with your comp by going Desert Raiders and Horsemen. The idea being that you heal units, never lose them. And method 2 is you rush castle. Because the reason that either of those can be effective is that Macedonians thrive off of feudal pressure into the runestones. The runestone system is the one where when their Viking units get eliminations, they can drop runestones to receive buffs. But if you don't lose any units, no buffs. So by going fast castle, no buffs. Because if nothing gets eliminated, you can't actually get your buff. You need 5 warrior kills, and it needs to be your Vikings killing, and it also needs to be that you're eliminating something that is considered honorable, which means worker eliminations don't count. Now, cool thing about the Hippodrome build, it's not completely held hostage by that, because you're just playing horsemen that don't get runestones, and later on, if you go castle and build Radari, they also do not need to worry about runestones. It's nice to have, but not necessary. Yeah, a lot of people thought Grand Winery was going to be the busted choice, but I'm more in the Hippodrome camp right now. Radari make runestones too? Yeah, but they don't need it is the point. It's nice to have, but it's completely unneeded. You're a 1.75 movement speed heavy cav. Whereas if you're going to play, for example, a mass Varangian strat, Varangian move really slow, so they need the runestones movement speed. There's also a percentile scaling logic. Like if I have Spearman or Varangian and I get +1, it's naturally going to be a bigger percentage increase than Radari getting +1. It's like he actually rushed this, so Luciferon just trying to get in position, doesn't have the second horseman yet. He's not a real threat at this point, just a nuisance. Because remember, the horseman has 9 damage, the Giga Chad Scout has 7. And wait, he actually gets his shivs out, which is ambitious. And perfect call, Luciferon. Oh, no, wait, no, he didn't have enough. Well, I was about to say perfect call because the Hippodrome Scout won't be eliminated by the TC, but unfortunately for him, he miscalculated. Not enough damage to get the strike down on that worker. So Voldemort able to dodge death. Voldemort less than 3 workers ahead, by the way. He's only a 2.5 eco lead, I think. Yeah, there's been some skip TC time, I think. Because remember, Growth Wing's meant to put him 3 ahead. Desert Raider's ambitious here. Against Horseman, usually a big no-no, but I like the way Voldemar's using it. Just kite, ignore a direct fight, and let these guys benefit from the debuff damage. Voldemar now being forced into Spear Archer as well. This is a lot of investment for Irobids in Age 2. He does, of course, have the extra 3 villages to somewhat justify it, but still, this isn't your usual Irbid build. Normally, they don't add in the racks at all, whatsoever. But it shows you how much respect he's putting on the Hippodrome Horseman. +2 damage that they're going to be getting, because we did just see the spawn come through. The Hippodrome Horseman has arrived, so every cavalry unit near it will get an extra 2 damage. Surprised you can't just play pure Desert Raider? Pure Desert Raider into Horseman is a quick way of getting disintegrated. Especially buffed up Horseman. Because remember, the Desert Raiders are considered range tag and cavalry tag. I.e., Horsemen do double damage against them. And we do have the switch up now. It's going to be spears coming out from Luciferon as well. Bit rough for Voldy because his spears are going to get outclassed by Adgimafa. But looks like he turned it into a raid. Voldemar went around the back. Yeah, Horseman snuck in. Okay, I'm impressed. I actually was expecting Luciferon to be the one netting eliminations. He does get one himself, so they're 1-1. Yeah, strikes on the back for a second as well, so gets double on the berries. Luciferon says, raiding? You're not going to outclass me there. Okay, this is becoming a pretty cool game. Props to Luciferon as well. He's doing something I wasn't expecting, which is feel aggroing Macedonians. Especially when Macedonians go for the Hippodrome. It's just not your usual expectation. Yeah, so the thing with Macedonians, because of the runestone scaling I talked about, I kind of envision Macedonians getting the Jean treatment, the cold shoulder, where like you don't want to play the edge against them. And you're seeing why. Like he nets another kill over here. Catching Voldemar building the houses, presumably. And that's the entire worker lead now gone for Voldemar. Yeah, so his entire landmark choice has become pretty much worthless. Voldy, he is prepping a ram, so he's looking to go in. I think he's aware that this is a big threat point. With the Varangian Arsenal scaling a little bit silver trickle, if you let your opponent get towards the tier 2 armor, these Hippodrome Horsemen are going to feel unbeatable. So it looks like Luciferon is going to have a threat there. Voldemar's trying to get rid of this before he achieves 500 silver. Yes, he's got about 2 minutes to do it. Outpost crawl coming in as well. Still lingers a few horsemen on the other side of the map, but the rest have come home. Ram has now been seen. Luciferon, love that move. If all focus is on his base, he moves out for the deer. And Luciferon with Bog Maffa now, which is actually really effective here. Remember, the Bog Maffa, they've got an ability called Unwavering Focus that removes 2 armor from a target they're striking for their shots. Meaning the horseman will have 0 armor. Only from the Bog Maffa hits, but it does matter. Sorry, it does Maffa. I hate myself. Anyway, we've got double Stronghold to achieve this. And the cool thing about this is he can pivot. Like, if Voldemar goes really hard into Spearman, just keep adding in archers, add in a few Varangian Guard as a front line. And yeah, basically, the oil showing, that's if you're on the other player, it still shows oil instead of silver. Oops. Capture age issue 60. Well, something that is going to matter is if this Arsenal goes down. He's going to get the tech at least, though. Yeah, so range damage increase now. Bog Maffa. They've even got the movement speed, because guess who arrived? The Radari champion is in. 1.44 movement speed. That's before we start talking about runestones, which if he just nets, I think one more kill. He must need one more, maybe two maximum. Ram's going to come knocking again. Bogmaffa should easily be able to achieve some kills on the spears. Arsenal is indeed going to be going down. Runestone's still not available yet. Luciferon stands his ground. Arsenal breaks, opens a way for the Horseman, but he doesn't look to jump in. And a Runestone now available, which means the next fight is going to be much harder for Voldemar. A good sneak out. Luciferon, you cheeky son of a gun. He crept out for a fresh gold. Okay, yeah, so he could sell some of the gold now to rebalance his food while still getting more silver. Still, I'm impressed. I think Voldemar's in better shape than I was expecting against Macedonians playing this way. But I like that he started to get raided and was like, okay, this is just silly. If I just sit at home, I know how good Luciferon is at raiding. I know how good this Civ can be. I'll just lose the game in 10 minutes. So he flips the script, which is very smart by Voldemar. Manninkamp has been brought back up, by the way, so he's generating some silver again. Actually needs to add in a new Varangian Arsenal to achieve that, though. He's forced to fight, but we do have the runestone drop. Look at the movement speed! 1.65. Gets the archers quickly away from the chasers. But Lucifer now heavily outnumbered. Can't really afford to back off anymore. Stands his ground. Villagers getting muddied in the equation, but the push does continue. Lucifer, he doesn't have much left here. He did just get a free spawn out of the war camp, so some fresh Adgamafa arriving just in the nick of time, actually. Last the Horseman scared off, and now Luciferon able to break his back. Damn, the numbers look so good for a moment, but Voldemar, it's just too many archers, not enough spears. Army now to be erased. And Luciferon with enough archers surviving that he can deny any anti-cav play. Oh man, and these Hippodrome units are just so tanky. The champions, each over 200 HP. They absorb a lot of blows. Voldemar now in full retreat, tail between leg. At a rough point as well, because he's now forced to play out of his base to find food when Luciferon is now pushing towards it. This is looking close to over. I'm chiefly worried about this guy in particular. The Hippodrome Radari, 33 damage per strike with the Horseman nearby. I mean, he himself is a Goliath to slay. Luciferon, you know, we thought it was going to be mass Radari stats for the cheese, but he proved why Macedonians is secretly a potent force. Like, they can play many different ages. There was a point in this game where Voldemar looked like he'd hit his timing to remove the advantage. But the moment Luciferon started to spill that blood, I mean, you saw the value in the base. These runestones coming in clutch, allowing you to chase, allowing you to retreat, and allowing you to outrange in even the archer trades. Make no mistake about it, runestones give immense value. You get the extra range on range units of +1 tile. You get movement speed increase on all units of Viking types. And then, of course, there's the +1 melee on all Vikings as well. Just the cherry on top, really, in a lot of equations. It's meant to be balanced by just the lack of charges. Like, you need to actually be eliminating targets with Vikings to get them. But when you get to this size on fights, if there's no healing for Voldemar, and there isn't because he chose Growth Wing, you end up in this problematic scenario where, whether you like it or lump it, eventually your units are going to fall. From now just safely moving out for board here. Even has the gold here if he wants it, but he's still got the backup gold behind. A lot of wood being gathered as he's just scaling more into food wood. Bottom up. Fishing for additional eliminations here, but the numbers definitely don't feel favorable. Remember also these Bog Maffa, not only can they be better range and better DPS archers, they also have more health. You do pay a premium for this. You're paying 10 extra resources per. So it is balanced within that regard. You know, the big upside right now for Voldemar is that Lucifron has not gone for range damage too, because he hasn't got much silver income. If he gets range damage too, I think this is just curtains. Because at that point, you're hitting for longbow damage. And oh boy, the horsemen. They find the deer gatherers. Voldemar harassed off of it. Loses all of the workers that shifted out. 4 going down. Counter assault coming through as he sees the horsemen aren't here to guard, but he's still got some endgame alpha. Runestone's going to be dropped. Bogmafra are going to be backing up here, looking to target down the spearman. A little bit overkill though. These horsemen, no, they're raiding for more. He's not bringing them home. He's just going to, oh my god, he's just going to cheese him with runestones. Look at the movement speed. It allows him to kite away. Horseman now eliminated. Voldemar now just stuck with spear and a limited number of archers up against tanky archers. Looks like he's going to be tanking the L. Movement speed. The best stat in the game. And you see just how quickly Macedonians snowball out of control when they get these grave markers on the ground. Grave tidings here. Voldemar does get hit up on the east side. The outpost was not enough to protect. He didn't even complete it. This is the end. No way. No doubt about it. Voldemar has got food income down to 0. He's rushing out in a panic. But the gap is too big now. I mean, you'd need insurmountable amounts of food to get the horsemen online. More eliminations achieved. Archers just in camp mode position now. And torches are being brought out. Yep, he's bringing the boys across. And that's going to be inflated torch damage as well. Remember, he has got the champion scout. So outpost is going to go down before the upgraded health comes through. Bog Maffa are waiting to receive any targets, but they've already vacated the area. Voldemar, he'll play this out to its bitter conclusion, but it feels pretty conclusive. It's a 15 worker lead at 18 minutes in. And Lucifron is about to click up the castle. And the villagers actually went back. Wait, what? Huh? Okay. That's going to be -6 unless you rush that outpost. And he does so in a panic. We'll lose 1. Maybe 2. Yeah, I think he lost a second as he entered, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, went down. And third one found as well. I mean, Lucifron just doesn't miss anything. How do you even counter the Civ? Try to avoid giving them eliminations. If you're going to give them eliminations, make sure it's worth your time. Also, summon the local wildlife to help you. That should help. Got him. All right, 1 down, just 10 to go. Wait, where are you going? No. Golden Hauntar now. Cool idea, actually. Lucifron, remember, this is actually a defensive landmark, technically. Because it has crossbone placement. So it's going to protect his gold as well as his deer access and some additional wood. So basically, economy is going to be safe so that Lucifron can go party on the corpse of Voldemar. You know, just open his coffin, take a selfie with him, all that stuff. Just a use. Oh man, props to Voldemar for almost pulling it back though. I mean, getting a 3-2 result against Lucifron is still really impressive. We know Voldemar's capable of this type of thing. If you guys remember, he almost beat Marine Lord in that tournament before the last EGC one. It was like a $5,000 tournament. Why is this the greatest modern RTS release? Age of Empires 4. Behold its glory. Bottom out, looking for one last Ura. Unfortunately, it's taken so long that veteran Cs are going to be in for Bogmaffer. He's already been getting bogged down by these guys before. Bogmaffer about to be the boogeyman. As he has got the movement speed, that means he can run this down. This looks done. Bonamar, I don't even want to say about to be cooked. He's about to be burned at the stake. Spearman baited to hang around way too long. I mean, you could just win this with archers alone as Lucifer. You never have to have the cavalry touch them, and he knows it. Curtains close. Angry Vikings come in many forms. Sometimes on ponies, and sometimes they just pwn you with a 360 no-scope archer shot. Whoo-wee! Vikings very strong. Alright. Don't know if we upload that one. I just typed in as new archer faster than cavalry, which is true. So, let's have a look at the results and where that brings us so far. Because I need to update this, actually. So, we know the Louis MT Numadan outcome. That was 3-1. We just had Valdemar versus Luciferon. Let me enter those scores as well from the previous series, because I think those are 2-0s. We can actually now hop into, I think, if I'm not mistaken, so we got Anatan versus B. Do you guys want Anatan versus B or Wham versus Scatterbrained? 1 sec. I'm just updating the scores for you guys. I was about to give Luciferon 32 on the score. Not bad, not bad. Numadan was 3-1, right, chat? We saw B already. We watched one of B's games from his round of 16. It wasn't his quarterfinals. Keep up. Come on. So, 1 second. I'm about to post the update so you guys can see the state of everything. Whoopsie. Bear with me uno momo. Because I'm typing in a lot of bloody things. You're going to see the outcome of it in a sec. Ready? Oh my god, it was totally worth the wait to know all of the stuff. Why is it taking so long to export? Stuff! There you go. This is weird for people watching on a different platform, because on a different platform they won't see. So there you go. That's the cooked up nature of things. I don't know. I feel like B Anno is probably the one to go to, isn't it? As much as we'd enjoy some WAP. Like, the B Anatan one is like, those guys... Actually, I don't know. Recently, B has just had Anno's number. Like, actually, recently it hasn't been that close. Recently, B has just been running over Anno, hasn't he? I think the last 2 times they met, he 3-0'd him. Which is interesting. 1 sec, though. Let me get the map draft. Relic River actually allowed through, Pog. Lucy Louis, that's not today. So remember, we have grand finals first day for that. All right, so let me just quickly F5 this. And let me get the draft up. Macedonians Tuklac on one side, Sengoku Lancaster on the other. Dude, Anatan loves Sengoku. I think he's the most in love with it player in the pro scene. Alright, so let's have a look. Let's get the B versus Anat games going. Game 1's French versus Byzantines, Dry Arabia. Alright, I'll load us in now. Alright, off we go. So they're midway through the series right now. Let's get to it. Alright, we'll speed up so we can kind of catch up a little bit. So we got Byzantines. Also, sorry. Byzantines. Oh, look at him. He's got all the quirky comments today. Versus French for game number 1. I think this matchup's quite interesting, actually. It's always felt like French need to get some chip eliminations in. Otherwise, the slur-producing worker lead doesn't really eclipse the Byzantines' economy of systems. So yeah, it's just kind of a race up on the count, because obviously as this count gets higher, the percentile scaling of systems gets better. So you need to try and keep the Byzantines down a little. Let's see if Anat can do that. I wonder if he'll try to pro scouts. I mean, you could just play on the deer. This is actually a pretty good spawn. Whatever El Clasico is in Russian. I don't want to try and figure that out. El Devai. El Devai. There you go. That sounds right enough, I guess. Yeah, so we have got 3 on the systems, which means B is rushing up as quickly as possible, level 5, which makes sense. If you're not against the Dark Age rushing Civ, you're normally going to want to rush your own greed. And French, I mean, when did they last Dark Age rush in a competitive game? There's maybe like a long time ago against like a Malian player, maybe, somewhere. But most of the time, you're just not going to do it. School of Cavalry now on the way from Anat. So School of Cav is going to just allow him to start pumping out the knights that's raiding. And then Byzantines into the Grand Winery. We're going to have Spim probably to follow us up. We're just going to speed up until we're like Feudal Age, and then we'll slow it down a bit. Because here you can just see the build order of things as well with the worker dispersion. And it looks like Anno is maybe still going pro scouts, actually. He's got too much gold to not be. He's already got wheelbarrow as well. So first knight gets queued up. And then usually it's pro scout straight away afterwards. Maybe not. Oh, hold on a sec. Anno, no. We have an aggro build. So he just preemptively put more on gold in prep for the continuous push. No, there you go. He's going pro scouts now. So he switches into a second scout. Has got archers as well. Oh, what an interesting approach. So he's going to go double knight so he looks like he's not pro scouting. And then he's going to have archers to deal with Limitane while simultaneously going pro scouts. How interesting. And B obviously has not built the horseman yet. It's very early for that. What a cool transition. Kind of shows you the value of actually playing into these military landmarks. You know, just saving 150 wood doesn't sound that good, but then when you think about the timing implementations here, being an entire unit transition ahead, it puts Anat in a great position. Night scare. It's going to force the reaction of all Limitane. Archer's redirecting over there, so Anat wasting 0 time at all looking to engage. B is going to be creeping up an outpost now. Yeah, one archer's not really going to counter 4 spears, guys. I hate to burst the bubble, but that may have been a bit fast from Anno. Yeah, Pro Scout's about to complete though. And I mean, B, he's only in the spears so far. He's been trying to wait that Lombo timing out. I think B might just be trying to avoid going horseman, which does make a lot of sense. Like, do you really want to be horsemaning against knights when your Lombo should be able to deal with archers? And this is a great start. I mean, B getting this type of fight, gets the scout. Oh, that knight. I actually think Anno made that worth it. Loses a scout, gets 3 Limitane eliminations. Gets him eliminated. Pro scout. Wow, real subtle there about the pro scouts. I don't know how B will ever figure out what Anat is doing. Just actually snatches from the enemy side. Long walk back to base. Surely he'll go jabs against French. I feel like I've seen a lot of players play Lombos here. Oh, but no, good call. He is actually going to jab. Yeah, I have actually been seeing a lot of LBs against French, though, which is a bit surprising. Especially now that he's adding in the stables. I think that's the biggest shocker for me. The fact he's adding stables and going javelins isn't usual. Because normally if you go stables, you definitely go lombos. First javelin group has been queued. I know, just going to be a little bit of a nuisance, trying to burn down the systems on the outside. And for those wondering, why would you ever go lombos here over javs? The idea is, like, if your opponent's going to be attacking you, you're going to stay in your base. Lombos feel better defensively. And then they scale better for castle play. Because, like, if you're going to be pinned in your base, your real win condition as Byzantines is, as it often feels, get castle. With the current meta leaning towards Castle Age wins games for Byzantines, it inherently makes Lombo contract better than the other two by far. So until something changes with that, expect to just keep seeing more of the same. Camels late with the contract. The challenge is getting those camels out. Like, they aren't cheap. It's very hard to scale them in the mid game. Compared to Lombo massing, where you can actually protect them easily and scale them. Archers, though. I think get chased away. Horseman reveal coming out. Maybe Anat a little bit surprised by that. Knights will look to just slow down the assault of the spearmen. But I know, he's going to be sacking his archers. So good strike back, B. Able to keep on chasing. Knights will just recommit to get that body block. Still, there's really nothing left to save here. The archers did at least take quite a few spearmen with them. No, he's actually going to commit. Okay. I know. That was ambitious for a guy who does not even have chivalry yet. Yeah, so loses a knight, 2 more almost dead. He's level 4 system again soon, I guess? Because B will inherently get stone from building buildings. Still, that was an impressive counterplay by B considering he didn't even have undermesh. I wonder what the plan is now. Like, is B just going to go for a castle play? I feel like most Byzantine players in this position would just take castle. Because Anat lost a lot of presence with those archer sacrifices. He's still got knights, which is good. But like, if B just condenses at home, builds spears, should in theory be pretty good. I think his problem here right now is a lack of groves and fort food. So instead, he's probably going to have to just keep reinvesting in army because he's trying to play for resources closer to Anatan's base and further from his own. And that is a cheeky detail. Anno creeps the boar on the other side of the map. Well played. Oopsie. War's also creeping up now. So B, he's just looking to condense for castle, isn't he? I think if you're Anatan, you just keep pressuring now. Because if you continue to pressure and your opponent does try to greed into castle, you can just catch him on the dive. Unfortunately, it's actually going to be Anatan that gets dove. What's he played B? Did he have... no Exploratores, so no increased damage on the workers. Just good finds and uses the berry bush against him. Let's hang around a little bit long, but makes it worthwhile, I guess, getting the night kill. Still gonna find a little bit of chip raid damage. That's the first worker kill Anatan's been able to achieve all game. No slow process and wait, what are they doing? What? Okay, realizes quickly at least. Does cost him elsewhere though. Yeah, B. He moves the workers away, but ends up feeding the knights. And even with that move away, Knight's still gonna force idle and get some worker kills. Still, corner berries, corner gold. You know where we're going with this. The question now is whether Anatan actually has enough power to end him. Instead, though, Anno is gonna age up fast. That is interesting. Oh, whoopsie. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'm trying to think like what Anno's plan is now with the guild hall. Because usually you just see French try and punish Byzantines for doing what he's doing. And now you can see that, yeah. So the French knights are indeed KP sized. Look at that. Their legs, they reach the stirrups perfectly. Ah. Okay, so it's going to be a keep rush. So Anatan, he's just looking to basically get the discounts. Like, it's a very interesting strategy with French, actually. Like, rushing castle upon castle up. Because the discount savings add up really fast. Remember, if you have a castle in range, you're going to get a 20% discount on your archery, range, and stables units costs. So that means per night, you're going to be saving 60 resources. Oh, sorry, 48 resources. But you can get a tech to increase it another 5%, so make it 60. The cool thing about that is it means by the time you've built 30 knights, the castle up has been paid back. And I'm going to let you in on a secret about French players. All they want to do is build more knights. Yeah, I don't know if this is a big reveal to you guys, but literally all they ever want to build isn't more knights. Horde diverse it. Age up now from B. He's doing it safely, and actually, funnily enough, Anatan, I think there was an entry point there. He didn't realize it. No. We have God Vision, of course. He doesn't. So we'll take it a little bit more subtly, a little bit more slowly. Horseman from B, though. What was that? I mean, I guess he saw the archers, saw red, thought it was worth it. I'd argue it wasn't. And Anno now with 1,200 stone. Oh my god, he left nothing in the outcropping. It's a bit excessive on the gathering, but he's going to get him that keep drop and get him all those discounts we talked about. Right, still in the back B. Like, this is actually adding up. Yeah, veterancy and knights. It means that he can free hit, eliminate on these workers. And B, what is going on? He isn't even looking. This one knight is going to win the game. Oh my god, Anatan. It's the jackpot. One knight to lead them all. And by them all, I mean all the other imaginary knights in his heads, because he didn't bring any friends. No. This is the greedy guy. Turns up an all-you-can-eat buffet, fills out the table, but only for him. And that is going to fill out a win in game one. Oh my god, what just happened? B caught completely sleeping. Has he crashed or GG'd? I think he was still moving his workers home. Like his units home. So I think he just maybe didn't notice. That's pretty brutal, though. So, one game on the board for Anno. Right side win. It's going to be the Francais locking it in. Next up, we head into Bordland. New Civ. Give me new Civ. Nope, Marlians versus Delhi. No new Civs. Saj. You think if AoE4 became the new League of Legends, player base hype-wise, would our current pro players be shadowed by all the new blood? Not immediately, but over time, it could easily happen. Because, like, not easily, but, you know, it could happen. Because, like, it's not that our players aren't talented or whatever, but it's just, you know, when you have more money, you attract more potential people of talent and whatever, and you know, what happens when, let's say, like a Cyril and Oliveira and then, like, you know, Viper and all these people come back and they practice, you know, give them 2 or 3 years, but they could catch up. All right, so Oh, this is an interesting matchup, actually. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We've got game number 2. Anat leading against B after being battered, bruised, and beat by him twice. Yeah, not kidding on this one. It's been twice that B has been able to 3-0 Anat recently, but he's looking to middle finger him and answer back. Bordland, Delhi versus Malian is going to be an interesting matchup for it. Usually, I feel like Malians benefits on this map when they're up against civs that tried to play Pro Scouts and play more greedy. But Delhi don't do that. No, their greed comes through aggression as they play for Sacred Sites, and then they'll get Pro Scouts to throw in a delay. So presumably, Anat is going to play very forward here to try and deny B. It's going to be a little bit rough for him because he did get a forward gold spawn and a secondary on the forward. He has got one behind him, but very open and exposed. This is usually a really good sign for Delhi because it allows you to raid with the Ghazi Razors. Make duo cost with me Oasis and your girl will be back home and watching a stream. Wait, what? Huh? Your brain is what? I don't even know what that's meant to mean. You reached the DJ now. GG. It happened. I haven't actually seen Delhi versus Mali in a little bit, actually. Malians are still quite popular, whereas Delhi typically comes out on, like, Gorge, which is, I think people maybe started to realize not the best map choice for Malians. There's just better ones available. We are going to have Manta Quarry coming through. Dome of Faith on the other side. Do you think they'll nerf Lancaster further? And what will they do next? I think they'll nerf the Lords. The Lords of Lancaster are way too good currently. They're just a jack of all trades and actually a master of many, which is the problem. Like, you can be a jack of all trades, but you shouldn't be master of all. Like, you should probably be master of none, is the classic saying. So yeah, they'll probably need to decrease the damage or the health. I don't think you can have the Lord have both damage and health and the aura. The aura should stay because it's intriguing, but damage or health needs to change. Gel plays Delhi. Does he become Del Shi? Oh, God. I'm just going to stay away from that. You know what we need, guys? We need to... So we actually need some custom announcer packs voiced by famous people. Just think about, like, all the different possibilities, you know? Like, imagine just having good old Obi-Wan Kenobi voice when you play as the monks. You know, the bald monks. You play Shushi. And then, my favorite one would definitely be Ian McKellen for the Malians. Because they're called Malians. So you could be Malian McKellen. Alright, there you go. That's my dad joke contribution. It's really bad today. Actually, it kind of fits as well when you think about it. If there's a civ that you try to dive in the base of and they just scream, "You shall not pass," it's mass Donzo javelins. Anno is just blobbing up scholars. We have got the Ghazi now getting added in. And this should just be mutual greed from B. Like, yeah, you give Sacred Sites, but you get double pit mine, get some ranches up already. And then I'm assuming a delayed play into Sofa massing here, which should beat Ghazi. Definitely should. Lalu in a wise Gandalf voice. Yeah, because you have like, "You shall not pass." So it has to be, "Lalu. Lalu." Alright, a little bit less, in it. I would pay good money to hear Ian McKellen try and do an African accent. That's where my brain is now just gone. I just like, wait a second. That is an interesting thought, KP. I've never imagined what Ian McKellen would sound like trying to rip off an African accent. Has there never been a movie where he done like a South African voice? I don't think there has. Oh, we're missing out, chat. We're missing out. Okay, so we've got archers added in behind by Anat. B is going to be a switch into the sofas like we talked about. This is just going to be your standard sofa blob, isn't it? Man, all these Malian players, they want to do one thing and it makes me sick. sick of losing elo to it. Seriously, guys, like the sofa mass strat is just really impactful right now. There's a reason why some people are even banning Malians in the opening phase. Like, this build is super effective. Malians, they used to have this weakness of not really being able to play cavalry in feudal, but with the slight tweaks where they added 1 damage and I think it's 5 extra HP, it convinced people to revisit sofas, and in conjunction with the improvements on like overall micro cavalry, you're just seeing sofa taking over now. And time, we should be prepping for Sacred Site control now. Yeah, he's got the first scholar coming out. B has read this perfectly, actually. He has the intercept. Scholar will pull away. Anatan has got Ghazi coming behind this, as well as the archers. It's a little bit of idle, but no elimination netted. And you know what we do need now? We need some new mods. Now that we've got all these new game mechanics added, I want to see what intriguing mods people can come up with. I can already imagine a mode where people do the Varangian stronghold thing, but like, oh, you know what they could do? They could do the blacksmith times 10 thing that AoE2 had. Now that people, like, someone should hopefully get inspired to do that now that, like, oh wait, Varangian arsenals have like 6 tiers of blacksmiths. We can do that? German speaker of Squidward for SpongeBob also done the voice lines for the Archers in Total War Rome 2. Wait, what? You know what we're missing in Age of Empires 4? We need some announcer lines per civ, and Japanese one needs to be the Shogun 2 guy. Is it racism or is it just accents? God, you remember that one, guys? The shameful display? Oh, man. What a classic. I need to go back and play that game. We need some, like, we need blasts from the past day. That's what we need to do. I know, we'll see. I think this week, like, maybe on Friday, maybe... Either Friday or Thursday, maybe we aim to do some, like, Anno streams. I'm trying to think of, like, some interesting mode to do attempt with Anno, as opposed to just playing it like every other Tom, Dick, and Harry in the directory. We did do that speedrun to Tier 4, which was kind of interesting. Because the first attempt at the speedrun, if you guys have not seen it on YouTube, worth watching. I think it was like an hour plus long. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. I know. Maybe dove on 2 here. The sofa wrapping around, but the Ghazi stand their ground. We'll just snipe down the Donzo. So yeah, just trust us in Ghazi to carry him through here. With the Archer's assistance. I mean, the sofa aren't that tanky in feudal, remember. And the Archer mass hasn't really been hard intercepted. The Scouts are also muddying the affair. B, his mass sofa strat hasn't really shrunk the Archer count, but it cost him so much more. Ay. B, yeah, he's left with nothing but sofa, and not many at that. Yeah, it looked a little bit shaky for a moment. I think if B got a few more Archer kills at that opening, you're looking at a very different fight with Snowball. And no, sofas don't have +5 armor. These are feudal sofa. So you're going to get a maximum of 3 ranged armor. Meaning you'll still take half damage from archers. Asking for announce lines when they're actively recording new audio by not doing a new original civ? Yeah. Alright guys, time to pack it up. AoE 5? AoE 5 anyway? AoE 5? Double Sacred Site now as well. B hasn't really been inflating Cow off the back of this. He's at 5 in total. He's raw sofering. Meanwhile, Anatan, he's just going castle on him. Oh boy. Well, I mean, at least this gives the feudal sofa an opportunity to dive the guy that's definitely not going to get castle age and build a few lancers and a warlock. Wait a second. That's what Delhi players do every day. Yeah, the Delhi, they have become a slight scourge upon the existence of the game. Sorry, Delhi mains, but if you're being honest right now, you're nodding your head in acceptance of this. They're pretty rough to deal with. They just go for the fast Ellie opening. Have to be careful because obviously, you know, if your economy spreads wide, Sofa can still raid you. But, you know, if you had 10 Sofa take on 1 War Elephant, I mean, that War Elephant's going to take a crap. I was thinking figuratively, but I guess it could realistically with its size difference in game as well. But I don't think they added the assets for that. I don't know. Like, I would feel a little bit weirded out if they didn't add in extra voice line assets for the Macedonian dynasty, but they had added in elephant pooping animations. Actually, no, I'd be impressed. I'd kind of respect it deeply, you know? Like, you know, you should have went for the obvious immersion, but instead you're like comical value, Lamau. 20+ Sofa, but he is at least starting to save up the Fulani. Yeah, like cow count out at 10. So I guess he's looking for castle up by about 15, 16 minutes. I know in the meantime, though, starts to return the relics. And, oh, well, will you look at that. Am I an oracle or have I simply watched too many Delhi games? I've watched too many Delhi. Please. So, like, I'm locked in a basement right now. They keep sending me Delhi recordings. Oh, villages. Gonna be raided, but we'll all... Ah, that's gonna scare him back. I mean, the monks, this is hilarious. He can just garrison. Yeah, just waste his time. And the vet archers are in. Grand Fulani now on the way, but it means the B just can't fight this at all. Would you see what I say is the best from the new DLC? For a casual player, easily Tuklac, just mass heal elephant and go. But as you develop more, Macedonians are fairly easy to understand and very powerful, especially once you reach Radari. But they have several other strategies that can be worth exploring. Sengoku is a little bit slow, but that's another thing you can get away with in low rank because people won't necessarily rush you. I'd say for the majority of players, the Golden Horde is maybe going to be a bit trickier. I think all civs have their timings, but like for the majority of players, you're either going Tuklac or Macedonians. And War Elephants. Look at him! I'll take you all on. Full Optimus Prime mode activated. Oh my god! Did he take 3 with him? Yeah, if he took 3 Sofa with him, it's worth it. And these Sofa, they're still not vetted. Oh, look at the bodies! Even the TC adding a lot of damage in. Now, he is going to keep brute forcing this, but Anatan now switching into crossbows. His archers, however, they're not here. They ran across the map. That is freaking wild. Just imagine if Anat pulls a few scholars there. TC5 will eventually wear this down. And it's a Farimba build, by the way. Oh, wait, what? Huh? What? But... I mean, the Freeborn are in theory good against the archers, but hear me out. I'm going to say something crazy here. What if we just ignored them and butchered all of the unarmed workers? You know, that sounds like a pretty fun idea. Let's do that right now. Yeah, let's actually just ignore them entirely. And just let me see if I can follow the rest of this. You're suggesting. We chase the people who don't have ranged weapons and don't counter us and are the reason why the Freeborn are being born. Yep, that's a pretty solid strat. Let's go with that. So Archer's just slowing things down right now. He has got the Freeborn out. So state of execution. I don't know though, man. Like, Freeborn, this landmark in general, it's kind of been dead for a while. For good reason. I mean, if there was any player who's going to try and bring it back in the KPMM, it had to be me. I mean, he's the one who kind of started it off. So he has got mass Freeborn, and Freeborn's like very peculiar because it feels like death by 1,000 cuts. Like, we've seen people just play a bastards and build multi-TC against this and just eventually beat it. Because they don't slay quickly anything but archers. Archers is the only thing they're going to be eliminating fast. So it does end up being pretty slow. Because remember, they do 9 base damage and an extra +4 against ranged. They are fairly fast at 1.38 and very tanky. You can see by the stats. 5 base armor, 175 HP. But, you know, if you just build knights, which Hanno now has coming, and also has got home blades in 1 minute, knights will beat this. So B is thinking about relics now, but Anatan has already been pocketing a lot of gold there. Third relic coming home for him now. Below. B. Oh, just about sidestep it. You see what I mean about the tickle damage? You're doing 5 damage per strike against a 230 HP unit. It's only a mild 46 strikes required for 1 kill. My god, he actually thought he could stand up against that. Yeah, so get scared away. He's still just building more freeborn. Maybe if they were free, we'd let them be born into my empire, but in this economy, ugh. Farimba count inflating further. We'll at least scare away Anno for now, but I mean, I feel like you just add in an elephant as well and you're good to go. We have got B returning to Sofa once more. And we are getting the freeborn doing what they do best, which is starting to leak into the sides. It's very good for this type of strat. The idea is that you get this pretty cheap and efficient unit for what it is. You know, you pay 115 resources, but in return you get 175 HP, you get 1.38 movement speed, and also an ability to dive with 7 ranged armor. But like we said, the trade-off is you're not going to be just slaying a lot of workers like a few knights would. It's a slow and arduous process. Made even slower when your opponent starts walling the map like this. I mean, props to B for trying to be different. Because I don't remember the last time we saw a Farimba. It's been months. Everyone just does Fulani. And yep, this is a tournament. We run these tournaments every single week. So this is the midweek muster. And players are allowed to pick new sips. This is like the best place to be if you like competitive AoE4 on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. A tip of the hat. Got you covered. He's switching Musafadi now. Yeah, but wait, Anatan's building archers. It's almost like he's seen through it. Yeah, because I think Anatan was expecting to maybe go Donzo. I mean, the comp actually looks pretty good for B. The idea of just having Sofa here when your opponent's building archers. Is Anno thinking of Imperial? Maybe. I'll never get tired of the Speedy Zealot. The Speedy Scholars, rather. They always look so funny. Oh, nothing going now is the... Wait, the Lancers? What the... Oh my god. Talk about a hit and a half. Anno gets the strike around the back. The worker lead now building. I mean, B, even if he had a Fulani, his economy would be struggling now. He doesn't. This is pretty grim. Anno just in a cozy position now with relics banked, and also now farms starting to come through. He's achieved full wall-in with just using the archers, which is really smart here. It means he's just not using villagers. It's not idling his economy. This is a really lean thing that often Delhi players forget, but it's so powerful. Is he thinking of entry? I think you have to soon here. Remember, without Fulani, he's not really achieving any point of scale. And the problem is, the longer you have to wait in this, the better it gets for Delhi, because they're just approaching the point where they've literally researched everything possible in Castle. I think what B's maybe thinking is like, okay, now that he's reached that threshold of having everything in Castle, it might simply be better for me to just wait a little bit longer and get my technologies so that the difference isn't as big. Leaking in, but good reactions. B hasn't lost any additional workers from this, at least so far. Get it so far because he's basically defending with Sofa. I just, oh man, I'm on fire today. No, please, someone literally douse me in fuel. And no, don't stop. Ain't no stopping Anno, though. This is Imperial Age play. Marlin tooltip, it says no way they can't harvest boar. I don't think any other Civ has that issue, but the easiest way of identifying whether a Civ can gather boar or not is, do they build a mosque? If they build a mosque, they will not be able to gather boar. Because Muslims do not eat pig. It is very dirty meat. It's our academy. Oh, wait, what? Okay, Anat keeps surprising me. I mean, we've been seeing usually feel like a lot of Palace Assault with these type of builds, but I guess if you think about it this way, he's researched everything in Castle Age practically, so he's going to get a lot of food buff straight away. And in a situation where he doesn't have many farms, this is the padding he needs. You still forget Ormond can't eat boar? Yeah, Ormond kind of gets screwed hard because they don't get better gathering rates on standard berries. It's just the Madrasa ones. Ottomans 100% got scammed. I don't know why they don't eat berries quicker, but what up? Let's see what the food number's gonna be. It's definitely gonna be higher than 38, I can tell you that much. Like what, probably 250? Maybe 300, 320. Already queuing up the university tech. It's going to take 4.5 minutes to get in snare arrows. And B says, to hell with that. You teching up in my neighborhood? You stepping to me on the streets? He's got to step fast. Veteran sees it coming in just 40 seconds. He'll have elite tech on archers, spears, knights. 304 food a minute here for Anat. We get 342 now. This number keeps going up. War Elephants in the mixer. They're not taking the hits either. The Spearmen are absorbing everything perfectly. Perfect against the Musafadi as well as the Freeborn. Archers are going to get backstabbed by the second wave. It's turning into a very odd triangle formation for Anat, but the War Elephants are the kings. The true ruler of the African jungle. They've come all the way from the Indian seas. They're done swimming in the shores. They're ready to swim in blood. As B will be drowned out by the strong Delhi Horde. Imperial Age upgrades in, no doubt about it. Farimba memes will remain memes. And nothing more. Yeah, at this point, he's just going through the motions. There's no comeback from this. The tags just came in so quick. Even the War Elephant's getting extra health, but the elite tech's alongside it. It's just crazy. These type of builds, I mean, 22 scholars, you saw it. It took him a minute to get elite techs. That's how long it normally takes a Civ. On top of that, Civ would normally have to pay a pretty raw 1,000 resources. So you're getting 1,000 resource tech in the same time it would take any other Civ to get, but you're paying nothing. Oh, you're paying with type. Get out of here. Beat down just about complete. Anat, this fight will give him access to B's base. And that is going to conclude it. 2 games now on the board for Anno. 1 away from making it a revenge stomp. Woo. Damn. Have a look here and see where they're going to take us next. See if B can actually make a miracle comeback. So we're going to be going to Cliffside. It could be his last. Oh, Jesus Christ! This House of Lancaster. Oh, what? Oh, did I not update the map? Dude, I'm having a rough day. I keep forgetting to do that. So right side win, and then cliff side. And no, the game doesn't have blood. That's like intentional by the devs to keep the age rating down. Do we never learn? Lancaster. I don't. How does it keep getting through? It's so ban-worthy. Have we seen it lose? I think we have. But it required the Ottomans, if I'm not mistaken, which I think Ottomans are a civ on the rise, but HRE, I don't know, man. I don't feel like HRE have necessarily seen anything off of the patch changes that has benefited them. You know, they were a civ that would occasionally pro scouts, and now they can't really do that anymore. So, like, in a way, if anything, you kind of like have a negative effect, not a positive. But in fairness, this particular player probably not pro scouting. B, when he picks HRE, he's thinking one thing, and it's a good time with mine work. He's always going for mine work. So presumably we're going to be seeing that come out here as well. And yeah, both banned Ottomans, not surprised there. Both of them value it highly. In fact, after the last time they both clashed, Anat came in chat. He was like, I don't know, I don't know how to beat this. It looks ridiculous. And then he talked about the Ottoman pick. He's like, this just feels like an auto win. So both of them highly covet that. Same with Japan. But House of Elves getting through is freaking baffling. I think we'll see why, because this should just be your standard let's chill with some manners build. B, I imagine is going mine work. I mean, I'd be shocked. If I see an Aachen Chapel out of him, that's a rarity. Maybe he feels deterred because of the Lord's build, which is really strong right now. Seriously, guys, like this build probably should have been nerfed. Somehow was not. I feel like I'm still scratching my brain trying to figure out how it didn't get nerfed. And the best answer I can come up with is, what do you want from me? And there you go. Yeah, confirmed my work. All right, so what's the plan here? How does B beat Lancaster? Isn't playing feudal against them a bait? I guess you do have buffed economy, so, you know, enough food safely at home. He lost the food game. Yeah, it's 8 sheep to 20. What? Anat, the sheep whisperer. Are you kidding me? Yeah, and he's going to find even more still. All right, sometimes in B's games, he gives some sheep over. Will Anat do the same? You think that Lancaster's Winston's favorite civ? What makes you think that? Nah, he strikes me as an Ibid enjoyer. I think he secretly loves the camel. Or maybe not so secretly. You know what? I'm kind of frustrated we haven't had more new civ games. I guess like statistically is to be expected. Is it 22 civs in AoE4 now? And that means that 4 civs makes up 20%. So like statistically, yeah, a little bit less than 20%. The way he talked about them when doing the interviews to the last DLC. Yeah, but that's like, dude, that's like Winston. Like, you ask Winston about any civ when they first get released, he's going to be like that. Like, are you kidding me? Have you not heard that guy? It's got waffles in the name for a reason. Guy just loves his, like, creations, you know? Like, remember, they're like his babies. He loves them all equally. Except maybe English. Oh, look. 1 mana. I wonder how much economy buff he'll get out of this thing. Let me do the maths for you, astute viewer. There's 20 villages right now. That makes it very simple. He's going to be getting 160 resources per minute off of this mana. Which is 50% higher than the old mana. I think we've definitely nerfed this. B is going to be stables opening. Yeah, so the theory is pretty cool. Like, technically, you could snipe Lords with a few horsemen. The idea isn't wrong here, guys. Because if you go for all pikes and bloomery, which you can afford quite easily with discounts, and you just blob horsemen up, they're going to do 12 damage before reductions. And Lords might be really tanky on HP. Then they have 2 armor. So, you know, in 25 strikes, you're going to kill a Lord. What makes that very interesting is 25 strikes sounds like a lot, but if you've got 5 horsemen and you catch the Lords here, they just disintegrate before they reach home. And you're about to say, well, KP, I'll just fight you back. The problem is, you're a little bit fat and slow. I didn't want to shame you today, guys, but, you know, like, chunky monkey don't move so fast, you know? Only time I've seen this guy move fast is for the controller or the cheesecake. These guys are always swift. But it only really works if you catch him out of the base. And I think what Anat done really smartly here is he didn't rush. There's a lot of players that would have just rushed across to the first Lord, lost him, and it would have created a compounding effect. But instead, he's just saying, okay, B, I know this strat. You and me, we've played this strat non-stop. I'm not going to be coming out into mass horsemen to get eliminated. So he just plays defensive, waits for Spearman, and chill vibes in the meantime, knowing his economy is decent at this stage because of the mana effect. Yeah, 180 resources per minute. Moving out to the ball because B needs to remain competitive. Did he scout the Spearman switch? I wonder. I'm starting to think he didn't. He's triple stables? What? Okay, dude, come on. That's freaking wild. Are you kidding me? Triple stables here. So he's full all in on ponies. Maybe he's going to look for a castle transition. That might be the way. Like, play it for castle instead, and then you just spam knights. Because knights with barded armor can easily beat these spears. My concern is, are you going to have time for that? Because Anat is blobbing spearmen. So right now they're defensive, but soon he'll have enough to guard home. And that's when he's going to come hunting. It'd be a good time to download archers.com. But with only 5 on wood, that's not going to be happening. I think B and MSN need to play against each other. I think they would get along very well. Mass pony strat on both sides. B now even under the bloomery, but I don't know, man. This looks pretty chalked. I know he could have kept Blob and Spears. He could have sent it. Instead, he's going to be sending this to Castle Age, where B is stuck with useless light horsemen. You know what I'm thinking, guys? I'm thinking, like, so we try to be real tame, and we're like, I'm going to give the guys standard maps so they can pick new civs. Did they do it? No, they didn't. So you know what we're doing next week, KPMM? Spicy map poll. We're flipping in 2 wacky maps. Screw it. If I ain't gonna get Dish the new civs, because by the way, like, we could have had Macedonians, Tuklac, and Sengoku. We didn't get any of them. So because we didn't get any of them, there were many this series. I had the Lucifron one. Thank goodness we got the extra games. I'm just gonna spice it up with maps. Sadly, I think the new maps added are pretty bad. We need to rebalance some of them. Dive coming in, but oh, the spear count is already so good. And with the extra HP, they don't melt to the horseman spam. Not even close. No cigar. Instead, B is going to get smoked. That's it. I mean, he's not even... B, cancel the horseman. Cancel the date. This restaurant's about to go radioactive. Anat rising in Earlsguard count now. And the spear spam already rushing across the field. You think he's going to win that or just desperate? I think he just felt like he was out of time already. Like, what are you going to do there? You have all these horsemen. Your opponent's already built spears. He's going castle. And he's on a map like Cliffside. He's just going to Earlsguard rush you. If B tried to mirror the tech up, he's then going to either have to slowly produce knights or build crossbowmen. And if you try to spam crossbowmen out against Earl's Guard mass, like if there's 10 of them, by the time you tech, you just start losing crossbows. So I think B just kind of reached a, oh, screw this point. I know, thirsty for that dominant victory. And it looks like he's going to get it. A 3-0 victory for Anno means that he'll book himself a day up against either Wham or Scatterbrain in the semi-finals. Because there's no way in hell B's getting an age up here. Horseman. It's like, wait, we're good. We're actually good. Build more of it. No. I don't think you're as good as you think. In this spear spam alone, they're about to get veterancy. B, he's been forced into archers to try and buff this away, but with more Allsguard coming as well. I remember these vet spears now, they got 134 HP. He just deletes his everything. He's like, I'm done. Get me out. You can have this one. Salute and see you next week. B eliminated in the quarterfinals. That was just a washover. Anat, a clean 3-0 victory from the Anno Child list. Okay. He played kind of weird today. Yeah. Not as weird as you'd think. I think the Malian game was a bit unusual, but I think he's trying to innovate. I think part of it is like innovating, and then game 3 is like, dude, it's literally Lord Spam. Like, what do you do against Lord Spam? Pray to your lords? You're going to need their help, it feels like, when you're in that matchup. Alright, guys, I might... Do we hop in mid-series to the WAM series? Yeah, let's do it. So I believe, let me double check. I think they've had one game, but it's like another Dry Arabia, and guess what? It was Byzantine versus Mali. We didn't care about that. What we do care about is Golden Horde Civ coming out. Give me a sec. Just get the Civ draft and the map draft, and then we'll get into game. So this is for the WAM set. And WAM is one game up. What did I say? It was Malian versus Byzantines, and he won. Okay. Let's go. Golden Horde time, baby. Where are we going? Going Gorge. Delhi versus Golden Horde. This will be a good test, actually, of Golden Horde, I think. Because it's a tempo civ. H3 feudal aggression not popular anymore that much. I think it is still relatively popular. It's just, well, it's more you can do damage in Dark Age and thus don't necessarily need to do it in feudal. But like archer bullying is still popular. The problem is we're in a knight meta, so like archers inherently lose a level of value compared to what they had in the previous meta. Knight spam has been real in the last several months. Are Golden Horde archers banned? Nope. They're allowed. I mean, before anyone was like, why would you do that? We literally give them free bans at the start of a draft. So the fact that they're not banning the Golden Horde, but banning other things instead, shows that they feel they can deal with it. What's the bug? It's that the Kipchaks have their triple shot upgrade that's meant to make them shoot 3 arrows, and it does that correctly, but it also happens to allow them to do splash damage, which is not an intended behavior. Oops. Like, Golden Horde's issue is they just have way too long of a setup. They're too slow. By the way, guys, if you haven't already, reminder, and we'll talk about it a little bit of this one. PC Specialists has got their Black Friday sales live. They've got discounts on pre-built PCs. So if you want to get your hands on one of those, exclamation mark PCS and click through the link and have a check-in. If you want to configure custom build, you can even use my code Pigeon40 to get 40 quid off. But go check them out now. They've been working with us since like June. We want to get them to come back for 2026. And I reckon some of you are overdue for an upgrade. So why not check out PC Specialists? So we got... Oh, wait. I just realized I didn't change the score, did I? Whoops. Likely the most broken ability of the expansion, and yet they don't get banned. I think there's a lot to be said about that with Golden Horde, and even after the upcoming fixes for the Kipchak, the issues they might encounter. Welcome one and all back to the channel. We hop in to our quarterfinals for the midweek muster here in week number 12 of our $20,000 esports circuit. Wham with the Golden Horde up against Scatterbrained on the Delhi. This is going to be an interesting one, actually. Wham, I haven't seen him utilizing the bugged Kipchak. He has a different style of Golden Horde. I'm wondering if he's going to stick to his guns, though, or if Louis MT is starting to convert the player base to the way of the Horse Archer. Yeah, the Horse Archer for this Civ is a little bit bugged. We'll see if it comes out, but I'm intrigued to see if Wham does the build that I saw him doing last time. Wham seems to be a big fan of going for Karash spam. Just getting the blob up really fast and then overwhelming his opponent. I think this Civ is tricky, though, guys. Like, Golden Horde... Tuklac in some ways seemed weak because they can't set up their governors easily and they just have this one strategy. But at least that one strategy of healer elephants comes quickly. For Golden Horde, I just feel like they have a lot of limitations in the early game at pro play. So for a start, Dark Age Rush is really effective against them. You won't really see that against Delhi. Because remember, you can't move your TC around like Mongols. You're stuck with an Uvu that's going to be out of range of TC on most maps, and a gold that's going to be the same. On top of that, there is the scaling into the next stage. You just can't rush an age up like any other Civ. It's a bit rough, actually. It takes 1 minute and 50 seconds and then scales up from there per age. And, you know, I know someone's going to highlight Abbasids, Iabids have this as well, but Abbasids and Iabids at least have a Golden Age buff of 10% and 15% on gathering to look forward to that pads and makes their economy more effective to make up for the loss of timing. Whereas Golden Horde is meant to attack. Everything about them, like even their landmark choices in Age 2 are designed for attack. Khan and Tortugud discounts your units so you can build more of them. Building carts gives you 2 building carts that build into military buildings. There's no economical scaling. Like Mongols at least has a silver tree. They at least have an option. But this Civ, there is a mandate, an expectation that they attack. And the hilarity of the way it's been kind of designed is they can be slow to hit those timings. Yeah, like take this right now. Dome of Faith being built up by 4 from Scatterbrained. Khan and Tortugud just got clicked. Who do you think is going to be in feudal quicker? That's a joke, right? It's not even close. And the timing is clearly going to favor Scatterbrained. And this is kind of across the board. It's the same with castle timings as well. Like, we've had so many games where if the Golden Horde player is the second person teching up, a lot of them just seem like they're ready to say GG, go next. In fact, a few of them have. You know, this is to say that, like, I do think that there are some things that will need to be tuned down with this Civ. But I do hope we see some rethinks around the way that the early game works. Because in theory, like, there is an argument that Tortugud are maybe a bit too good in Feudal Age. It just feels like they lack flexibility. Is there anyone playing Feudal style with GH? We've seen a few. We actually had a really cool game between Corvinus and I believe it was Myriad, which was English versus Golden Horde. And because English were longbow rushing, it forced Golden Horde to keep playing Keshix, Tortugud, and then eventually Karash. And I will say, I think the Karash is a critically underrated unit. They are insanely effective for what they do. For those that don't remember what the Karash is, it's the literal body shield of the Golden Horde. It is a 50 HP unit that only costs 50 food, but it buffs the armor of all nearby units. And also, little fun detail for you guys. If you have an equal investment into Spear and Karash, Karash will beat Dark Age Spear. And no, I mean just bulking Keshiks alongside archers and eventually Karash. So tech up complete. Ram did already prep the racks, so he's aware he's going to be up against Ghazi. He will get that double production going. Like the placement, by the way. Do you guys notice what he done there? This sets him up for an eventual outpost. So he sets it up on this side so you can outpost the gold and then build the production around this. Because remember, he starts off with a production edict, which increases the production speed of all military buildings in range of an outpost by 20%. In fact, I think he might drop it here. This is better because it's safer for your gold workers, but more importantly, you want to buff the golden tent, as that also does benefit from the influence. Wow, already setting up the second EV. Dark Age Karash spam feels so clunky with the high food cost reveals. I don't think it's that makes it feel clunky. I think it's the investment points. Imagine how giga good Karash spam would feel for Dark Age Rush if you could build them 50 each. So 50 food every 10 seconds. The problem comes that you have to save up to 100 food and then click it and then wait 20 seconds. This Civ literally has some of the same design flaws that the Order of the Dragon has. Because Order of the Dragon has this too, where this unit's meant to be twice as effective, but I have to save twice the resources to then start building it. And because of the double production system, unfortunately, Golden Horde suffers the exact same fate. And interesting, so he actually builds the outpost away. Okay. Yeah, that does get him the deer, but that does mean he's not increasing the production speed on Torgud. But I think Wham, he's understanding that with double Uvu, if he just keeps pumping Torgud non-stop, it's going to be a struggle to get them out anyway. You get 120 stone per minute at this stage. And to get double Torgud, he's going to need 160 stone every 50 seconds. So yeah, you're not going to be able to get constant production anyway. And he's been very select about this placement because the thing you have to remember is that these fortified outposts are really expensive. 150 wood and 50 stone to build these. Yeah, nowhere near as spammable as other civs. Like a Mongol player could have had an outpost here and an outpost here. Scatterbrain, a bit of an unusual game, by the way. He didn't trust Ghazi to win against Torgud. He went swimming. I kind of see where he's coming from. Torgud are very tanky. And they'll heal the longer you fight. It's kind of like, have you guys ever tried building Ghazi against Keshiks? It's a sad, sad existence. Like, Keshiks just whomp away at you while healing through the fight. But Torgud is that to a higher extreme. They don't do as much damage, but they have substantially high health. They have basically, at this stage in the game, got double the health of the Keshik. When you think about it that way, it's actually a decent trade. With the Torgud and Khan tech, which, by the way, if you're playing this Civ, you're always going this landmark. The thing that's really cool is that you're getting double the health, but you're actually getting 2/3 of the damage of a Keshik. When you think about it that way, Torgud are actually a pretty good deal. And cost-wise, they're actually pretty tame. You're paying 280 for 2. So you're paying 140 each. The only negative, of course, is you're using a very valuable resource early on. You're using the stone. And yeah, to the people saying that the fortified outpost is fortified, agreed. But you may get extra health, but you only get 5 garrison slots. That's one of the big tricky parts about it. Like, my problem is, at this point in the game, you feel very divided on what you want to do. Because there's so many good things you could try to invest stone towards, so many things to get, and you only have 120 a minute. And sure, it's infinite stone, granted. But, you want to build outposts, that costs stone. You want to build Torgud, that costs stone. You want to get these tech upgrades, like grazing, if you go into stockyards, stone. Lose your Khan, stone. You want to get edicts, stone. And there's no way of scaling past 120 at this stage. You could go over offering if you go Castle Age, but you don't get that until the 3rd age. Once you get Castle Age, once you're mid-Castle Age, that's when Golden Horde really starts to feel like a sieve of options, because your stone generation becomes good enough. So, wow, I'm actually impressed with the numbers he's keeping here, by the way. Scatterbrain, of course, is gradually scaling bigger, and he is going for Scholars. So the goal for Scatterbrain should be to cap 1 or 2 Sacred Sites, just get all these technologies over a long feudal, and then hard commit the Scholars. Wow. We talked about him in his garage. This is pretty important. He doesn't even have Undermesh yet, but it's already hard for Scatterbrain to trade into him. Yeah, he has a DPS advantage. And we talked about where the stone's going to go. It is into the grazing. I like this idea. You're playing against Ghazi. Your opponent's going to try to flank raid, so you don't really want to play too wide. So just eventually build up the stockyards here, and you don't have to worry about being exposed. Stockyards are meaningfully effective. You get 4 villages occupied with infinite food generation for less than 4 farms in cost. And here's a fun fact for you. You know, not only are you paying less than a farm, because remember, 4 farms would cost 300 wood. The other really interesting part about this 250 cost is you're then also saving on a mill that you'd have to add into a farm cluster of 8. So it's actually a surprising amount of savings compared to standard farming civs. And then there's even the build speed. Like, a farm is going to take you 6 seconds to build, plus the mill for 20. This thing only takes 20 seconds. And then you add in all the moving of running around building the farm. Also, the fact that when you tend to build farms, you know, you click multiples of them and then people move around together before returning. There's just so many nice little details that make stockyards a super effective choice. And don't get me started about how this scales if you get to the late game. Stockyard Edict turns these into English enclosure farms. Space 2, the space is quite nice. Yeah, stockyards are just basically what pastures probably always should have been. They're so good. I have to end the stream? Wait, what? No. Not until I see Kipchaks one more time today and more. Villagers. I'm going to get poked up, but no kill connect. Wham, he's saving for an age up. And the Torgud. Well, they may prove to be too good at raiding compared to the Ghazi. This is so tanky. Oh no, you hit me with a spear? Anyway, let me just pull that out of my thigh and use it as a toothpick. Oh no, you done 18 damage to my 270 HP. Oh man, you almost made me feel a little bit lightheaded. Anyway, let me just strike you for 10% of your health. And sheeps and farms by default have the same gathering rate. Relic Uv is now on the way. Wow, he is outnumbered though. Like, this is a bit scary what's happening, because this is the scholar timing, no? No scholars. Scatterbrain left them at home. Still, he will look for the commit in. He has got Archer lead. The Torgud are going to be Wham's best hopes of holding this. If he reaches castle, this gets ridiculous. And that's interesting. You see that? He switched Defensive Edict. He just got a health increase. He's going to look to fight around his production line. Spearman, archers. Torgud, look at the health. They almost have 300 HP. Still, they got a lot of work to do. They're going to have to absorb everything here. The Batu Khan needs to start attacking so that he gets that attack damage buff. It's not working, though. Scatterbrain stands his ground. Archers need to be target fire in the backline. Instead, they're wasting time on the heavy cav. The Torgud, they're doing remarkably well here. No, Scatterbrain. He looks to snipe the spearman, but it's too little too late. They are simply Torgud. What a unit. 300 HP. Wow, I'm showing you the power of the Edict. Most people forget to use that. But defensive Aura Edict, 10% doesn't sound like a lot. But on a unit that has 270 HP, it's absurd. 300 HP. 300. Full This is Sparta. For reference, a Cataphract in the Castle Age will have 360 HP. And this is a feudal unit. And you are indeed correct, Myriad. The Karash was given the +1. Scatterbrain wasn't sniping that either. He was struggling to find it. And also, even if you snipe it, you know, he burnt down the racks. He had the... Like, wait, no, he didn't. Actually, it's just being weird. So he didn't burn down the racks, which means Karash can come out every 20 seconds anyway. So good luck. Don't have fun. What a sick hold. I can't believe that. Double the military pop. Of course, no, not all up there. Some reinforcing. Skulls at home. A remarkable hold by Wham. I mean, the archers, a little bit of risk now, but what really matters is that the Tortugud are just not getting counterplayed. They're carrying this. And they just got castled up. Now look at their health. They almost have more than Catters. Oh my good God. Don't look too long, we might get Cataracts. 341 HP. I mean, these are the Cadillacs of the Castle Age. Golden Horde. Sturdy or Alarm, we're just not going down. And more Tortugud now on the way, alongside Men at Arms, to shut Scatterbrain down. Delhi Feudal in gets a big thumbs down. And he's buffing the relics. Oh, the Uvus rather, and the Relic Uvu play. He's got Uvus with Relic Uvus coming in. Which means additional Uvus on the way. Relics that he can quickly deploy afterwards, because he has now got the Shamans. I mean, this game looks cooked. Look at it. There's just a handful of them pushing the entire army back. Veterancy for Archers is in, so this is just an impossible trade now for Scatterbrain. They aren't dying. I mean, they don't have the heal, right? Because he needs to get Saturday Lancers, but even without it, I just feel like these guys, they just can't do enough. Unbelievable. Men at Arms now in as well. Scatterbrain, this is over. What do you think, guys? Best heavy cav of the Feudal Age? It's weird because they shouldn't be. I feel like a French Knight is better than this. But the inability to die, like that's what they do so well. Freaking incredible. 380 HP on the Batu Khan as well. Like, you can't slay him either. They might not have high DPS cav, but they just have cav that never dies. And that's just as valuable here. Scatterbrain. He's going to have to call it. GG. Another fort to add to the list. Golden Horde might only have to do with Tortugud. It might be their only play. But when played like this, they start to look like an S tier cav. Wham was in Castle for some time. What do you mean in Feudal? He built them in Feudal, and they were really tanky in Feudal. They just got more tanky in Castle. They're still really good in Feudal. I think I call that one Golden Horde's Invincible Cavalry line. I don't think they're good in Feudal Age. They're good. They're good. No, they're fine, dude. Like, they're very tanky. Like, even spears take a long time to kill them. They don't kill you quick. They just kill you slow. Remember, like, I thought we would have learned this from Demi Lancers. Like, sometimes you don't have to have insanely high damage to be impactful. It's the grind down over time that's just as good. So let's mark that one in. Oh, whoopsie. I accidentally had Scatterbrain with a point on the board. So Wham now 2-0 up. Has an opportunity. A clean sweep here. Let's see if he can do it. And we are getting new civs. Golden Heights for Tuklac time. Oh, man. This civ has looked really good on this map so far. I think he has to try and stop the fishing. Otherwise, this snowballs really fast. Love my new keyboard. Thank you, man. Do they make also the version for men? The most manly of men use this one. I mean, what's manlier than having a keyboard the same color as your mother's toys? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? I mean, I'm not sorry for thinking it, but... I think they have too much HP for Camel Lance Desert Raiders to counter. Oh yeah, dude. Like I don't like the problem with like camels as a counter. I mean, it's not bad because your opponent would only do 3 damage to your Desert Raider. I guess it's not the worst idea. The problem is, like, if you start Camel Lancering, I'm still going to get Tortagood and just follow up Archers. I think, like, the combo of those two works really well because Tortagood is going to use partially stones, so you're not draining an excess resource, and then you just add in Archers. Yeah. Like, dude, I don't know what you're talking about. This is, like, the manliest freaking... Like, I don't even know what you're on about. This is the most manly keyboard you could ever imagine. You know what is not manly? Picking Tuklac. You all know who you are in chat. Well, I'm at least having an excuse. There's money on the line. What's your excuse? Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 3. Wham. 1 off, making it a clean sweep. And if you thought Tuklac looked crazy on land, wait until you give them fish. Yeah, this civ seems to go into overdrive mode when you add into the fishing economy. Because remember, this is a deli variant, which means they do have fishing boats that shoot. And they put that food to good use with a cheesy healer elephant. But Scatterbrain is doing the unthinkable. I don't remember the last time I saw someone try this. It's a Dark Age Stables play. Well played. Definitely the right call here. Villager's already down to 36 HP because the Khan intercepts. The reason this is the right call is you can always eliminate the worker. Because even if you had a fishing boat here, 1 or 2 of them, doesn't matter. You've got armor. In fact, what's interesting is with 2 ranged armor, if Scatterbrain spams out a handful of horsemen, he can deny the dock because the fishing boats may fire at you, but they only do 4 damage per shot. And yeah, this is an Uvu skip build, and I think he's right for it. If he waited for the Uvu, the dock would already be up. So Villager will get the dock up, but it's going to cost him his life as Scatterbrain reveals the surprise. I wonder if Wham's now like, oh yeah, you can do that. Because even at the pro level, like sometimes you just don't see anything, certain things for so long. It's just inherently not on your mind. Because why would you even think about this? Pretty sick, cool. So Pony shut down. Dock is up. Fishing boats can start coming out. There's -1 worker. Scatterbrain already lost out on economy as well because he moved the TC. Yeah, he moved the TC a lot, no? Okay, no, not too much. Do we have the Uvu now? We don't. Scatterbrain, I mean, this is very expensive if you think about it. It's a cool idea, and he did deny a villager, so over time it kind of feels worth it. The concern now is, like, you need to find an answer to the fact there is now a dock. Because there may be a very good reason we don't really see the horseman strat anymore from Mongols. Could you guys guess what it is? Oh, you have a Dark Age horseman? I have a Dark Age counter to that, and you can't build the counter to this until the Feudal Age. Oops. Yeah, the more I think about it, like, the The last time we actually saw stables opening for Mongols would have been, I think, back in the Holy Island days when English was meta. Because English could get countered by the horsemen because you just didn't have spearmen. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think Scatterbrain, like, this is a cool idea, but I'm trying to think, is there ever going to be a point now where he stops the dock? Because if you don't stop the dock, like, what do you have? To make matters worse, what you might not have is gold. Scatterbrain rushing gold because he knows this is exposed. He chose the tree line instead, like every Mongol player does. And the tuk-tuks will scare him off. It's a full tuki-tuki kaka. What do you think is the worst champion in League of Legends? Bro, why are you asking me about League? You missed the part where I'm like a former professional Dota 2 caster? Ask me about League. Pike, ban it against me every time. Wait. Sorry, you asked for worst, not best. Oops. Okay, so Horseman's at least slowing Wham down on the gold. But he's got a spin now, so we rush up. He's got 5 fishing boats already. And I love this. Notice what Wham does. He goes onto the flank shorelines, just in case there's going to be a dock drop. So he's protecting himself, because remember, this fishing boat can start attacking, and then it'll see the dock drop early enough that the rest of the fishing boats can come over to finish the worker. And just really well played. This is a little bit odd, no? Watching Mongols get Dark Age spear rushed. This is not how the matchups are meant to work. Why does everyone think that sucking is a bad thing? Clearly, y'all are never, like, encountered a Hoover. That's the most important thing. See, you know, like, the words are just a matter of perspective. Sometimes sucking is useful. Like, if you're in the middle of the desert and you come across, like, one of those poisonous snakes, and you gotta, like, what is it, like, suck the venom out? It's important to be good at sucking at that point. Guys, why are you saying stop? What is your mind going to? This is not a judgment on me. This is a judgment on all of you. Get your mind out the gutter. I can't save you for... I don't need saving. You're doing this to yourself. You know what shouldn't suck? Hairdryer. Actually, that's not true. Hairdryers also, like, you also want a hairdryer that's really good at sucking. Because it sucks the air in the back and then blows out the front. Well, someone blowing their load in a water fight is true. He had a load of boats and he blew them all up. That's on you. See, once again, I cannot help it if your mind is in the gutter, okay? Some of us are innocent, civil-minded individuals. I will not be shamed for being an innocent angel, okay? Scatterbrained may need an angelic intervention here. Actually, I don't know. Magadite? Do we just miss the blobby Magadite? Like, that's the solution, no? If we get enough Magadite, we can kill war elephants. I mean, heal elephants, which are basically like feudal war elephants. Need a lot of them. But you can out DPS the healing. Hashtag things I shouldn't believe in, but kind of want to. Sucking's a useful skill, but you'd rather starve to death? See, that's where you're thinking about it wrong. Because if your sucking power is that good, you can just, like, suck food off of other people's table. Like a cartoon character. That's another example where being good at, like, you know, sucking is a really good thing. You know who else sucking was really important for? SpongeBob. Because he can suck up all the liquids. That's what a good sponge does. What the hell is this early game conversation? And what do you want from me? He's trying to solve for what we know is going to happen. There's healer elephants. You know what doesn't suck? These guys. Actually, that's not true. These are the suckiest unit of all. They suck all the fun out of playing Age of Empires 4. Wow! I'm just channeling how everyone else feels. Also, they suck water up with their truck. See? They are very good at sucking. Just, sadly, they're not good at sucking at fighting. Or saving people. No, these elephants are nothing like that medic in your Battlefield 6 squad that never revives. They seem to be always on point with the clutch heals. Wow. He's in chill pill mode, man. I mean, there is a ram coming, so his fun's going to come to an end. There could be hope for Scatterbrained, actually. Because Wham apparently did not see this coming. No. Oops. He only has 2 heal elephants. Third one's coming in now. Magadai are creeping around the back. Elephants ruin your emotion. Where's the feces? Wait, what? Oh, we've been over this. The plopper animation's coming in the next DLC. We need enough people to buy Dynasty of the East so that we can have elephants poop while they move. We should even just then add in a diarrhea ability that when used, it just makes elephants speed up. Almost like medieval age NOS. You remember like Fast and Furious references, guys? There you go. We can even call it Drongo's diarrhea. There you go. We got him in the game, guys. Had to reference those burritos. All right. Anyway. Wow. He's going for a new dock. He rushes a lot of villagers out as well. 4 in total. The rough part is, like, with this much fish, I mean, he hasn't really missed out, has he? No, none of them were full capped. So that ram didn't achieve as much as he was hoping for. Magadai's starting to get sniped down. Raider Elephant is actually a good solution to this. He does get bonus against siege. Crap does poison damage? That's what we need. We need a monkey taming sieve. They just get a bunch of like chimpanzees or monkeys that just like stand there throwing feces at you. Units that we need in AV4. I just want to sieve that their villagers throw dung at you. Outpost being rushed up. Hold on a second. Wham! Oh, he micros this beautifully. The villager. Wait, why did you stop? Okay, he loses one still. So Scatterbrain gets some value. That should have been no value though. Magadai get away, but how we deal with this? Healer Elephant is full Katniss right now. I volunteer as tribute. Take me, Keshiks. Take me. Hell no. What kind of psychopath ever says that? Raider Elephant's chasing him off with the food. Scatterbrain, I don't think he has any pasture set up either. No, so he's out of food. Hits him now, Spearman. I mean, they're actually getting enough damage done here. The Spearman, that is, not the Keshiks. Oh no, you almost killed one of me. Anyway, bye. See you next concert. Well, that confirms it. Healer Elephant beats Keshik. I mean, could we at least get like customization options to spice this up a bit? I just want sexual healing playing whenever the elephants stop waving their hands. Which makes sense, because Scatterbrain just got fucked. Jesus Christ. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, I know what I'm calling that one. Healer elephants suck. All the fun out of Age of Empires 4. How's the games been going today? Oh, you know, just watching healer elephants dominate Golden Heights. Every time. Forever. And ever. And ever. I don't think they know how to lose. I'm pretty sure they don't know how to lose. They don't seem... They like, I mean... I think on Golden Height, Tuklac is... would I say ban-worthy? I don't know if I say ban-worthy, but they are like a top-tier pick. That's... I don't know, man. I'm struggling to figure out how you're going to deal with that reliably. But that means we do know the outcomes of our series. So we have all semi-finalists known. Because we have B versus Anat, aka Revenge of Anat. He took it 3-0 from B. And we just watched Wham 3-0 Scatterbrained as well. So, some 3-0s mixed in there. Lucifer on Voldemar series is kind of wild, actually, going 5 games. And Louis MT able to beat Numadan as well. But it means that we're going to have Lucifron, Louis MT, and then we're going to have B... Sorry, not B, Anat rather, and Wham. So Wham versus Anat and Lucifron versus Louis on Thursday for finals Thursday. Which, if you didn't know by now, basically is the #1 spot to be in the AoE4 directory. If you like good games. Because we get bangers every time. A few days before this DLC, how come Tuklac lost like all games? Because people weren't doing healer elephants yet. People were doing like macro strats and it just wasn't working. But then people discovered heal elephants and Lamau all of a sudden game equal winnable MC squared. Funny that. But I think, did I maybe call it? There's nothing left to cast. I mean, there's pub games, which would be a way of getting some more thingy games. I kind of want to play Anno, but I'd have to go eat first, and I feel like I'd be scamming you guys. What's the comp they run? Healer plus archers? Yeah, and then you could add in like a few raider elephants. Like basically figure this way. You build a healer elephant and your opponent has to figure out a way they're going to counter the healer elephant. And while they're investing in countering the healer elephant, you're then just building the counter to that counter. So the whole idea of the healer elephant is it breaks the dynamic of I counter this, now you counter this. Because in theory, it should just allow you to be one step ahead because they're still solving for problem A while you're now making problem B. That's meant to be the idea with healer elephants. Destroying counterplay? Yeah, exactly. Unless you scale up to the point that you can one-hit kill what you're attacking, healer elephants are going to matter in a big way. And early on, like, they even compete in fights, right? Remember, it literally headbutts you. And the damage scales if they get into a spearman spam build. It's pretty strong. Really got to play defensive until we have Archmass? Exactly. So, like, we actually have a game in our VODs, if you check YouTube from... I think it might have been on Friday. When Anatam was able to beat Louis with China on Frisian. Because he just camped in his base and started to build up archers. And then eventually went Castle Age and got Veterancy. So then eventually this dive comes in. And all of a sudden you're like, oh my god. Actually, like it looks stupid how effectively long the Hell Elephants are lasting. But they're not just destroying everything. So yeah. Because remember, our #1 rule here, all right, it's the one that anyone who's played one of those MMOs where zombification is a condition knows, or any RPG that does that. You can't heal what's dead. If you try to heal what's already undead, it'll actually just end up taking damage. True story. Alright, I think we'll probably get ready to wind down and we'll find someone to raid. I know, I want to find some other content to mix in the week. Like I said, maybe we'll explore Anno a little bit later. I might play it a little bit off stream and figure out like what would be cool to do. Because I don't know if people really enjoyed the speedrun idea before, so we'll figure something else out. But outside that, what else is there? I've been tempted to do some EU5, but European versus 5 is a immensely complex game. I know some content creators are already into like absurd type Iron Man challenges, whereas like we'd have to. I think we need to practice it a bit more. I don't know, we'll figure it out. I want to get some variety days in. I think it'd be cool and refreshing. But like maybe Europa, like I've been doing a Milan campaign actually, and we've been destroying. I just feel like I don't know. I feel like Europa currently is European vs 5 is a really cool baseline, but it's probably missing some depth to it right now that will come over time. There are some systems that are a little bit just tedious to deal with, like the Dynasty system. I think is not well thought out right now, but the game has a lot of potential, and I think things like the food access system is a bit tedious currently. But they'll flesh that out, I think. But yeah, maybe it'd be cool to do with like European versus 5. We could do like. Maybe a Milan playthrough from start to finish. Well, not finish, but I don't know. I'd want to find something interesting to do. Like Brandenburg to me is quite intriguing because Brandenburg is actually really weak in European versus 5. So that could be a really cool playthrough. Like they are, like I tried a few runs starting as them and they're really bad. And they're also bugged. They're missing, like they don't get, it's very, you have to do a specific thing to get the best condition to trigger in the game. We're talking about Europa, guys, which is like a grand strategy game created by Paradox. Really cool one. I don't know. I want to start figuring out, like I've said it before, and I want to try to start figuring out some unique content avenues. Do some fun, different things. Because it allows us to, like, keep the Age of Empires 4 always feeling fresh. Because, like, I definitely have felt an element of, like, all right, awesome. We've got, like, these new civs, we've got these new things, and it's fun when we see them. But then when we see the things that we've already seen before, we're like, okay, we've seen this several times. It has at least been refreshing seeing Chinese versus Ottomans. But like some of the matchups, yeah, we've seen a lot of before. Okay. So I'll figure that out. Maybe we do some on a Thursday, if not Friday. Just gotta say screw it and start having some fun with some other games as well. I'll have a look at the release to see if anything else is coming out this week as well. But guys, what I'm gonna do now, YouTube, TikTok,